All right. How about a little bit of applause? What do you guys think? Should we get started? Can you hear that? We're going to try to keep it light, keep it fun. We've got some fun sound effects to play with throughout the day. Make it a little interesting. Something's funny. We laugh about it because we're here to have fun. It's Saturday. A little shimmy and a shake and a laugh. All right. So, awesome.
Cool. Well, this has been a long time coming for us. We worked real hard on this the last, I'd say, 3-4 months, putting this together and collecting all the guests that are going to be showing up. We actually have more guests that are going to be here than what we initially intended and what we initially planned on. Some folks that are going to be here that are not on the photos that you all haven't seen for this event. So we're super excited. Every single person who's coming to join us is a elite professional in this industry. We're so honored that not only to work with them as collaborators that we have and colleagues, but also to have them as friends. And it's a great honor that they're going to come and share their knowledge and their information and their strategies with you. And the whole focus of Sing Titan Live is to take you through the entire process of getting your songs placed. A lot of people just want to dive right into, who do I send my songs to? And that's fine. But the vehicle is the song, right? You can have the worst song in the world and your best friend being a music supervisor. That song will never get placed.
That's right.
That your friend who's a music supervisor will not be able to pass the muster with their bosses, right? The production companies that they're working with, the directors, the producers that they're going to nix that, right? So you can have those contacts, but if the song is not good, you're not going to get a placement. The vehicle, which is the song, has to be on par with your connections and your network. So a lot of musicians, they just want to dive right to the network. Who do I send my songs to? Who do I send my songs to? Without having sync-ready songs. The reality is that placing your songs I believe it's a very simple process. I think licensing your music is the easiest thing you can possibly do in the music industry. You will never convince me otherwise. I've been able to do a lot of things in the music industry. Licensing has been the easiest, has the least amount of politics involved and whatnot. But it starts with a good song. Then it goes to good production. Then it goes to a great network, right? So we're going to take you through the entire process today, and we have our day scheduled out to inspire you and motivate you and inform you and ideally transform your sync career in 2024.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Give it up for Michael. How give it for Michael? How was that? That's great. It's a good start for the day.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. We're going to try to keep the energy up. Yeah.
Right. Go ahead, Jody. After you.
Well, we have a theme for the day, right?
Yeah.
We have a theme for the day. Today's theme that you're going to be hearing a lot about deals with elevate. Everybody see that?
Yeah.
All right. So our theme for the day is elevate, and the entire programming today, it's been designed to help you elevate your career to new heights, like Michael was just saying. We are on a mission to award 1,000 Sync Titan Awards. Those are these awards you see behind me. We're going to talk more about them later. We want to award 1,000 of these to Sync Titans. We already have some out there. You're going to hear from them later. Well, what does that take? Well, beyond good songs and good records, like Michael said, it takes mental strength. The business we're in, the entertainment business, there's a lot of rejection. You guys know it. The music business is part of the entertainment business, right? There's a lot of rejection in that. Whether you're an actor, a director, whatever you are trying to build your career, you have to have mental strength. So we're going to be doing a lot of mental workouts today, and Elevate is part of that. What is Elevate? Elevate is a strategic approach that Michael and I both use, that we've studied and followed from other high achievers that they use to conquer challenges, to unlock extraordinary success, and to transform lives. It's done that for us. It's done it for people who have gone through our training, and it can do that for you. So we're going to go through that training today, or part of it anyway. What is Elevate? It's what is called an acronym. An acronym. E is embrace, L is learn, E is empower, and V is visualize. These are the 4 steps we're going to be going over today. Now, you guys are here today because you're either on our list or you saw an ad, and you're here because you've embraced that you're meant to create music. You're a creator. That's why you're here. So you're already at step 1. You're also at step 2, which is learn. And today you're going to learn from the experts that are actively doing this. By doing that, You're going to be empowered. And our mission today is to empower you with proven systems that work. And that will allow you to visualize yourself achieving your goals, right? You can apply this to anything. It's not just for music, it's for anything. But you can visualize that after you're empowered. You learn, you open your mind, you learn, you're empowered. You visualize your goals. Actually close your eyes and see it, just like our Sync Titans have. And again, we're going to hear from them a little bit later today. You're going to meet several of them. They're here with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a great conversation and hear some of their stories. They have amazing, inspirational stories to share with us. But now I'm going to toss it back to Michael, who's going to tell you about something that we call the Thrive Cycle.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Leave that photo up there for a second,
Okay.
Jody. Get that photo back up. This is exciting. I want to tell you about a couple of these folks here. Not all of them are on that list, on that image, but what's really exciting about our Sync Titans, our award-winning Sync Titans, is they all started exactly where you're at right now. You can pull that down, Jody. They started exactly where you're at right now, and that they were starting their journey. One of them who you're going to hear from later is Isha Erskine. Some of you guys who are in our world, who've been on our email list and whatnot, and you get the weekly emails and videos that we send out. I believe we sent out an email with Isha in, I believe it was November. If not, it's on our YouTube channel. The splash image says music producer. What is it? Music producer strikes gold.
Yeah.
800 placements.
800 placements. Yeah.
Yeah. Isha's story is that he came to a live webinar that I did even before I started my online business, Master Music Licensing, which I started in 2018. I think I was asked to speak on this webinar in like 2017 or 2016, and Isha came to it. I explained the process that I teach. And then he reached out to me afterwards and we started talking. And, he was one of the very first people who jumped into the program that I released back in 2018. Now he's got 800 placements. Ashley was the girl in the center in the pink. She's going to be joining us later. She has a 4-song EP. She's had over 70 placements with those 4 songs. I think it's 16 or 18 placements now on The Voice alone, right? People always ask, how many songs do I need to start? You need good songs. You need 4 good songs. 4 good songs will get you moving quickly. Who is the person over to the right on that image? He worked at Verizon. He sold me my Verizon wireless plan when I switched from Sprint to Verizon. Showed him the process, and now Adam has just under 500 placements. So these are regular folks who took a system and implemented it. What's really interesting is having taught online over the last 6 years from me, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, now 23. So we're going up to 7 years now. And then Jody started in 2020. We have a lot of people who come into our world who are all starting from the same point. They get the same information, they get the same systems and the same strategies. And some of them crush it, like those Sync Titans. Others don't. In fact, if you're in our world, you got an email from us, I believe it was last Saturday or last Friday. I think the title of it was "This Person Doesn't Like Me." That was a fun email to write. I enjoyed that one. An email from a guy named Scott, who emailed us a very colorful email. He called us every name in the book, and then some. It was spicy, so it could only add a little bit into that email to show you what he said to us, right? And it's interesting because within an hour of receiving that email from Scott, we received an email from Ryan Edwards, and I included the majority of Ryan's email in that message to you. And Ryan's email started with, your course changed my life. And then he listed all of the placements he's been getting. When he sent that email, I shot an email back to him and I said, Ryan, have you had 50 placements? And he wrote back, he goes, Michael, I've had 50 placements in the last 2 months. And he ended that email with, I can't tell you how much this has changed my life for me and my family. So what's very interesting here is we have 2 people coming into our world one actually took action and took the program. The other person didn't. They just don't like us. But 2 people coming into our world, completely different reactions, completely different results, right? And we see this all the time. And one thing for me that's been amazing through my career is I started my career theoretically on November 7th, 1998. That was the day that I moved to Nashville. It was a Saturday. And Monday, so that would be November 9th, 1998, I called an individual named John Yash. He's going to be speaking in our third panel. He's a 7-time Grammy-winning engineer. John was the first person who gave me an opportunity. I had met him 2 months prior at a convention in San Francisco for audio nerds, and he gave me his card. A week later, I got together with him. So that would be like the 16th or so of November. By January 1st, 1999, I'd worked on a record that ended up with a group called Sixpence None the Richer that ended up giving me my first double platinum award. That's including the Thanksgiving break and the Christmas holiday. So really that's 4 weeks worth of work coming into a town, just getting started. I did the same thing when I moved to Los Angeles. I didn't know anyone when I moved to Los Angeles 4.5 years later. I moved there, and within 6 weeks, I was playing guitar on a TV show called The Young and the Restless. That immediately led to an opportunity to play on the soundtrack for a film called Ella Enchanted, which led to playing on a show called Cold Case, which led to my very first sync placement, and that started a whole new path for me. I never went to school for music, never went to school for playing guitar. What happened? Why did those opportunities open up quickly for me while other people struggle? Well, in my career, I've connected with so many tremendously successful people who've had similar experiences. They've had tremendous success. And I'm analytical. I want to know why that is. And so in my conversations with them early in my career, a lot of them kept talking about this book called Think and Grow Rich. And I thought that was frou-frou. I got 10 minutes to get this quick. I thought that was frou-frou. I thought, well, cool, I'm going to grow rich. So then I'm going to go to the bank and I'm going to tell the teller, hey, can I withdraw $1 million? And they're going to say, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Elsner, you have $40 in your bank. And I'll say, what are you talking about? I think I'm rich. I think I'm a millionaire. You should give me $1 million. I didn't understand the actual mindset and thought process that successful people have. But a lot of it comes from the concept of think and grow rich. So over the last number of years, I've been on my own personal development journey. And having taught a lot of different musicians, I've really tried to figure out different avenues of how can I explain the difference in mindset, because it's not necessarily copying what successful musicians do. It's learning how successful musicians think. And I've been working on this presentation for about 9 months now. It's the longest I've ever worked on a presentation. Usually I work on them for like 2 days. But this has been my own journey for me. And I'm going to share it with you guys today. And the cool thing about the Thrive cycle is that it's a way of thinking that empowers you. It empowers successful people to become really indispensable in their industry and at their craft. So I'm going to take you through it real quick. This is something I'm so excited about, and I hope you're going to. So you guys ready to jump in? We got 10 minutes before our first session starts, so I'm going to burn through it as fast as I can. All right, here we go. Love Think Grows. Awesome. Cool. All right. So I'm going to write this. I actually had to trace that. So the rest of this is going to be a mess. But where everyone is at right now today, these are your current circumstances. So we're going to start here. Okay. These are your circumstances. Now, you might be struggling to get your songs heard, just trying to get people to you, barely making rent, or you could be living on a yacht in the Caribbean. Whatever it is, those are your circumstances. And what's interesting about circumstances is that they are inherently neither positive or negative. If you're thinking, okay, he's lost me, that's complete garbage. I'm a star musician. This is what I think. My circumstances are awful. And if you think that, then you're 100% right. Your circumstances are awful because your circumstances are defined by your thoughts. Your circumstances don't dictate your thoughts. Your thoughts define your circumstances. You've surely heard stories of people who are like, I was in this terrible car accident. I was in the hospital for many months and, maybe I lost a limb or something like that. And you're like, oh my gosh, that's awful. And then as they continue their story, they say it's the best thing that ever happened to me. Or you've heard entrepreneurs who are making like $1 million or $2 million a year in their business, and then they make a bad deal and their business goes belly up and they go bankrupt. And you think, oh my gosh, that's terrible. They lost their business. But then they say, that's the best thing that ever happened to me. I learned about money. I learned about building a team. I learned all these things about business entrepreneurship. 18 months later, I built my second business. We make $10 million a year. Thank God that happened to me, or else I'd still be stuck making $1 million a year, right? Your thoughts define your circumstances. Let me grab a different color pen so we can make this even cooler. But what happens here is on this path, you reach a point, okay? And at this point, you make a decision. And that decision is, are you going to look at things in a positive light, or are you going to look at them in a negative light? And if we look at the word decision is the opposite of the word incision. Incision means to cut in. Decision means to cut off. So when you're making a decision, you are consciously choosing to cut yourself off from either positivity by making a negative decision or having negative thoughts, or you are cutting yourself off from negativity and the scarcity by choosing to think of things in a positive light. It all starts with how you think about things, right? Your circumstances are not positive or negative until you determine them to be positive or negative for yourself. The human condition is such that from our thoughts, when we go back to black, we have feelings. Now, our thoughts do determine our feelings. If we have positive thoughts, sync licensing is the greatest avenue available to musicians currently. That's a positive thought, right? Well, that's going to lead to a positive feeling. Positive feelings can be motivation, excitement, right? If you have negative thoughts, which we get those emails a lot from people, negative thoughts lead to negative feelings. You know, you guys are a bunch of scam artists. Well, that's going to lead to negative feelings, you know, anger, resentment, sadness, right? You can go into these terrible spirals here, okay? Our thoughts then lead to actions. I'm sorry, our feelings lead to actions. What's interesting here is if we have positive feelings about something, we are probably not going to go rob a convenience store. We're going to take positive actions. We're going to take actions that actually move the ball forward for us in our career, right? But if you have negative feelings about something, it's going to lead to negative actions, right? I'm angry. I'm upset. That's when you're going to go rob the convenience store. But again, just like at this point on the Thrive cycle, you're faced with a decision. And it's at this point where you have to make the decision of whether or not you are going to take action. Are you going to actually move the ball forward for you, or are you just going to kind of sit around and do nothing and be like, well, that's how it is, right? So you can take positive action, you can take negative action. And inaction, in my opinion, is the same as negative action. Negative action, whether it's a negative bad thing that you do or just not doing anything, it's not moving the ball forward for your career, right? Or in your life or whatever you're doing, right? Relationships, whatever it is. So positive thoughts lead to positive feelings. We then make a decision. Are we going to take action? When there's an opportunity, we take those positive actions. And when I look at all the individuals who are our guests today, and as on a personal basis, and you learn more about their story, they followed this process, right? They did take action. They did move to that next phase in their career. It didn't happen by them laying in bed all day. So then from actions, we get results. And I have 3 minutes before our first session, so I think we're doing good, okay? Now, results are tied to circumstances. Results are not inherently good or bad. Let me give you a scenario. On Wednesday, which was the 10th of January, inside our Sync Titan community, some of you guys are Titan members, you saw that we had a brief that was posted for a department store ad or a major retailer that was $508,000. That's our third $500,000 placement opportunity in the last 3 or 4 months inside of Sync Titan. So just imagine for a second waking up one day and then going to bed that night, $500,000 richer. It's pretty exciting.
I got to pause, sir. One second.
Yeah.
Now, I noticed the minute you said $500,000, the chat stopped. I see everybody chatting. Here's my IG. Here's check me out. Guys, this information that Michael's sharing with you, has been coming together for years. He's invested so much money of his own, and what he's sharing with you is gold. So I highly encourage you to be present and pay attention.
Pay attention. Well, if you don't pay attention, then you're going to see what's going to happen when you don't pay attention. It's all good. We'll get there. This is why, by the way, people come into our space and they're like, sync is over, everyone wants to get into sync. Yeah. It's insane how many people we had sign up for this event. Let me see if I can do the math real quick. Watch this. Let me see if I can do. I can do the math real quick. We have roughly a 10% show up rate right now. Roughly a 10% show up rate. 812 people. So roughly 10% of the people that signed up for today's event are here right now. This is the reason why a lot of musicians, why a small percentage of musicians actually succeed, right? A lot of people want it. But they don't make the decision to take action. Or what you're going to see here is they make decisions that take them out of this cycle. So let me finish this up and we'll pull it. Your results are connected to your circumstances. Your results are not inherently positive or negative. We had that placement come up on Wednesday. I wanted to go to bed that night $500,000 richer. Okay. So I did not get the placement. But that's okay, because I expect not to get every single placement. But what happened here? I had positive thoughts. I think licensing is the greatest avenue we have available to us. That leads to positive feelings, motivation to get into the studio, to write, to build that catalog, always be creating, right? Follow the exact process that we teach. Build your catalog, create the valuable content, add the metadata, then do networking so you can get it out to the right folks, right? Make the decision to take action, right? Doing all that stuff, pitching the song, all the deliverables, send Jody all the deliverables, spend 2 hours putting all my songs, putting those 3 songs together, going through my catalog. These are the 3 perfect songs, getting all the deliverables, sending them out. Don't get the play. Positive or negative result. I think most people would say it's a negative result. Not really. You can think it's a negative result. That comes back to the thoughts that you have. You can decide to look at that as a negative result. I don't look at that as a negative result. Here's why. Because there's always going to be another placement opportunity coming around. The fact that I was able to jump on that, now granted, this is Jody here, but let's say that's another music supervisor that reached out to me. Let's say I sent this to another supervisor. In this case, that supervisor now knows that Michael can deliver high quality music quickly, on time. He has all the deliverables ready to go. They opened up the file, metadata. They're like, holy crap, this metadata is so on point. What does that do? That's going to put me back into their network, right? The next time an opportunity comes up, they're going to give that opportunity to me again, right? And the more you do this, the more you start climbing up that ladder, so you remain top of mind. That's how those opportunities keep coming around. So when you always look at things as this, well, I didn't land that placement, that's not necessarily a negative result. What did you get out of it? Well, I built my reputation. I built my credibility. Jody and I have had over 10,000 placements cumulatively. Jody's had over 10,000 in his business. I've had roughly 3,000 in my business. We don't tell you about the 100,000 songs or song placement opportunities that we missed out on, right? There's probably 150,000 placement opportunities that we missed out on to get those 10,000 placements, okay? But here's why this is so crucial. This kind of comes back to where Jody was talking about here. The moment you make the decision at any point along the way to have a negative thought, we'll just stick there. The moment you choose to have a negative thought and you lead with negativity, you go on these things called thought spirals. And this is what you see online on social media. This is where people get online, they start bitching about stuff. And then all of their buddies who are also on thought spirals start getting online and bitching about stuff. And this leads you way off track. And imagine the entire room here full of thought spirals all around us. This little target area is the small target in this massive room that you see. When you stay within this cycle here, this is what allows you to actually reach your target, right? The end goal. The only way to do that is to make the decision to stay positive, look at every situation, look for the positive in the situation. That leads to positive feelings. Make the decision to take the actions when you have the opportunity to. Analyze the results, right? Analyze the results. You're not always going to get the result you intend, You're not always going to get the placement, but what did you get? Well, you built a connection. Great. Positive thought, positive feelings. There's going to be another opportunity to come up. Build that connection. Positive thought, positive feeling, actions. Now you're going to land the placement. Positive thought, positive feelings, positive actions. You're not going to land the placement. You build the connection. See what happens? You stay inside the cycle. The moment you start having negative feelings, anger, depression, sadness, you go. The moment you start taking negative actions, what happens? One bad action leads to another negative action, leads to another negative action. When you're outside of this very small target area, you start going on all these spirals that take you off center. And it's fascinating in our world when we get to see the dramatic difference between those who are crushing it with placements. Those who are crushing it with placements, they're on target the entire way around. And then those other people, like Scott, like the other people who send us all those nasty emails and post things online, whether it's us or anyone else, you can do it in forums and all that kind of stuff. People are on these thought spirals. And I'm going to wrap up with this. They always wonder why professionals don't give them an opportunity. I sent my songs to these people. No one wants to give me an opportunity. Well, it's because no professional wants to work with people who are hanging out here in the negative thought spirals and action spirals. No professional, no elite performer is going to waste their time with people who are doing this. There's enough people doing this. This is why people succeed, and this is why they keep having more and more and more success, because they surround themselves with people who are on target. It's a time with people who are doing this. Don't be the person who's getting lost because you made that conscious decision to start your journey with negative thoughts. That's it. This is a way of thinking. This is how successful individuals think. This is how successful musicians think. You can have all the strategies and systems in the world. Without this, those strategies and systems mean nothing. So I hope that's beneficial for you. And we're going to start our first session with Adam Gaynor.
And Jim Dooley. Put your hands together. Let's go. Let's go. How was that? That was awesome.
That was amazing.
Adam, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
What's up,
guys.
Jody?
Add your spotlights, bring you up front and center stage. So
Jim, my boy Jim, love Jim.
guys.
we're not, because we're on such a tight schedule today, guys, we're not going to have time to introduce everybody. You have the brochure that went out, the panel brochure. Everybody got that. So if you want to learn more about our panelists today, go ahead and look in that brochure. We're going to dive right into a conversation here. So Jim and Adam, thank you for spending Saturday with us.
Anytime. Appreciate it.
And let's talk about songwriting and composition. So let's talk about trends. How do you keep up with trends when you are composing a song and trying to stay true to yourself as a composer, as an artist? Keep in mind, a lot of people here are artists. Any advice you might have for people that don't want to break free from their artistry, but they're trying to stay true to the trends that are happening in licensing?
Well, that's interesting. You know, when I get this question a lot from people, like, okay, well, what kind of music should I create? And there's two parts of this. One is if you just want, you can get your foot in the door by going, like, every library company on the planet is trying to sell you their newest goods, what they think is the new hot stuff. So that's the easy way to go, like, okay, what do you think is great? And I've used that as a way to get in with some companies, saying, hey, by the way, I see this release that you just have. I have music that's in this thing. I know you think it's valuable because you're selling it. And that's been a way in, instead of saying, because here's two ways about, like, when we're talking about approaching a company or having this kind of conversation, which is there's the victim and the hustler. This is how I think of these two ways. The hustler is going to have a good way in, but the victim is going to do this. Dear library company X, I'm a composer. What do you need? And that puts all of the pressure on the label to do something, and there's no onus on the composer or the songwriter. So here's the way I recommend writing or doing any of these contexts, and just like for trends and things, but if you give your client an opportunity to just type the word yes, that's incredibly empowering. So I would hear what you're doing. I have music that's like that. Here's a track that's ready to go. Like Michael says, it's got the metadata. It's got all of this stuff. The splits are done. Here's all the breakdowns. It's finished. If you just want to put it in your library, all you have to do, and they can go like, yeah. If it's that easy for them to take your work because you've done all your homework and you've looked at the things that are happening now and just listening to tons of stuff, that's going to make it so much easier for you to get your foot in the door.
I love that. Yeah. Adam, any thoughts?
I think he just said it. I mean, I know you have so much to cover, but as far as trying to stay on trend, I think there's different writers. Right? Some writers do what they do best, and if they're trying to branch out into a current trend, or Justin Bieber came out with a new album, oh my God, I love these sounds, I got to do this. There's two schools of thought. One is you may get lucky and get a placement on a car ad because that's so hip and the world's listening to it that there's that sound that we need. Or they're like, yeah, no, like that's Bieber's thing. We don't. So it's a fine line of do what you do best. But if you're trying to do a trend, 10% of your time, 20% of your time catching up with a trend. But to me, it's like, do what you do timeless music, which we'll probably talk about later, and just try to stay true to yourself rather than trying to chase something else that's happening. I know it's important to be on trend. You don't want to do, I have a dear friend who spoke on some of my panels who does very 80s retro stuff. That's his niche though. That is what he does so well. He will always submit that kind of music. But yeah, do what's in your heart. And if you're trying to chase a certain ad that's saying they want something like Justin Bieber, then yeah.
So Adam, there's not one person here that has not heard your work. It's all over the place still to this day. Is there a particular song in your catalog that has, from the inception to the final creation, that evolved dramatically? And that's a song, obviously, that we would all know and be familiar with. That's has obviously played a large role in the legacy that you've left musically.
I mean, there are a lot. I think everybody here knows, just in case they don't, I was in Matchbox 20, our first 3 records, the first 10 years, original member, and we would get these crazy demos to talk about how our process goes in like 30 seconds. From Rob Thomas, our main writer, and he would be like, it would say Rob in a hotel, and it was a CD. And then you would listen to this crazy version of Rob in a hotel with a Casio going like, doo, 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 doo. I'm not crazy, I'm just a little unwell. And you're just like, whoa, what is going on? So you'd hear these versions of these songs that sounded little like what it sounded like when Matchbox 20 and my brothers and everybody got them in a room. So, it was really hashing, it was in that specific incident, it's 5 guys in a room, as one of our members proudly said, arguing over parts, arguing over the best ideas for each song, and a very generous songwriter and Rob kind of being like, have at it, I'm probably not going to complain, and I trust you guys. And so we all just put our signatures on stuff, backgrounds, and just tried to make something that just was an acoustic or piano song, which is what everybody else is. If you can play something, and Jim knows this really well, a song can be played on a piano or a guitar, and it should be fantastic. You should get it. You should know the hooks. All the production is amazing. It's important. It's what we do. But when you're writing songs, just make sure it translates when you're playing it by yourself for a human being. And that's a couple thoughts in one.
Great. When it comes to like the emotional side, when you're marrying music, Adam, I think, was it yesterday? I think we talked yesterday on the phone, or maybe the day before. I talked to Adam, I think, like every day almost. But you guys had a placement in the latest Barbie movie, and that was multiple placements with Push, I believe, where not only was it a background played on the radio, but then I guess Ryan Gosling was also playing it physically on guitar. It doesn't matter. But the point that I'm trying to make is that when you marry music to picture, what you're doing is you're creating an emotion. You're helping the storyteller tell the story, but you're also playing a major role in how the viewer receives the story, right? So from two different perspectives, Adam, your perspective with vocal songs and a band and whatnot, and of course, Jim, your perspective as a composer, writing mainly instrumental music. How do you guys approach the songwriting process when it comes to emotion and being able to convey emotion in a song so that it connects with the listener?
Jim, you want to go?
Sure.
Jump in?
I was actually doing this yesterday. What I did is I had two students come to my studio, and I'm doing a TV pilot right now. And I said, okay, I'm gonna do the whole thing from start to finish. You can see the entire process. And doing a Q&A with them afterwards, I said, look, what you really have to do is open yourself emotionally. It's exhausting. It's why it takes a toll on you all day. When I'm working, I'm kind of like, oh, does it for me? Oh, that's interesting. Or I noticed something else in the frame that I hadn't seen before. That's the information that my body's telling me that I'm doing something right. If it's not right, you have to know it's not right. If it's not right for you, no one is going to feel it. So all day, every day when I'm working, I'm trying to get an emotional reaction. And that's what I have to open myself up to. And there are little tricks that I know when I'm doing it well, like I said before, is that the image will start changing for me. I'll notice somebody in the background I didn't see before. And that's telling me that the music is really attaching itself to the image in a significant way. But that's how I look at that.
Yeah, I have a really close, similar process. I love to tell this to people when I'm coaching them up. It's like I write music as a director. I kind of see I feel like more of a video creator in my brain that's writing a story that I can visually, like I'm like a Spielberg, J.J. Abrams dude in my brain that is telling a story of a girl walking in a park and there's birds in the trees and everybody's happy. And I have to see this as I'm writing these lyrics. And the more I see, the more descriptive in my brain can translate into the English language. You have to create good melodies and you have to practice writing melodies. That, as Jim knows, that's Jim's bread and butter. The melodies have to be super catchy, but then the tricks that I use to tell stories are really sit down, stop going like, oh my God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And go, oh, there's a house across the street. The house is pretty. It's an open space. There's trees behind. And then just start writing down thoughts about what you're seeing, what you're experiencing. And there's a guy in the window and there's, oh my God, it's a creepy guy in the window. And then just like start writing your ideas down and it becomes a story in your brain that now you can start putting down rhymes. You can start figuring out what your melodies are and just be your own director and kind of put everything down and start from scratch in your brain, translate it through your instrument.
Wow. That's great. Well, one thing that's interesting is there's a lot of people who come into our world. People come into, Jody's in my coaching world, all walks of life, all ages. And that's one of the great things about what we do is that there are no rules when it comes to age, when it comes to licensing, unlike the music industry and genre and where you live and whatnot. But things have changed. Adam, you guys came out in the 90s, mid 90s. The music market has changed stylistically. What's out there has changed. Jim, we're all around the same age. So, we're all roughly the same age. Yep. Things have changed tremendously from when we were growing up, when we first got into the industry, what we learned how to write music, how we learned how to write music stylistically. How do you, in your work, to stay relevant and continue to get, Jim, this is great for you too, is all the composing gigs. How do you continue to stay relevant and shift with the changing landscape of music? And I ask this because there are a number of people who refuse to shift. They refuse to change what they do. They love, early 80s Bruce Springsteen, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to write 80s Bruce Springsteen, and that's fine. But how do you shift while still enjoying the process and staying relevant?
James?
Sure. It's funny because I always think of this as kind of a magic trick, especially I used to do this in my very early days, which was if I had to do a new style that I wasn't comfortable with, it's like I found that just do it 10 tracks of it and don't send out the first 9. There's no substitute for hard work. And even to this day, I'm constantly studying. I will still take music lessons. I still have to take piano lessons, just anything to keep me and growing, because I don't know if I'm going to be sure there's a lot of people on here. You say that your instrument, you have a tendency to gravitate to some things that work. And there's ways to get you out of that. If you're a guitar player, don't use a regular tuning. See what happens out of that. Stephen Sondheim had a thing about, he loved playing in the flat keys on the piano. And if he started doing the same thing over and over again, he would change into sharp keys, and it would force him out of his comfort zone. I'm doing a pilot right now, and I find that I need to give my brain time to help me. And the way that I do that is this particular pilot takes place in kind of a Dungeons and Dragons world. And I wanted to take contemporary elements and mix them with kind of Renaissance things, but I don't have a lot of experience with Renaissance music. So spending as much time just listening to it, letting my mind absorb all of this information, getting the sheet music, learning a little bit and absorbing that and getting into your fingers, and then being able to apply it. I don't like it when it becomes caricature, when you're doing somebody's impression of an impression. And to go to the source for something like Walker, which is the TV show I do on the CW, I'm actively listening to and doing takedowns of instrumental pieces from Austin blues. Like, we want the real thing, not somebody who's doing an impression of that, but to get as much of the authenticity. And that just involves picking up an instrument, playing it, listening to interviews with the people who create the music, is anything that you can do to really get your hands dirty. And it takes a tremendous amount of effort that there's no substitute for the hard work that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, there's a couple theories, and been touched on a lot, so I don't need to really expand too much. One is, I think it pays in my case, in our band, and really, I think the reason I was so attracted to Rob Thomas's writing when I first met him and before we were ever Matchbox 20 is his songs were super timeless. It was like, you get, like, Michael and I joke, Michael will text me that I was at Home Depot and they're playing your damn song again. This is like 30 years ago. Like they're still playing the songs in Home Depot because it's still relatively relevant. And I don't want to say don't challenge yourself. I love what Jim said. Like, if he's going for another style, or if you're going for something that you're not comfortable with, yeah, get like a new sound library of something that you haven't used, or African drums, or something that you don't put into your normal everyday routine, and just work with it. By the way, that will be the most inspirational thing you ever do. Finding things that you never, like, Michael knows this. I just put out my first song on Spotify because I picked up a ukulele a year ago, never played it, and all of a sudden I wrote 18 of maybe the best songs I ever did, because it was like waking up again. It was waking up to a brand new day, brand new instrument, super easy to use. I mean, I only knew 4 chords on the guitar, but that had 6 strings. This has 4, so I did much better on this instrument. And it just inspires you. If you don't play the piano, dabble around with it. Get a ukulele. Try new sound banks. But yeah, inspire yourself to stretch and do the things you're really comfortable with too, because it's probably going to be your best work. But challenge yourself. It's very, very important.
You know, there's something I see a lot is that, and there's a reason that we're starting with the songwriting panel today, guys. It all starts with a great song, whether it's instrumental or with lyrics. It all starts with a great song. And like Adam, you really touched on it earlier with, you should be able to play a song solo, piano, vocal, or just piano or guitar, vocal, and it should be a great song. And that's where it starts. I think a lot of people get ahead. We'll do challenges in our program. We'll say it's a songwriting challenge, and we get a bunch of submissions of really overly produced songs that never really materialized. So I think there's a lot of value in obviously everything you guys are saying here, but remember not to skip the song. That's the most important part. You got to have the essentials to. I'm
not going to interrupt you, but Michael knows my favorite story is, this is 10 seconds.
That's it.
Lawyer, when I first joined Matchbox, he kind of said to me, Adam, just at the end of the day, the 3 most important things about the music business are the song, and the song. And I did not understand what he was saying. Then I met Rob Thomas. Then I had a few years of a career. Then I realized we had like 5 hits on our first record. And then all of a sudden one day I'm like, oh my God, the song the song is like the most important thing. If you can write a good song, your singer could be like the dude from The Phrase, not the best looking guy, but he has a great voice and he writes really poppy songs. It's a song. So just guys, focus on your songwriting. Production's awesome. Make really cool productions. But yeah, the song, and the song.
The song is what marries the picture and tells the story. Having lived in Nashville, I lived in Nashville for the entirety of my career. I lived there twice. I lived there for 4.5 years. Then I went to LA for 9. Then I was back in Nashville for 10. So 14.5 years of my life was in Nashville. And a lot of country music. And one of the things in Nashville with the songwriting organizations is they teach you to tell the story, right? Tell a story. Great. Here's my story. The story is we're got a girl in the short shorts sitting next to me in a Chevy, driving down a dirt road, going down to the lake, going to go spend the weekend with my buddies, drinking a bunch of 40 ounces. That's my story in the song. The problem is that you have to find a scene where they're driving down a dirt road in a Chevy with a girl riding shotgun in short shorts, where they're going to hang out by the lake to drink a bunch of 40 ounces with their buddies for the weekend. And that's the problem. When you tell the story in the song, the visuals have to match, right? That's the one big caveat that comes up when it comes to writing songs for sync. That is a lot different than what the songwriting gurus will tell you when you're trying to get a song on the radio.
Yeah, it's very different. Very different.
It comes down to the song
for sync.
Yeah, it comes down to the song, but lyrically, you cannot tell the story, or the story has to match up perfectly.
Let's talk about collaboration. How important is collaboration? I've got my questions here. How important is collaboration, and what strategies have you found most effective when working with other musicians and other industry professionals?
Do you want to start with this? I'll give you two of my biggest collaborations. Obviously, I spent a lot of time back in the day working with Hans Zimmer on first as his tech, and then doing music for some of his movies from like 2002 for the plus 15 years. And then also actually, writing a song with Babyface, and how when you're working with this level of professionals, whenever you can work with somebody better than you, do it and take it as a learning experience. Well, working with Kenny, he came in and it was an interesting thing. We were paired to write for Susan Boyle through Simon Cowell's record label, Cycle Records, for American. Was she American Idol, or which one? The other one?
I think it was the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, the other one. And so the reason why they're pairing film composers and TV composers like me with songwriters is because they're like, we know the film guys work on the deadlines, and the songwriters are not as well known for being able to turn that stuff out as quickly. So that's why we got paired. And I was so excited to work with Kenny because I play guitar, I play piano. I'm like, this would be great. I know whenever instrument he comes in with, I'll be able to work with him. And then he picks up my guitar and flips it the other way and he plays it upside down. So that took me for a bit, but just how his mastery of songwriting was, I had just never seen anything like that in my life. But when you get to that level of professionalism, something like Zimmer, who was like, oh yeah, I don't know this, I'm just a rock guy, I don't, we were working, I think it's like Da Vinci Code, and it's like, what's that chord voicing? He's like, you voiced it wrong. If it was Puccini, it's voiced like this. If it's Verdi, it's voiced like this. If it's Wagner, it's voiced like that. To have that kind of level of understanding is so profound, and that's what you're going to find at this level. So for collaboration, whenever you can find someone better than you, take it and learn and watch as much as you can.
Yeah, I have like really two great examples of collaboration and lack of. So before I was, and I know I talk about my best professional experiences are, of course, being with Matchbox. So there's a lot of those stories. I apologize for bringing a lot of them up. I don't really apologize, but I apologize. Back before I was in the band, I was answering phones at a studio called Criteria in Miami, and I record my own projects. And when I did my own projects, most of the time, back when I was younger, I wanted to play the bass, I wanted to play the drums, I wanted to play the keyboard, I wanted to sing, I wanted to play guitar. I thought it was so important to do everything. This is a really big moment for you guys in your brains who are sitting at home going, no, my vision, my idea, my thing, I'm going to do it. I'm going to live and die by my sword. But then I find myself 8 years after answering phones, which is way too old to be a phone boy at a studio, I finally meet these guys that we become Matchbox together. And we're not known yet, we're not famous yet, but I'm sitting now in a room, pre-production studio, eventually a studio, and now I'm the dude that has ideas, but I'm surrounded by 4 other guys with really good ideas. Guy that had me, nice songs before Matchbox, to, oh my God, great hook on the guitar, Kyle. Rob, that's the greatest melody I've ever heard. My background stuff was amazing. And all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, this is why Matchbox is Matchbox. Every single person in the room, Jim with Babyface, Jim with Hans Zimmer. It's like when you get people and energy in a room, it just brings everything that you do to another level. And by the way, it expands your ideas. We are only databases with a certain amount of knowledge. When you put me and Jim in a room, well, Jim is an exception because now it's 10 times the knowledge, where I would say it would be double, but because it's Jim, it's 9 times more than that. With another person, it's twice. But Jim, unfortunately, he knows everything and it's annoying, and I love him. So you do, when you put yourself in a room with another person, it's amazing. You know, you get 3 or 4 people in a room, it like I said, it becomes a culmination of arguments to each part and each fight. But if you're all talented, it's extraordinary. So yeah, I recommend collaborating, get with one person so you're not freaked out if you've never done it. Just be generous. Realize people have ideas and value, and be generous to your partner. And I promise you, you will have more good experiences than bad ones. Just find good people that aren't the bad word, like that aren't, asses. Yeah. That's a nice one.
I love that. If you get out of your comfort zone, that's usually a good sign. It's always a good sign. If you feel a little uncomfortable, like you're pushing the boundaries, that's where I find the best art comes from that.
Absolutely.
My question for you guys is, I always find this to be interesting. I think about this a lot. Being able to get into a time machine, going back to let's say when you're 21 years old, sit down at a diner with your 21-year-old self across the table from you. What is one piece of advice that you've learned through your career? Not necessarily about like, oh, show up on this day, but one mindset piece of advice that you didn't know at 21 that you wish you did.
Man, that's a great question.
Grab that sports almanac. That's
that's right. Well, it's interesting. I found that honestly, when in my youth, when I was much more prone to get frustrated and angry at situations, and now you just realize there was really no point in that, and you can get yourself in trouble. I would say to younger or newer composers and songwriters, don't argue with people that write you checks. It is a collaborative art, unless you're making your own project from your own thing and you don't need anyone, but we all need audiences. So in some respect, to be helpful, be sincere, your attitude is such a big part of everything. And I'll give you just 2 quick stories about that, how that relates to real life. One is when we would be hiring for assistants down at Zimmer's place, Remote Control Productions, we would always hire out of the intern pool because it was the easiest way for us to just see who had a good attitude. I've never listened to anybody's demo for any person I've ever hired in my entire life. I could teach you the music, but I can't teach you how to have a better attitude. And that's something. And just recently, I hired 2 different assistants to do 2 different jobs. And the one with the better attitude, just everything about that experience was better for me. And it wasn't about who had more musical knowledge, or it was just the attitude of, yes, helpful, sincere. That makes all the difference in the world for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all the lessons that we've talked about today. It's make sure you work with other people. I love what Michael wrote on the Thrive cycle with all the negative cyclones. And it's like, it is just so important. As frustrated as you're going to get, as much as you think you want it more, everybody does. Like I was a kid at some point. I wanted it more than everybody else. I deserve a shot. But that's not how life works, right? And your attitude is going to be pretty much everything, because people don't want to work with you. You have one bad day, you write one bad comment, one bad letter to someone, bye-bye. They're going to be like, this is not this. They're at such a different level in your life that you really have to keep it together. It's not always easy. It is a very frustrating business, but it is also super lucrative and special business to get into. So yeah, lessons in life. Like, I was young, I didn't know to keep working songs. When you're writing a song and you think it's done, and you're like, I did it. I just wrote 50 songs this week. Now I get it, in the sync business, sometimes you got to write 50 songs in a week. But when you're trying to do radio songs, or you're trying to do extraordinarily successful giant songs, keep working your song. Like, it's not done just because you wrote it. It's done when, like, every single person you play it to says it's the best thing you've ever done. And that's like the starting barometer of, now I got to give it to people at another level in another industry. So just keep crafting your songs, keep working on your hooks, expand your vocabulary. Our producer gave everybody books when we started to read and absorb knowledge and try to just be a little smarter with your vocabulary. So many tricks. We could talk for 4 hours on tricks, but just be a good person. Realize there's a million other people trying to do what you're trying to do. Be appreciative of, you get to play your instrument, and then hopefully for a living, or hopefully you have 15 minutes of fame, and then it's your job to capitalize on that 15 minutes, get into a career.
Adam, I want you to tell a story quick, because I know your story about the sticky notes on your wall, on your mirror. Yeah. This is a fantastic story. And one of the things I love about the story is, Adam and I have known each other for now 18 years. We met in 2006. And that was really when I started my own personal development journey. I started actually reading a lot of, personal development books. And one of the things that comes up often is leaving yourself those notes. And it's amazing because you did that early on in your career. And I'd love for you to share that story.
Yeah, it's super easy, and it almost expands on what we just talked about. Look, everybody here has responsibilities. Some people are husbands or wives. Some people might have kids. People have day jobs as well. And some people are lazy. Like, I answered phones in a recording studio from 7 at night to 2 in the morning. And it would be super easy to sleep all day. It'd be super, and then say, hey, my job's at 7 at night. I'm going to sleep till 5 in the afternoon, wake up. But at some point in my life, I started to look at myself like, maybe I wasn't taking this as seriously as I should. And I wrote, and like, maybe I'm playing Tiger Woods PlayStation too much. Maybe I'm doing, like, I have to be accountable to me. So nobody in your life, your parent, your sibling, your spouse is going to tell you what you need to do to be successful. I wrote a little sticky on my note when I started getting a little depressed that my career was becoming like, I'm 25. Like, I'm the oldest dude in the world that probably got a break at 30 to be part of something that became Matchbox. Most people, you're 20, 22, 18, 25 is like whatever. But again, I don't want to say that for people that are older, because doing music, I'm starting a different career at freaking 60. But I wrote a note on my wall saying, you owe it to yourself. And I had to put that on my mirror. And every morning when I woke up, I looked at that note, because I wrote it when I was really upset. And I wrote it when I was a little depressed. And I wrote it when I might have slacked a little too much. And I realized that at some point in my life, I'm going to wake up at a different age. And I may be 40, and I may be 50, and I may not have done anything of what I tried to achieve. And I did it to myself, because I did not give it 100%. I didn't do more than the guy next to me. And that little thing really propelled me into, I don't care if it was an extra hour a day. I don't care if it becomes a habit where if you write, I owe it to myself, and you put it on a mirror and you're brushing your teeth in the morning, and before you go to bed, you're like, oh crap, I got to wake up and I got to start working. Be accountable to yourself, guys. Nobody out there, this isn't a lecture. Nobody out there is going to do everything for you. You have to work hard. You have to write great songs. You have to learn how to write great songs. If you don't write great songs, get with someone that's a little better than you. Just keep growing, keep working hard. And this is way doable for all of you out there to be able to place a song, to be able to be successful. You just have to work hard. You have to make a break and make it happen for yourself. You owe it to yourself. And just write, I owe it to myself, and reflect.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, man.
Did either of you make any promises to yourselves when you were younger, maybe? Any type of promise you can think of that you made to yourself that you haven't broken? Related to your music career?
What do you got, Jim?
You know, I didn't, but I had a waking moment where when I decided what I wanted for my life. And I had the benefit of not knowing any better that it was how hard it was going to be. And I think that was essentially a superpower for me, is I didn't realize that I didn't think that it was impossible, but everywhere, anytime you would ask anyone, they would say no. But once I saw that thing, it was, and I saw it just because it awakened something in you. I saw this short film in high school, and this guy took a cue ball, he rolled it down the hallway and took Danny Elfman's Batman soundtrack to this. And I was like, this is the most interesting cue ball I've ever seen. I said, whatever that is, I wanted to do that. And at this time, like, film scores weren't published. You couldn't get these kinds of things. But again, I didn't know that. And so I went out in the world just believing that I went to the first music store. I'm like, do you have the score to this? And I'm like, we don't, go ask them. And just going around Manhattan and meeting people on the way, picking up extra music, that drive of just like, this is what I want. And I don't know any better that it's how difficult it's going to be. But I had an advantage, and this might play into some situations of people here in today, which was that I didn't come from money. And that was an advantage. When I went to grad school at USC for scoring, the people who had the most money were they were the most disadvantaged people because they didn't have to do it. And because I didn't have any other choice or really any other skills, I was a bad waiter, but a good busboy. Like I knew I had to make this happen. So I don't know if it was a promise to myself, but I was crazy driven and did everything that I could at every waking moment and that hustle changed my life. And the quick example of how I got my job with Hans Zimmer was that I wrote letters to 100 composers in Los Angeles. I will be your assistant for free. One got back to me, and I caulked his ceiling and did Taco Bell runs for this guy. On the way to that job, on the side of the road, I saw a guy I knew from school. We exchanged current information. The next week, he got the call to be Hans Zimmer's assistant. He says, I don't want to do that. I'm an engineer. But you know what? I just ran into a guy. And if I hadn't hustled down all of those letters, been doing this crap job and just being out there in the world, I don't know how my life would have changed. But I was just so driven that I'm like, this is going to happen to me as long as I keep showing up. And if I had another superpower, is that I've never been ashamed of having any of the jobs I've ever done. I've worked at 2 different apps. I've bussed tables. I've taught Sunday school. I've never been ashamed of any job I've ever had. And there's no small jobs. I'm like, when Zimmer says, hey, go pick up my kid or go do this, can you take my mom? I'm like, it's an honor. I will do this to the best of my ability. So those are a long answer to the promises I've kept to myself of just keep moving forward and trying to, and believing that you can manifest that.
Yeah, I mean, I can do 10 seconds. I love what Jim said. I don't think it's just like Jim said, I don't think that I never felt pressure. I think that was a weird thing for me where even answering phones, I had one mini nervous breakdown where I asked my mom, oh my God, I'm almost 30. Am I crazy? I'm going to cry. I'm crying. Like, she's like, Adam, you don't want to be 50 one day and have let go of your dreams and said, you never tried. So for me, I had one really nervous breakdown about 30. Before that, for some reason, I just felt like things were going to work out okay for a really long time. And I think for everybody else out there, just eliminate, this is a big thing we all talk about, eliminate noise from your life, from people saying you suck or people saying that this is good or this guy's doing this, he's on American Idol. And you're like, oh my God, dude, Horsey Blinders is my thing. Put them on, focus on what you're doing, focus on your craft, your songwriting, your placements. It's your world. It's not everybody else's business. It's not what everybody else is doing. It's what are you going to get done for yourself? That's the best thing I can leave as far as just relax through the process. The more freaked out you are, the less productive and probably successful you'll be. Because if you can't enjoy it at this time of your life, when it gets really serious, it's just going to amplify. So chill. It's going to either happen or it's not. You're either going to go to the dentist and it's going to hurt, or you're going to go to the dentist and it doesn't hurt. So why freak out now? Let's just go through the process.
I think Jim's story, what he just shared, pretty much exemplifies the idea of results not necessarily positive or negative results, but how your results are tied to your circumstances, right? Like, he was doing the stuff, he was taking the right actions. He might not have been getting the intended results that he wanted at that moment, but what happened was, because he stayed in that circle, he was on target the whole time. He met his buddy on the side of the road, and then a week later, his buddy refers him, and then boom, he gets that gig, right? It's a matter of just staying within that circle, not always focused on that straight and narrow. This is the result I have to have. Because the reality is, everyone's journey is a winding road, right? And I think we succeed because we stay open to the fact that this is where I think I want to end up. This is the path I think I need to get there. But we may need to do this to get there.
Yeah.
There's a great question someone asked, Bruce Lee asked here, Bruce Stewart Lee, is it best to submit songs that are positive over negative? If lyrics are negative or sad, does it reflect on my own negative feelings, which can ruin my chances?
Adam?
I mean, songwriting is cathartic. So you're going to express maybe how you're feeling at the moment. And if you, like Rob wrote Unwell, I actually because it was about a crazy person having, like all these weird thoughts. So yeah, put it down. It turned out to be a great song. Some of his songs are relationship songs. I think, statistically speaking, if all you do is dark songs, you're probably going to be put in a niche of, oh, there's that guy with the dark song. By the way, we need a dark song. Let's go to the dark song guy. But just try to be well-rounded. And don't be ashamed to show any piece of your soul. This is what we do as artists.
Sure.
Every artist has great songs, happy songs, sad songs. So just put down what your soul is feeling at the time. Jim?
This is a good thing, because this is when the craft comes into this, right? So I'm going to give you a few examples of this. So John Lennon writes Help, and it's a painful song. The lyric, he said, it's as good as the day that he wrote it, the day that he died. The song has a lot of energy to it, disguises the actual pain in the song. Just because you're feeling bad or have a horrible experience doesn't mean your song needs to be all of that. The same thing if you guys have seen the movie The Rocker, when they're doing the band, and this song is called I'm So Bitter, and they're playing it really depressed, and Rainn Wilson says, like, speed it up, and comes something else. So you can have, just because you're in a shitty mood doesn't make you have to make everybody else feel like that. But you can take a song that has and disguise it. John Lennon talked about Imagine as being, this very incredibly subversive song, but wrapped in a candy wrapper. And that's what makes it easy for people to digest. So you may feel one way, but the craft of your songwriting can hopefully get you into another place. With Woody Allen, he says that the comedy is what allows us to break down the barriers so that the emotions can get in. So instead of just making something, preaching, this is how I feel awful. It's like, can you do it in a way that will enter people's hearts? And that's where the craft of the songwriting comes in.
I think it's nothing more disconcerting than having a really happy ukulele song and like everybody's listening, and then the words are so dark and weird and twisted that you're like, wait, what is he singing? You're ready for this ride, and you're like, I have a track like that I'm so excited to share one day, because it's like about this guy dying and his neighbor's dying, but it's like you hear him like singing along and you're like, oh my God, that's so confusing. So have fun, man. Music is just whatever ride and experience you want to take.
It's awesome. Awesome, guys. Hey, listen, this has been fantastic. Thank you guys so much for showing up and being a part of this and sharing your knowledge and your experience with everyone. Yeah, go, man. Woo!
Thanks, guys.
Always a pleasure to be talking with you guys, for sure. So thanks so much for coming and joining us, guys.
Thanks, Michael and Joe.
Thank you, Adam.
Take care, guys.
Good luck to everybody out there. Go get it.
Cheers.
Bye.
Awesome.
That was
fantastic. Everybody having fun? Let us know in the chat. You're still awake? You're still with us? You should be. You should be present. You should be here. How was that? Yes, rocking. Great stuff. Awesome. Fantastic.
Well, we're going to keep it moving.
Yeah, let's keep going.
It looks like we have Adam Ivy is in the house already. Adam, if you're there. There he is. Boom.
There's the man.
I promise I'm not taking a nap.
That's awesome, buddy.
So-
Hey, nice to see you, man.
Yeah, likewise. Always a pleasure to hang out with you, Michael and Jody. Talking about how many Titans are within Sync Titan Live. I'm getting inspired by Adam and Jim, Adam and all the other people. Yeah, exactly. Jim Dooley. I'm just soaking it up over here, guys. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, good Lord, there's such, like, if we were all in one room physically, I would be like nervous as hell. I'd be like, hey, it's just like starstruck, right? So, side note, all of you guys in the chat right now, show massive love to not only Jody, but Michael for standing this entire time. I'm getting tired just watching him over here. I'm
going to sit down soon.
I'm getting tired sitting here, but no, it's always a great opportunity to be able to connect with like-minded individuals. The Sync space is so exciting for not only myself, and I have to thank Jody and Michael, all of my, except for like a couple Sync opportunities, these guys right here directed me right to it. So I'm more of the front-facing music producer working with artists who want to get on stage and want to rack up Spotify views and stuff. But there's such a vast array, a vast gradient of opportunities with what we can use our music for. But I think that identity, being able to have intent, being able to see it before it happens, such as the Think and Grow Rich philosophy and the Thrive Circle. I love that. You're going to have to make prints of that, Michael, with a little bit better handwriting. No offense.
Oh, yeah. I got slides for it already, buddy.
Dude, we got to get it framed up. I'd put that in my office right now. But no, always exciting to be able to catch up behind the scenes or in front of a camera.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, listen, I know that you are going to talk about stepping into your identity as an entrepreneurial musician. And this came about recently because we were talking with Adam, and we were just talking about the mindset of entrepreneurship when it comes to musicians. And this, again, just comes from the experience of working with, tremendously successful individuals. When you look at people like a Taylor Swift and whatnot, amazing artist, an absolute entrepreneur, right? Mm-hmm. Every musician who's crushing it. You see a lot of these musicians who've moved on to other things. Oh, who was it who did the vitamin water back in the day?
50 Cent.
Yeah. I mean, you see with all these people who, even Jessica Simpson, she's got like $1 billion, clothing line or something like that. Well, I don't follow her.
Reynolds. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, with freaking Mint Mobile. Yeah. The entrepreneurship aspect of it, because when we are creating a product, right? Yeah. Music is a product. And once we create it, then what do you do with it? Well, just like an entrepreneur who creates a widget, you need to monetize it in order to stay in business. Yeah. And great musicians, on top of learning their art, they do one of two things. They either learn how to be an entrepreneur themselves, or they surround themselves with fantastic marketing teams that can handle that aspect for them. But the reality is that you don't succeed unless you know how to sell your songs. So that's the whole business of music. It is a business. Whether we're in licensing or getting our songs on the radio, we are in the business of selling a product. That product is music. Granted, it's an artistic product and it's a product that people can resonate with. But there's a lot of music that gets lost in the ether because the creators don't know how to effectively market and sell it. So, Adam, I would love for you to share with us your perspective of stepping into the entrepreneur's identity.
Absolutely. And thank you for having me. Side note, everybody in the chat who knows who I am, awesome. Otherwise, I'm Adam Ivy, was a full-time music producer for 8 years, went deaf in my left ear in 2016, and now I help artists. I have a few other businesses and still make music. This is my future home studio. Got a few things to do still. These are just sitting on the floor. But one thing I realized a long time ago is that there were people that were making better music than me that were struggling. There was people that were making worse music than me that were just crushing it. And you get into your head, you get this egotistical thing of like, how are they killing it? How are they getting placements, right? How are they, whether it be placements with major artists or placements with within sync licensing means, but it's like, how are they doing it? They're not as good looking as me, which I've never thought, but their music isn't as good as mine, right? And then you start looking at their demeanor You start looking at how they operate, how they position themselves, and it's a true professional, right? If you're not an entrepreneur within anything that you do outside of the box of a day job, if you're doing your own thing, I don't care if you want to be a YouTuber. I don't care if you want to be a sync titan like Michael, Jody over here, and everybody else. I don't care if you want to do full-time music production and work with major artists, or you want to be an actor and get into TV shows, or you want to be a professional athlete one day. Maybe you're in high school sports now. It's all the mentality of, I need to step into this purpose. I need to step into that reputation by putting in the repetition. So if you step into an entrepreneurial mindset, it's not this Tony Robbins woo-woo, you got to be in a different state. It's saying, I have the tools, but how am I going to utilize those tools? So many people watching this right now, raise your hand in the chat right now if you have a lawnmower or a weed whacker or a hedge trimmer or pruning shears. That doesn't make you a successful lawn care business. You have the tools, the same tools, arguably, as the successful lawn care business, but what is your intent? Well, my intent isn't to start a business like that, but if it was, I have the tools. And now how do you apply the tools? Everything that you're going to learn today at this amazing event from amazingly, seasoned professionals, those are the tools. What are you going to do with it? Similar to the Thrive Circle. You could have all this knowledge and you could be cynical. And trust me, I am a recovering cynic myself. So I get it. But it's like, I know how to do this, but maybe I'll think about it some more. How many people have been guilty of that? I've been thinking about this. Well, maybe if I just watch one more YouTube video, maybe if I just do one more thing, what if I buy one more book that I'm never going to open? It's like talking about good golf play. Can we become a good golf player just talking about it? Maybe watching a video? No. You have to get out on the field or the course and practice over and over. You have to take the club and swing over and over. If you are a quarterback in high school, American football, and you want to be the best quarterback to ever make it to the NFL, well, you're not just going to say, well, I'm going to see what I can do in my high school career. No, you're going to say, you're going to step into that. I'm going to be in the NFL. And what does that take? It takes obsessive focus. It takes utilizing the coaching and being coachable. So being an entrepreneur, as we all are watching this, hopefully, you got to seek it, but then you got to do it, right? So you learn and then implement. My uncle, who passed away a couple of years ago, was the founder of a company called 800ceoread.com, which is now Porchlight Books. And he sent me a big box of like self-development and business and marketing books when I was probably in my mid-20s, so like 10, 15 years ago. And he said, Adam, if I ever come to visit, don't let me see those books in good condition. He goes, those are tools. You go through the book. When you see something, highlight it, dog-ear the page, put a Post-it note in it, and then go do something with it. He goes, none of those books you have to get all the way through. Something that's useful and do something with it, because the repetition is what's going to get us there. If Michael tells me, Adam, this is how you have to format your song to have the best opportunity to get sync placements. And I'm just like, oh, okay. But you know what? Like Michael has a lot more experience than me. So maybe he's doing it. Maybe I just don't know. You have to do it. And then you have to see the result. So if we all collectively wanted to go and start a bakery, this is a great example, I think. If we wanted to start a bakery, think about how much overhead cost that would require. We'd have to find retail space. We'd have to find, I've never owned a bakery before. So ovens, probably tables, definitely glass cases for our products, a menu board of some sort. You'd have to have employees. You'd have to have the cashier, the payment processing portal, all of that, right? Before you even had the opportunity to sell one donut, to sell one cake, cheesecake, pastry, croissant, whatever. Think about that with music. Very low barrier of entry. It just takes the action. I would argue that anybody watching this right now is already in the top 10%, just period. Because most people are egotistical. Most people are too afraid to ask for help, which is kind of sad. But if you look for guidance and you get guidance, do something with the guidance, because then you're the next in line. So stepping into an entrepreneurial phase, stepping into an entrepreneurial mindset, we start this bakery. We know we're not going to have crazy amounts of business as we're putting everything together. We know that we're not going to have, probably statistically speaking, not even profitable business in the first year. We're going to have to make it through. We're going to have to crawl through the crap in order to find the tulips, right? And if that's a metaphor for manure and then flowers, I'm all over the place sometimes. I apologize, but you get what I'm saying here. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing my.
Sorry.
Where did you find that sound effect, Jody? That's awful.
Continue. Sorry.
Thank you. No. When it comes to being an entrepreneurial musician, you have to say, what does my dream life look like? Maybe it's making $80,000 a year. Maybe you live somewhere in Indiana or Ohio right now, and it's a little bit cheap to live there than LA or a big city like New York, Manhattan, specifically. But then you have to reverse engineer it. You say, well, how many placements at this amount in the sync space would I have to get to be able to live that life consistently? And then you have to say, how can I get there faster? How can I get there with a little bit more predictability? And that comes from seminars like this. That comes from getting the right mentorship. That comes from all these people. Think about how many people, I'm a big sports guy, kind of played sports in high school and whatnot, but the legends, whether that be a coach, whether that be a player that's about to retire, how many times do you hear that they took somebody under their wing that just came in and now that person is the next superstar? Because knowledge is transferable, but repetition is how you get the reputation. Think about this. You don't want to be the guy that comes up to a group of people at a party, a social gathering, a networking thing. And every time you're like, hey, I'm Adam Ivy. I'm a music producer. Hey, I'm Adam Ivy. I'm a music producer. Hey, I'm Adam Ivy. I'm a YouTuber. Hey, you want to be introduced. Hey, this is my friend Adam. He's an amazing music producer. Hey, this is Adam. He does YouTube. And that only comes from repetition. Because having one placement, I mean, how many people have won Grammy Awards and then kind of disappeared? And I'm not ripping on them, but like you have to have maniacal focus and a little bit of selfishness in order to step into the entrepreneurial musician that you are. Without money, you have no business. You're just making music. So you're a hobbyist until you step forward into that identity. Does that make sense, everybody in the chat? Does that make sense? This is like super like relevant to myself because I was at one point in my life a dead broke beat maker. I didn't know anything about production. I had to step into that identity. I was making beats, completely broke, eating eggs, tuna, and ramen for like 10 months straight after I lost the job in 2009. I had to say, all these guys, and I'm not going to name names. I don't even know if they're making music anymore, but like all these guys are crushing it. This guy just bought a brand new vehicle. This guy has all these awards. This guy got 4 placements on the last Chris Brown project. What's different about them? And then I'd check out their content. I check out their videos. I'd even try to reach out to them and have a call back in the day when everybody was calling on, Skype, not Zoom. And it just is how they carried themselves. It was like inspiring. You guys ever hang out or know somebody that's like successful and it's just like there's a different vibe, a different aura to them, just completely? That's from experience, right? That's a little bit of crust, a little bit of success, a little bit of all this stuff into like who you guys are 10 years ago is not who you are today, is not who you're going to be in 10 years, let alone 5 years, let alone 2 years, if you're really eager to jump in. But we have to step into that. Otherwise, we're just going in blind. And I'm not trying to push the topic too far here, but think about it. If you don't have goals, if you don't have an intent with what you're doing, so many people post to Instagram, and I know that Jody probably gets a million emails from people that don't care about burning a bridge the first time. Yo, I'm the best ever. Listen to this stuff and give me opportunities. So like, it doesn't work like that. I mean, Adam and Jim said it perfect. You never want to be rude. I'm paraphrasing. You never want to be rude or go in with ill intent to the people that are signing your checks. Yeah. And guess what? That's everybody. That could be somebody that is a co-writing partner at a writing camp. That could be a producer that you reach out to, or a mix engineer that next thing you know, they're running the show. Yeah. You don't want to ruin your reputation before you have one, because what's up here is not reality, right? As far as ego, as far as pride. So I think that the more humility we have, stepping into it and saying this, but the only way that I can describe the color blue to someone is by showing them. So instead of telling them what the color blue looks like all day, I'm going to show them by using the repetition to my advantage over a time horizon that most people will quit. Because if you just keep at it with knowledge applied, you're not going to fail. You like 0% chance of failing. I know that's not legitimately like the statistic, but in my opinion, where there's a will, there's a way, but you need to find the way to get there faster. Otherwise, figuring it out yourself is going to take you until you have a whole lot of regret for not getting help.
So I want to just follow up on what Adam said, and because I've been looking through the chat, and I see that there's a bunch of people writing in the chat, like, like kind of defending us and defending, like, this is worth it. Here's the thing, guys: don't waste a second of your time. Don't waste a second of your time with those people. Those people are a waste of your time. Anyone who's in the chat starting with negativity, they're off the Thrive cycle. They're leading with negativity, right? Like, I'm going to go into a room with a bunch of people who've sold millions of copies and who compose major films and who have songs on all these TV shows and have won Grammys, and I'm going to on it. Okay, it sucks to be you, man.
Yeah.
Enjoy not having any career in music. Don't waste a moment of your time, folks, even responding. The effort you put into typing is energy that you take away from receiving the information that you get from people like Adam and everyone else. Everyone else who writes something bad in the comments, we don't respond to their emails. Who cares what they say? They're losers. They're here. They're in a thought spiral. They're angry else. Who cares?
Michael, can I get like another 90 seconds?
Yeah, please.
One thing, and I think you guys in the chat are going to agree with this. One thing that has helped me when it comes to, because I have a YouTube channel and I get some pretty colorful comments. I get some colorful emails and DMs on a regular basis. But something that one of my mentors had said a while back, because he said, if you put a room together with 100 people that are very interested in learning Spanish, and then you fly in the most world-renowned Spanish teacher to come in and for 3 months help you get up on Spanish. After 3 months, that room of 100 people, there's going to be probably 10 or 15 people that are just like somehow fluent Spanish speakers, right? Somehow in 90 days, they just picked it up. It worked for them. There's going to be a whole lot of people that if they go to a Spanish speaking country can make their way through, can talk to the taxi driver, basic, yes, no, can you take me here? I'm doing okay. How are you? That type of thing. And then there's going to be a group of people, probably 30 to 40% that didn't come to class, that didn't really pay attention, that didn't do their homework, that were on their phones while the instructor was trying to help them, didn't ask for help. Does that make Spanish? No. But this is the world we live in. There's going to be a subsect of people that don't have the mindset, don't have the wherewithal, and are triggered by every single thing we say. Doesn't matter if it's us or 5 other, rooms. They're going to be triggered because it triggers an insecurity in them. It triggers something that they don't like. Maybe somebody in the past signed up for some Dean Graziosi thing, and they're like, oh, I didn't get my value out of it. Everybody trying to teach online is a scam artist, con artist, blah, blah, blah. If you're so successful, why aren't you doing it? You're doing it. All you guys are doing it. I'm doing it. I've done it.
Adam and Jim are doing it, and yet you heard both of them say the people that they teach. There's a beautiful thing when you start learning things and you master something, you just have this thing that you want to share it with people and help others, and that's not everyone does, but the people who are here do. So Adam, this has been awesome. We're moving into our next session.
Good.
The entrepreneur aspect of music is so important. So let's hear it for Adam Ivy.
Thank you for the opportunity, guys. Pay attention, take notes. These guys will not steer you in a direction. And thank you for having me again. Have a great day, guys.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
That was awesome.
Awesome, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, right on. Well, we have a freaking awesome session coming up here. We have Brian Fuller and we have Callie J joining us.
Yes.
Little history real quick. Brian and I go back a very long time.
Way back.
In fact, Brian and I went and saw Matchbox 20 at the Gaylord Center in like 2002 on the Mad Season tour with, I think it was Lifehouse and
Lifehouse, yeah.
Lifehouse and the band that does Santa Monica, Art Alexicus. What's the name of that band? I forgot the name of that band.
I only remember Lifehouse and Matchbox 20.
That's great concert. So real quick, Brian goes by Fuller, by the way. Brian is crushing it with his placements. Like I said, I've known him for a very long time. It's been amazing watching his own trajectory. And So and some of you guys who are in our community, you heard from Ryan a number of months. Sorry, not Ryan, Brian a number of months ago. Callie J, welcome. Jody, I'll let you introduce Callie.
Well, Callie's crushing it in sync. I mean, what's interesting about Callie, she's a top liner, she's a vocalist, and she is killing it. And I know a lot of people come into sync saying, well, I don't write songs, I don't produce, I don't think it's for me. That's a false belief. It's just not true. So we're so lucky to have Callie here with us and Brian here with us. And Brian does it from North Carolina. So, it's like you can do this from anywhere. And just to reinforce that, it's really a beautiful thing. So let's dive into the questions. Let's talk about setting up your home studio. Both of you probably have similar but different setups because of your approach. Callie, why don't you take us through your home studio setup and any advice you might have for home producers or home songwriters that are at home or top liners at home, and how they can set up their studio without breaking the bank.
Yeah. And just to double check, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here today. But yeah, in terms of home studio and stuff, when I first got into sync, I was based in Atlanta. So I was working remote with a lot of people from LA and everything. And at first I was honestly going to a friend's house, and he was actually tracking my first, I think, like 75 sync songs. And that's how I started building my catalog into sync. But it just got to the point where I knew I needed to learn how to track my own vocals. I knew I needed to get my own setup, and thus began that part of the journey, which I was terrified of, because if anyone knows me here, I am technologically challenged. So I'm just here to say, if I can figure out how to track my own vocals, anyone can. But yeah, my setup is actually very simple. I have a Neumann TLM 104 mic. I have an Apollo interface. I track my vocals in Pro Tools simply because that's a lot of the guys that I was working with, that's what they were operating in. So I was just familiar with that DAW. But Logic and everything else is great. But I track in Pro Tools. And then in terms of kind of prepping the vocals and getting them ready to send to producers, I obviously clean up the stems and everything. I'll vocaline, I'll melodyne, and then I'll just send the grouped vocals over to the producers, and they can kind of produce it out, however which way they want. But I keep my setup very, very kind of simple and straightforward. So yeah.
Love that. Brian.
Hey guys, thanks for having me, and lots of great memories with my buddy Mike. And Michael, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but you are the first person that taught me how to use an EQ. Did you know that?
I did not, no.
Yeah. Mike mixed one of my demos, and I was like, dude, how'd you get the vocals to sound so good? And he's like, oh, yeah, I boost the high end. And I was like, oh, cool, I'll have to look into that. That was about 20 years ago, but I appreciate it. Callie's right on the money. I think having a DAW that you like, I think having a DAW that inspires you. For those of you who don't know what that is, a digital workstation. She uses Pro Tools. I use Logic, but I also use Cubase because I have to do PC stuff as well. So I think having a software that inspires you is important. There's a lot of debate. Which one's better? They're all better, right? They all do it. So finding a setup that inspires you is really important. And so I think having a good set of headphones too, because chances are you're not going to have a room that sounds great, no matter how much money you spend, unless you're going to build an actual studio. So I gave up years ago trying to make my room sound good. Just bought some Slate headphones, and I've been mixing in those for the last probably 5 years. So having a good set of headphones and having a nice DAW, and then I'd say also just having some live instruments. In a world where you can buy a sample library for everything, having live instruments, I think, is what allows you to put your own voice and your own stamp into sync. So I'd say those are the three things that I would start with.
It's awesome. When it comes to keeping it simple, it's great advice. And not saying everybody should do this. This mic was $150. I use this mic for everything, an NT1 Rode mic. But I've gotten big dollar placements recording into the iPhone.
Yep.
If you EQ it right, you mix it in right with the other instruments, it's possible. So don't overthink it. Keep it simple. That's fantastic advice. Well, yeah, Mike.
I was gonna say, I definitely, that question comes up often. People are stuck because they want to always have the right stuff, always having the right stuff. What's the best stuff I should buy? Well, it just comes down to getting started. But you have to understand though that if you start with crap, it takes a lot more work to make it sound good, right? So for you guys, what would you say is one key piece of gear that has been crucial to not skimp on for you guys? One piece of gear not to skimp on. That's
Good question.
I'd say a good set of headphones and a good microphone. I mean, obviously, if you're cutting vocals, microphone is really important. If you're just doing instrumental stuff, I mean, you might not even need a microphone. But I think I go back to the environment. I think the environment that you set really, like, for example, I was recording guitars in this studio that I'm in now. I built 6 years ago, and I started recording acoustics, and they sounded like crap. And I actually had a Neumann TLM 103. And then I realized it was the floor. The floor was so brittle, so I put a blanket over it, and then suddenly my guitars sounded really awesome. So sometimes it's just like being aware of what you're recording and not being afraid to go, hey, this crap's not working, so let me pivot a little bit and try something else.
I think for me, I do agree that there's, obviously a lot of flexibility in terms of mics and everything. As long as you know how to like work it and EQ it and all that stuff, you can get away with a lot. I think for me, one thing that kind of gave me a leg up on maybe some other vocalists when I was first starting out was the fact that I could melodyne and vocaline my vocals. The fact that I was really cleaning them up and tuning and everything before I sent them to the producers, just to make their job easier. It made them want to work with me more, which I think, obviously ended up helping in the long run. If you make yourself very easy to work with and you kind of, just help streamline the process, I think that can help a lot of vocalists out there, kind of get more collaborators.
So, Brian, you were mentioning that you had the floor problem, right? Most of us are working out of homes. Some of us are working out of apartments. Some of those apartments have thin walls. Aside from, say, Brian, your floor issue, Callie, in your situation, like technical, what other issues do you find yourself having to deal with? Do you maybe get like road noise coming into your room that you have to work around? And how do you work around those particular little issues? Maybe your neighbor's dog is barking.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that actually, luckily, was not so much of a problem for me when I was building a catalog in Atlanta. But since moving to LA, that's definitely more of a problem in an apartment here. But I mean, I just have like the kind of soundproofy thing around the mic and then the pop screen. On many, many occasions, you obviously have to retake vocals if there's like a siren going off in the background or a dog or whatever. Definitely have been under a blanket on almost every song at some point, tracking vocals under a blanket just to help deaden outside noise and everything. But that just goes to show you don't have to have some crazy setup. I'm literally under a blanket tracking sometimes. So it's creative problem solving,
I got a question go ahead, Brian, do you want to answer?
No, I think she nailed it. I mean, just use your ears, and if something's not working, try something different. Sometimes going into your living room and recording might be your sweet spot in your house. Or maybe, I mean, I've done that. I've moved around. Like, I recorded some sound design stuff in my garage, and it sounded awesome. But it was for the project I was working on, which was some weapon design stuff. So that was the perfect location for that. If I would have tried to record it in here, it would have probably sounded sterile.
Mm-hmm. Callie, do you have any advice for top liners that are in the audience today that are watching that, they might not write songs, they might be singers, and they just want to crush it and get placements? Like, any advice you might have for them?
In terms of like finding collaborators or getting
collaborations and how that arrangement might work and attitude, all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I mean, when I decided, hey, I want to do sync, I'm going to jump in, head first in the deep end. The first thing I did was find, sync conferences and stuff, webinar things like this. I think the first conference I ever went to was the Taxi Road Rally. There's a lot of sync conferences, but like places like this is such an amazing place to meet people in the chat. You can find producers there, you can find top liners. And that's honestly how I got hooked up with my first producer collaborators. and it was just a life-changing experience to get connected with guys who were already in with all the agencies. They were already getting a ton of placements, and for whatever reason, I convinced them to take a chance on me and let me top one some of the tracks. And they were already plugged in, so they were able to then shop the songs and create those connections for me with those agencies. So then at a certain point, I could reach out directly to them. But honestly, I always just go back to places like this, little conferences and everything, where you can network and meet people and get exposed to other people's music and pick who you want to work with and everything. It's an amazing environment to find collaborators.
Brian, what was your journey into licensing? Because your story is awesome. I'll give you a quick little background. I knew Fuller back in Nashville in the early 2000s. He was doing the artist thing. He was also doing a lot of songwriting and producing. And then you walked away from it.
Yeah, I did. I moved down to Florida and I got a culinary degree. And then right before I started working in the restaurant business, I got pulled back into music for the second time. But yeah, you know how it is. Once you get the music bug, you can't live without doing it. It wasn't until 2015 when I decided to get into sync licensing. And actually, Joy Basu, who will be here later, I believe, got me my first placement on the Kardashians in 2015. But for me, I always wanted to I have 4 kids. And so one thing I learned in Nashville is that touring was not for me. So I had zero desire to do that. And so when I found sync licensing, I felt like that was the perfect thing for me. I'm a homebody. I love being at home. I love being around my family. So being able to create and make music and collaborate with people all over the world and do things like this without leaving our houses is pretty amazing. And we're able to do things we could have never done 20 years ago. So been doing it ever since. And now I'm in North Carolina, which is also the video game capital of the East Coast. So I'm currently doing video game audio design for a studio here in North Carolina. And so again, it's just all about going through the doors that open for you and not trying to force one thing, but always going where the river flows, and as the doors open, you walk through them so you don't end up under a bridge eating cat food, Michael.
All right. That's awesome. Jody, did you have a question?
No, some things came up. I was thinking back to the conversation we had with Brian. I open a Pandora's box and bring up, artificial intelligence and how that, is playing a role into, Brian, what you were doing, what we were talking about with composing for video games, right?
Yeah. Artificial intelligence is a very scary term. Everyone thinks it's going to completely replace all of us and take over the universe. But the reality is we're all going to be dead in 40, 50 years anyways. So I think by then, I think we'll be okay for the next couple decades. But I think, for me, it's being able to compose generative music that changes with the player when you're playing a video game. It's not like 1987 where you hear the same 4 bars over and over and over until someone mutes the television. It's about, creating music that goes with the player. And, with computer coding and technology, there's a lot of opportunities out there. The world has such a short attention span right now. I guarantee, Jody, Michael, you guys probably get demos all the time. How often do you listen to 3 minutes and 30 seconds of them? Yeah, maybe about 20 seconds if it's great, and then it's on to the next thing. So time is money and keeping things interesting. So I think we shouldn't be afraid of it. I think we should go in full speed. Kathy was using AI for her vocals. It's called Melodyne, right? It's called auto-tune. It's like use the tools you have to maximize your product so that you can be successful.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment, about auto-tune and Melodyne. And Callie, you were talking about how you use it. Any advice for anyone here or watching and that is hesitant? They say, I'm not good with tech. I don't know how to do tech. And they've just, for whatever reason, convinced themselves that they cannot learn it.
Well, I mean, I was coming from the same place, honestly. I mean, I swear I had a mental breakdown the day I realized I had something due literally the next morning, and I'm like, I have to learn how to track vocals and how to do all of this and just like pull an all-nighter. Because yeah, I'm not very technologically adept. But those two plugins actually I think are very user-friendly. They're very simple. I swear I should be sponsored by Vocaline. I freaking love that plugin. But I just think they obviously help create a more polished product. They make it easier for the producers, so they want to work with you more. And it's just, they're not crazy expensive either. I mean, I just think those two are worth it. I, for one, am also, a huge fan of tuning vocals and melodyne and everything. I think some people don't necessarily want to tune their vocals, but at this point, the audience, the market is so used to, radio ready music that is tuned sky high that like you have to deliver a tuned product even to sync and film and TV and everything, or else the listener can pick up on that. So being able to tune the vocals put you above the rest.
It's interesting. My son's an actor, and he was auditioning for something recently. He had to sing a song. He chose Imagine, and he was listening to Imagine by John Lennon, and he said, it just doesn't sound as good as things that come out today. And my wife and I lost it on him. We were like, no. Here and then yesterday we were actually tracking him singing it. And he watched me in Logic producing it, and then we went and tuned his vocals and worked on it. I said, you see, they didn't have this when John recorded it. He had one take to get in there and do it, and it was what it was. And now he gets it. Now that he sees that and sees the difference. But at the same time, and someone commented in the chat, the market demands auto-tuning. If John Lennon was making music today, they'd be tuning his vocals. That's just...
They did for the last single that came out.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah.
And I will say, you have some flexibility dependent upon the genre too. If you're doing a lot of singer-songwriter or like more acoustic stuff, folk, obviously there's a little more leniency there. But if you're going full-blown pop or hip-hop or, whatever, that really needs to be tuned and cleaned up and pretty tight. So, it just depends on what genre you're working in.
Well, can I jump in too real quick? Because I think people get so down the artist road, like, should we do this? Should we? I think we can all agree that time is money. And so it's not, I guarantee you, Callie could sing a perfect vocal, or she could sing a quick one, tune it, and then do 3 more the same day. So, it's a, are you trying to make a Grammy award-winning single, or are you trying to make money in sync? Because if you're trying to make money in sync, I'd rather have 10 songs that I tune the heck out of than 1 song that I worked until it was perfect.
Yeah, and I think we should clarify for people that are watching, there's a difference between tuning vocals and trying to get that auto-tuned effect into your vocals. Like that's a stylistic choice. And I do hear that come up a lot, and people overdo it. And there's too much of that, and that can immediately, turn someone off to the music. So it's tuning it delicately and in the way that it should be tuned. And if that's something go ahead.
I'm sorry. I worked with I had the great honor when I was growing up. I make no bones about it. I'm a hair metal guy.
Yeah,
it's all I listen to when I get in my car. Channel 39 on Sirius XM. Hair Nation. When I was growing up, there were 2 producers who I listened to, literally my entire record collection. Well, one of them produced very few records, but great ones, Mutt Lange. And then the other one was a guy named Michael Wagner, who produced every 80s hair band from Skid Row, Ozzy, Motley Crue, Poison, Metallica, Motley Crue, I think I said, Extreme. I mean, you name it, he did them. So I always saw his name. I had the pleasure of becoming good friends with him when I lived in Nashville, and I spent a lot of time with him. And I asked him a lot of questions about the records that growing up. And those records are great. The production on those records is great. The vocals are perfectly in tune. But he told me a bunch of stories. He said, this particular singer was great, man. He could sing his butt off, but his pitch was always weird. So I'd have to run it through the sampler, which was a keyboard with the little jog wheel. I would sit for like a couple days on end running the jog wheel, which is basically what auto-tune does.
Wow.
Pitching it in tune, going back, recording the phrase, running the jog wheel to get the vocal in tune.
Wow.
That was auto-tune back in the day. We listened to auto-tune back in the day through samplers. It took 2 days. and that to me was such a mind-blowing experience to go, well, now I know why he never sounded in tune when I saw him live. He didn't sing in tune. He had a great voice though, right? Anyway, that was just a very interesting story of like, wow, the technology that we use now to tune vocals was used back in the day through an entirely different process that took a lot longer, and it was through sampling and then running the jog wheel. So that completely changed my perspective, because I was the guy where I'm like, no, it's got to be authentic, no auto tune. But then I realized, no, that's how great records are made. Great records are made and they're in tune.
I learned recently heard that Whitney Houston actually tuned that high note in "I Will Always Love You," and I couldn't believe it. It kind of blew my mind that was auto tuned. So I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently there's a documentary about it. Callie, someone has a question for you. Do you write the lyrics too when you top line? And I would expand on that if you do. How do you sort that arrangement with the writers that are coming to work with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I got started as a top liner, which means I write the lyrics and the melody, the rhythms that, all the rhythms and harms that the vocals are doing. So when I was getting started in sync, I did a lot, and still do to this day, a lot of 50-50. So the producer will supply the track, we'll do all the vocals, we have a song together, and we both get 50-50. I also do a lot of like three-way co-writes and everything, and then it's just, even third splits. But yeah, I just handle everything vocal related and lyric related. So
awesome.
So, Adam Ivy was just on, and he was talking about the entrepreneurial mindset, right? The idea, of course, is that as a musician, you are creating a product and you're selling it, right? So when your songs are fully produced and they're done, whether you're doing it on your own, Brian, or Callie, whether you're working with a producer to finish the full production, what marketing strategies do you recommend independent musicians use to increase the visibility of their songs and land placements?
You want to go first?
Oh, okay. Honestly, I think it's, I would divide that up into two sections. If you're an artist and you're trying to make it, in the artist world, I think that's a whole different conversation.
The question is specifically for sync placements.
Okay, for sync, yeah. Yeah, so I'll tell you what doesn't work. This doesn't work, is connecting with everyone on LinkedIn and then immediately sending them your song saying, hey, check this out. That does not work. It will work 100% of the time. Mass sending people your crap won't do anything. And I say crap because it's crap until people know it's a masterpiece, right? And the only way people are going to know it's a masterpiece is if they listen to it and hear it. And the hardest thing to do is get someone's ear. That is the hardest thing to do, especially in a saturated market. So my approach, what's worked for me, is to build my brand as a person, not as a sync writer. My brand as a networking person, as an entrepreneur, as a business person, building my brand that way, not asking people to do stuff for me, but asking people what I can do for them. So I think the first thing you need to do is, make great music. And the second thing you need to do is find the people that can do stuff for you and figure out a way to do stuff for them first. If you can do stuff for, Jim was talking about this. Gosh, dude worked for freaking Hans Zimmer. I'm like jealous. Like I couldn't get that out of my mind watching that first session. I'm like, dude, he worked for freaking Hans Zimmer. That's like the top of the top. He got that gig because of someone else, because of someone he had a relationship with, not because of his music, not because of him being a composer. And he actually said it, Mike. I don't know if you guys caught this, but I think this went over a ton of people's head when he said this. He doesn't listen to people's demos.
Yeah, I heard him say, yeah, I remember that. Yep.
He hires people based on their personality. And it's like, I'll tell you right now, I have been accepted into music libraries and gotten 100 placements from libraries that have never listened to my music. It's all from just networking. Hey, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, hey, send us some tracks. And you send it. So I think people approach it wrong. I don't think, especially in sync world, and then I'll stop talking because I talk a lot. I get passionate about this. But in the sync world, your music doesn't lead the way. You lead the way. Your personality leads the way. Everyone's music is pretty freaking good. Like there's a lot of great producers out there, but the relationship aspect is the most important thing.
100%.
Hearing that.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, I think I can see it like split it into two areas. There's like the more industry focus area in terms of finding collaborators and agencies and building those relationships. And absolutely, I've always taken the more like, well, let's just be friends first. Let's hang out. Let's like, I don't even like bring up really work or any of that kind of stuff. Out and be buds. Um, in terms of getting agencies, I did see someone mention disco in the comments. I think in terms of approaching supervisors and agencies, having disco will help give you a more polished edge. Disco is kind of like the standard in terms of sending your WAV file to agencies and supervisors. So if you can have disco, it kind of shows you kind of know how people are receiving music in the industry. So it's just like little pieces like that just give you a more polished thing. And then it's personality and building those friendships. And then I think in terms of the public facing of building your brand, I've definitely had to take on more of the role of an artist. I release a song every 28 days on Spotify. I do photo shoots, make sure I have nice polished content for Instagram and TikTok, and I do music videos up on YouTube, because as the sync game is getting more and more concentrated and competitive, they're wanting a higher quality product. They're wanting artists with bigger numbers in some cases. So the more you can do to boost your social numbers and look active and look like an artist will also help. So I think, and making sure obviously your brand is cohesive with the music you're doing, but yeah, I mean, there's the internal relationships within the industry and also the public facing, just making sure you have a nice polished brand.
When it comes to if you were to take all the placements that you've had, this is for both of you, and you were to break it into a percentage, what percentage of those placements came through your relationship directly with a music supervisor, or your relationship or representation through a music library?
That's the easy question for me. 99.9% of all my placements have been through music libraries. I'm still waiting on the 0.1 to come through.
I'll work on that. Or a sync agent. I would add a library or a sync agent. Same situation. Probably 99% of my placements come from music agencies. I do get a couple soups reach out a year. I might place 5, placements direct to supervisor every year, but placements I'm getting every year from agencies. So that's definitely the focal point in terms of pitching my music and building those and maintaining those relationships with agencies. And I think a lot of people try to go direct to soup, and that is a good path if you can do it. I have friends that she's probably 50-50 in terms of what she gets from soups, but remember that a lot of agencies have E&O insurance, and that's what makes soups comfortable to license from them as opposed to the individual. So while I might be friends with these supervisors, I see them at the conferences, we're buds, they're aware of my music, they're going to be a little more hesitant to license directly from me when they can get an insured version of my music from an agency that they already work with. Yeah. We'll probably talk about E&O insurance a few times today. I'm glad you brought that up. For everyone listening, errors and omissions is what that stands for. And it's essentially, you're dealing with intellectual property when you're licensing music. So music libraries and sync agents will get E&O insurance for their company to protect their companies in case someone misrepresents themselves in a song that they're pitching. Let's say there's an uncleared sample and someone wasn't honest about it, or they were unaware of it, and they said, yeah, I represented 100%. The sync agent pitches a song, or the library pitches the song, and then it ends up in a huge commercial, and then someone waves their hand and say, hey, that's my beat, or that's my melody. Well, that agency is protected with E&O insurance because of the omission that occurred from that person. So that's 100% true. Let's talk about relationship building a little more, because Callie, you laid down a golden nugget earlier where you were like, sometimes I just want to hang out with them, usually before I even talk about music. I think that if anyone didn't hear that, that's so important. Let's talk more about relationship building, both for you and for you, Brian, and how you've cultivated relationships. Brian, on your side from North Carolina too, like how do you maintain relationships in the business?
Yeah, that's a great one. I think, first of all, I want to plug a book. I don't know the guy. It's not, I make no money off of it. You guys make no money off of it. But here's a book that changed my life. It's called The Power of Who by Bob Bodine. And the concept is you already know everyone you need to know. Okay. And it's about networking because ironically, I'm not a huge networking guy. I don't like going out to places and mingling for 4 hours, but I'm big into building relationships. This book is basically tells you, because a lot of people are like, I need to get to know this person, or I need to get to know Hans Zimmer. Jim didn't get his gig because he knew. He got his gig because he already knew somebody. And so a lot of times we don't even look at the people around us right now. You might not know this, but your uncle might be connected to somebody that is freaking can help you, and so like there's this idea of just start with your own circle and be aware, be aware when you're at a family reunion and someone has a Fender shirt on, they probably play guitar and you didn't even know it. And who knows, like my neighbor does this, or I've been in conversation. I got in a conversation with a guy at my church about 10 years ago, and come to find out his college roommate was a very famous Hollywood film director. and I knew this guy for like 3 years, and I'm like, wow, if I wouldn't have had that one conversation. So I think first start with the people around you. And the other thing is networking is not about asking people for stuff. It's about adding value to other people. If you can add value to other people, you can become really great at networking. And you just got to LinkedIn is great to do this, but finding people that you can champion and believe in, following them, engaging with them, watching their careers. This is not an overnight thing. This is something that might take 5 years. And so you just got to be comfortable knowing I've got a 5-year plan, and at the end of this 5 years, this is going to be incredible. But it's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the long game in terms of, going to, and I'm the same way, like I'm more introverted, I'm a homebody. Going out and talking to a bunch of strangers and networking isn't necessarily my, cup of tea, but I knew in order to get plugged into the industry and everything, I needed to start kind of getting myself out there and going to these conferences and meeting people. Sometimes, you do have the connections from just random people already. Sometimes you got to go out and kind of put yourself in those environments where you can bump into people, but it's absolutely the long game. I know for a lot of these conferences, I'll meet a supervisor 2, 3, 4 years sometimes before, we just keep running into each other at for years on end, and then suddenly they're like, you know what, I'm gonna reach out and directly license a song from Cali. It's definitely the long game. And even with pitching to supervisors and stuff, I mean, I have an email list of supervisors that I send my new music to out, maybe once a month or something like that. They're not always going to open the email, but it's like just keeping my name in front of them, just like the subtle, like, hey, I'm here. I see them at the conferences, and it just like slowly builds it to the point where they're comfortable to license directly, hopefully. But yeah, it's just definitely the long game. You can't instantly expect someone to just like try and like help you, So it's just about building the relationship.
Callie,
can I add one more?
Yeah.
Can I add one more thing? There's this term in real estate called leveraging. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but leveraging is basically you take something you have now and you leverage it to get something bigger and better and more expensive. And then that thing, you leverage it for something bigger and better. It's like a stair step. Leveraging is really important in the sync industry. And if you've never had a placement, your number one goal right now should be do everything you can to get one placement. Forget about conquering the universe, forgetting about being in all these huge libraries. Hey, guess what? Your first placement, I promise you, is not going to be with Hans Zimmer's library. Not happening. So you got to start in a different area. So you start and you get that first placement. And that's what the opportunity Joy gave me 7 years ago. I got my first placement. And then once I got my first placement, I was able to leverage that. I was able to my networking, and then you take that and you ride that wave and you use that to network more, because when you can put your name by a logo, people will read your emails quicker, and so it's all about leveraging and knowing what's the next step. And then when you have 100 placements, you can leverage that and you can attack bigger fish. And then when you have the motion picture, and then before you know it, everyone's calling you, and it's 15 years later.
Yeah, and don't be afraid of the long game in terms of getting that first placement too. I mean, I was working with agencies and pitching. I think I was pitching music for Sync for a year before I got my first placement. And then that first year, I maybe got 7 placements, and then that second year, I got maybe 15, and then it snowballed up to like 100, and I've been going from there. But it's definitely the long game. I think I had maybe 30 songs I was pitching at that point when I got my first placement. Obviously, I'm doing about 100 songs a year, not the catalog. But yeah, it's all about the long game. Don't be disheartened if you don't get your placement in the first month or 6 months or whatever. Like, you gotta be able to hold in there, and it'll come.
It's awesome.
It's great advice.
Yeah.
This has
Jody?
been awesome. It's been a great
Yeah, this is
conversation.
It's been great, guys.
There's people asking questions, guys. If you do have questions, you drop them in the Q&A instead of the chat. That's where we're looking for questions every so often. If there's time, we'll go ahead and answer them. But Callie, Brian, this has been a fantastic conversation. Thank you very much for spending your Saturday with us. Let's give them a round of applause. How about that? Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Great to see you guys.
DJ Sync in the house. Thank you, DJ Sync.
Thanks, guys. We really
Thank you
appreciate
very
being
much.
here.
See you guys
Thank you so
later. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Awesome.
Hey, Cody,
Yo.
I would love for you to share a story
Yeah.
that Callie brought up.
Yeah.
She was talking about sending out emails to supervisors and not always expecting a reply.
Oh,
And
yes.
I know that you had something funny happen recently.
Yeah, it happened over the break here around, actually, interestingly enough, this happens usually around the holidays. It has happened before, but this woman reached out to me and she sent me her music. It was like December, it was either the 23rd or it was the 26th. It was right around Christmas time. And she sent me her music and wished me a happy holidays, being nice, and then sent a link. I'm like, okay, and I flagged it to listen later. January 2nd or 3rd rolled around and I got another email from her and it said, in all caps, well, obviously the answer is no. And I hit delete, like I'm moving on. So I think it's, it happens. People can get in their own thought spiral, that negative thought spiral. And that's not somebody I'm going to be doing business with. There's people, on occasion I've seen in the chat here that mostly early on, I saw a few people with some pretty negative comments and I took a mental note of their name. Like, I'm not going to want to do business with that person. Right. So anytime you put that negativity out there, it goes back to the thrive cycle.
So that, and then we'll come back in multiple.
But they need to go to sync agents. They need to spend their time working with sync agents. Remember what it was like. And most third rolled around, I'm not going to want to do business with that person. Right. So anytime you put that negativity out there, it goes back to the thrive cycle. Anytime you put that negativity out there, people just aren't going to want to work with you. It doesn't mean you're blackballed. It just means you have to, change your thought, get into that positive cycle and try again. Yeah. So, we've all been there. We all have moods. I was an artist. I was a struggling artist. I got rejected so many times. Like, I remember what it was like. And most people in this industry, a lot of them are musicians. They've been there, they've done that, and they've tried it so they can relate. And I also like to talk about what Brian and Callie both mentioned, which just blew my mind. 99% of their placements, 99% of their placements come through agents or libraries. Drop in the chat a fire emoji or put your hand up in the chat if you wish you didn't have to waste or bother networking with music supervisors ever again, and you could still get placements. Let me know.
There they go.
Yeah. Oh, Tajai Moore is here. Tajai Moore, his song Obsession is our theme song here. Tajai is awesome. He's in the crowd here.
Yeah. Yes.
Awesome. Yes. I mean, look at that. So guys, I mean, that's the thing. There's so much time spent. It's not saying, like, to Callie's point, it's good to get and meet supervisors so they know your name, but you don't have to put all the pressure on yourself that I've got to build this relationship with them. The only way I'm going to get a placement is if I get to meet with the supervisor, because I guarantee you, I know for a fact that 99% of supervisors would like to just focus on doing their job and not having to network with new artists, right? They like discovering music, they like putting it in picture, but they need to go to sync agents. They need to spend their time working with sync agents and libraries, as do you. So the true heroes, the true rock stars in sync are sync agents and libraries. That should be where you should be spending your time building relationships.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, then, Jody, we have a moment. Let's see, where are we at here? I'm sorry, I got a little caught up.
12:01. We are on Pioneering Progress, your exclusive pass to cutting edge innovation. This is going to be a lot of fun. Let's get a little energy in the room here going.
For those of you, give me 1 second here. Pop off. There we go. All right. For those of you who were with us in August, we hosted a very small event. We called it Sync Fest. We hosted a very small event. We had 4 supervisors and sync agents join us, and then we had a little final session with a bunch of our sync titans, like we're going to have later today. But it was a pretty small session, but it was our first session that Jody and I done together. And for those of you who attended, you're aware of this, but for those of you who are new to our world, what we did at Sync Fest in August was we announced the release of our Sync Titan Award. And for those of you who don't know what this is an award that recognizes those musicians in our community who reach a certain level of placements with their songs. Now, the Platinum Award goes to those who've landed 500 placements. We have a gold one. Jody has the gold one behind you. For those who land just 50 placements, as musicians, we've all dreamed about having the platinum albums and whatnot, right? But it's very hard to sell 1 million copies, 500,000 these days. But when it comes to landing placements of your songs, we wanted to reward musicians for actually reaching very specific milestones. And it really starts with just 50 placements. 50 placements is difficult if you've not had your first placement, but 50 placements is really not a astronomical amount.
I always hear the same story there. It's like, just like Callie and just like me and just like Michael, the first 2 are hard to get. You get that going. Once you get 2, you get 4, then you get 8, then you get 16, then you get 32. It just starts to snowball. So it's figuring out how to stay in that cycle, and everything you've learned today about repetition and showing up and putting your best foot forward, it's putting it all together. And eventually it's inevitable, if you do that you're going to get a placement.
Yeah. And so once we released that in August, that was exciting. It's been really cool. We had our end of year party for our in I guess the second week of December, and it was really awesome to hear all the success stories of those in our community. Jody and I, we don't automatically hear when people get placements until they actually just jump in and start telling us about them, right? So that was very exciting to hear all the successes from those in our community and the placements that they're getting, and the new group of people that are going to be Sync Titan Award recipients. But when Jody and I merged both of our businesses together in 2023, I had Master Music Licensing, Jody had License Your Music. We merged them together and we created Elite Music Coaching. We had a bunch of missions when we started. And of course, with that came multiple phases of the growth of this. And I started with phase 1, where we wanted to bring an actual award to the industry. And then once we did that, we entered into the next phase. And Jody has been spearheading that over the last couple months. So Jody, you are muted. So
yeah, let's show them the before we go into that, let's show them the award. So you guys can learn more about this award and hear from others that have received the award. Let's check out. What do you think? Should we show them that video?
Yeah, we can show that, and then we'll come back and do our new announcement of what we have.
We've got a new one that's exciting too. But let's stick on the award for a minute here. So let me get that queued up here. All right, here we go. You guys enjoy.
Hey everybody, look, let's face it. Every musician has dreamed of hanging gold or platinum albums on their wall, right? Of course, all you have to do is you have to sell 500,000 or 1 million albums. And fortunately, early in my career, about 23 years ago, I was able to do that with a couple of the projects that I was a part of. And as you can see, I still proudly hang these awards on my wall. But unfortunately, these days, consumers expect music to be free. It's very frustrating. But the good news is that with sync licensing, your music has value. In fact, wouldn't it be amazing to receive a gold or platinum album award when you reach a certain level of placements?
Well, now there is. Elite Music Coaching is so excited to announce the Sync Titan Award. This is the first award of its kind for independent musicians who are fully focused on licensing their songs. And it's the ultimate validation of your hard work and talent. You know, I've worked on and licensed to a lot of big films and TV shows, but I never had a way to showcase that until now. And this thing just looks awesome hanging on the walls. It has amplified and reignited my passion for the art of sync licensing where music meets picture. Check it out. We wanted to create something that felt like Hollywood and the record business, that was unique and badass, that we'd both be excited to hang on our own walls. And this idea was born the film reel that morphs into the record. And behind that, you've got these like Hollywood spotlights and pillars. It looks like an Academy Award almost. Check out what other Sync Titans have to say.
All right, guys, I got this really cool package. It says awards and gifting on it, so I am going to open it up and see what is inside. So let's take a look. All right, we got some packing peanuts. All right, let's dig a little deeper here. Oh my gosh, y'all, like, check this out. Dude! Yeah. That is so sweet. In recognition of 50 sync placements as a member of Elite Music Coaching, Adam Searin, Sync Titan 2023. Oh yeah. Thank you guys so much. I can't wait to hang this on my wall. Y'all, this is so freaking cool. Ah! Yes. Yes.
It's here. Oh my goodness. Do you know what this is? Oh my god. This is my first ever plaque, an awards plaque, in recognition of more than 50 sync placements. That's songs on TV and film. I have 77 to be exact, thanks to Michael Elsner with Elite Music Coaching. Look, there's my name, Ashley Willis. Oh my goodness. I've been waiting a long time for an award like this. I can't wait to hang it on the wall and show everyone my Sync Titan Award.
Michael and Jody, this is awesome. I appreciate the award and for recognizing all the hard work that it took to get there. And I'm gonna work even harder to get that next milestone. Thanks for being awesome and teaching everyone, and I can't thank you enough for, teaching me how to operate within the sync world. So, haha.
Oh my goodness, this is awesome. There, you can just get the packaging off. Thank you, Jody and Michael. You guys are awesome. Look at this. Beautiful. Sync Titan, you guys rock. 50 placements as a member of the Sync Titan community. My good friends and colleagues, you guys are awesome. I much appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hey, Isha the Mad Scientist here. I was talking to Michael and Jody the other day about all the placements I've been getting, and they wanted to send me an award. So it just came. Let's check it out. It's a platinum. Oh, in recognition of 500 sync placements. Wow, I'm up to 800 now. But this is awesome. Thanks, guys.
We are so excited to be part of the group. We thank you for this awesome plaque.
This plaque is killer.
I mean, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, 50 placements, man.
Yeah, I know, right? So once again, thank you, Elite Music Coaching, Michael Elsner, Jody Friedman. You guys rock.
Yeah, you do.
We love this
I don't know what
plaque.
this is.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with my hands. I just Ricky Bobbied myself.
Whoa! In recognition of 500 sync placements as a member of Elite Music Coaching, Jim Dooley, Sync Titan 2023.
How awesome is that? Look, we want to recognize our Sync Titans and we want to commend them for all of their hard work. And that's why we created this award. Now, just imagine for a moment the doors that are going to open up to you as a Sync Titan Award recipient. Music supervisors, sync agents, music libraries, they're going to instantly recognize your talent and your dedication. And of course, that just leads to even more placement opportunities of your own songs in TV shows, films, commercials, video games, film trailers, and more. This really is the ultimate validation of your tenacity and your talent. Jody, myself, and the entire Elite Music Coaching team, we're looking forward to welcoming you into our community of Sync Titans. And even more importantly, we are really looking forward to sending you your very own Sync Titan Award.
Awesome. What do you guys think? Is that cool? Who wants a Sync Titan Award?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we're so excited about it. You know, here's the thing. We're coaches online. You guys know this. We coach. It's a business. We make money from that. What we like to do is invest back into you. Our goal is to serve you at the highest level, starting with the Sync Titan Award. We also have something that, like Michael mentioned earlier, we've been working on for several months now. We're super excited to share with you today. So should we just roll the video?
Yeah, just roll the video.
All right, we're gonna roll another video. This is awesome. So you guys get your phones out because there's a QR code you're gonna want to grab and enjoy.
Well, we have a complete game changer for those of you who are already on your sync success path, and I'm so excited to share this with you. And if you're at all like me, you know, you probably sign up for various online programs and courses, and you get so excited to dive in and expand your knowledge and your skill set. You probably even think, well, you know, I'm going to be able to have time to go through this program on my drive to work, or I'll be able to get through this while I'm waiting at the airport. But then, of course, reality sets in, and you find yourself having to juggle multiple websites, multiple platforms, and multiple logins. And what ultimately happens is you soon find yourself lost in a sea of devices, on social media, on YouTube, battling a sea of distractions and feeling frustrated that you started strong, but then you struggle to finish. And we've all been there. And that's the problem that Jody and I set out to solve. And today we want to share with you the release of our new Elite Music Coaching app. And this app seamlessly blends all of our various online programs like Sync Placement Academy and Sync Titan together in one place. There's no more toggling between websites or logins, no more missing out on valuable insights and opportunities. You can now focus 100% on what matters most to you in your sync journey, and that's absorbing knowledge and connecting with a vibrant community of sync professionals and who are all dedicated to one another's growth and success. And so before I keep talking, Jody's going to take over and he's going to take you through that app right now.
We are so excited to have the Elite Music Coaching app in the App Store. So open up your phone, search for Elite Music Coaching in the App Store, download the app and install it. Open it up, log in with your email and password, and then make sure you accept allow when it comes to sending you notifications. You want to do this so you don't miss out on any projects that are open for submissions or any lives or anything like that. You can choose any product you want, but we're going to choose Sync Titan. So now you're inside Sync Titan, and what you can do at the bottom, you see there's discussion, there's meetups where you can see the upcoming meetups that are happening. You can also see recordings of past meetups at the top where you can watch replays, listening sessions, collaboration cafes, upcoming meetups with guests, our live coaching call, all the info you need where you can RSVP, add it to your calendar, and all of that is here inside the app. You can also go to challenges, you can join challenges, you can complete challenges. We have a holiday challenge we just finished, and a lot of really exciting stuff going on inside the app itself. Now, if you go to the top left here and you click those 3 lines, this sidebar will open. And if you click discussion, you'll go to the discussion circle, and it's sorted by the most recent discussion. So anything that's happening with your community members, this is where you can reach out to them, ask them for feedback on songs, connect with other producers, other songwriters, other composers, whomever you want to collaborate with, and have a discussion about anything. That's where you want to do that. There's also a chat room where you can tag people, just like Facebook. You can tag them, you can message them, and the chat room is really fun for people who are online at that time. Oh, also, you can go here to find other Titans and message them directly in this database here. You can also check the leaderboard to see who's in the lead with the most points. That's based on how active you are in the community. And then the most exciting part, you can submit to briefs here. This is where we post the briefs and the deadlines and the submissions. There's no discussion in this section. It's solely for submitting to briefs. All comments are deleted, so you don't want to start a discussion here. If there's a question about a brief, you bring it over to the discussion tab or the chat. And lastly, share your wins. This is where you share your wins. Any wins that you have of the day, of the week, no matter how big, no matter how small, share them here. It's so encouraging to see what other people are up to in the community, and to share your wins. It's a wonderful thing to be positive and stay in that circle of positive thought. It's so important to your success. So that is Sync Titan. Inside the app, you'll be able to access all of your courses. Anything you've signed up for, any program you've taken from us or you take in the future will load into this app. So you can access Sync Placement Academy right here. You can load your modules, you can watch the lessons right inside the app from your phone. You can plug it into your car when you're on the go and listen to the audio if you want. It's pretty amazing. It's a powerful, powerful app. We're so excited about it and can't wait for you to dive in.
So if you're a member of Elite Music Coaching in any way, take a moment to download the app right now and log into your portal so that you can take back control over your experience with our courses, our coaching, and our community. We've crafted this app in a way that allows you to level up your knowledge, enhance your skills, grow your network, and if you're already a member of Sync Titan, submit to those briefs that we post each week.
All right, awesome.
Woo woo! So that was just made live in the Apple Store, the Apple App Store earlier this week. The Android version will be coming out as soon as they actually make it live in their store.
Yeah, it does take
They're
a little
longer. Slower, apparently.
Yeah.
But
But
it might be live tomorrow. It might be live on Tuesday. We don't know. It's out of our control.
So we were gonna save this next announcement. We're gonna get to the next panel here, which is gonna be awesome with John Yash and Derek Garton. They're joining us. But real quick, we were saving this announcement for later, and something happened the other day. We got a call from a director friend of mine. So we decided to share this next announcement with you. This is big. So when I was in Japan, I had the good fortune of getting to finally go to Japan, first time in my life, in October. I got an email from an old friend, a director friend that I've worked with about 10 years ago. He was making a film. He was looking for help with music supervision. So I hopped on the phone with him. We had a good conversation about funding and what's going on with the film, where it's at. So I called Michael up. I said, look, the only way we're really going to be able to control or have as much influence as we can to get our Sync Titans placements is if we produce a project. So we are super excited that we are now producers on a feature film. And they're going to be shooting in April and May. And part of our role, the biggest part of our role, is that we're in charge of everything to do with the music. We have we have to give thanks to our wives for allowing us to take this big risk with an investment, to invest in this film. But again, we're doing it for you guys to try to give you as much opportunity, not just to get the placements, but we're also going to have some other things coming out where you get to see the process top to bottom, because I bet a lot of you don't know what goes on and all that's involved in making a film, and you are working in the film business now. So that's the announcement. That's the big announcement there. So what do you guys think? DJ,
yeah. Woo, woo. That was a fun one. That's a stressful one. I'll be honest with y'all. You know, the award and the app, you know, that's an investment. Coming in as producers onto a feature film at this level, that's stressful.
Yeah,
but it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. So
we're making a movie. All right.
We'll give you more information as that comes, but that's probably going to start up around April, and it literally just went through on the 8th. On the 8th of January, the film got fully funded. Yeah. So we're very excited about this. And we are super excited about our next panel.
Yes. Let's give it up for John Yash and Derek Garten.
Woo,
John and Derek, come on over. I'm going to make you guys spotlights here. Go ahead and unmute.
How's it going?
Thank you for joining us today, guys.
How you doing?
Yeah, great to be here.
Awesome.
And this is Cliff over here. I said that.
Hey, Cliff.
Welcome, Cliff.
Yeah. Well, thanks for spending Saturday with us, spending some time. And Derek, good to see you. John, we've never met. I've heard great things about you. I'm so excited to dive into this conversation. I think Derek's at Prime Studio. I recorded my EP with Derek back in 2015 when I was pursuing the artist thing. Had a great time.
Yeah.
Well, Derek and I are both going to invest in your movie starting today.
Exactly.
Right, Derek?
Exactly. John, you just tell me where to send the check.
Yeah, we'll send the checks.
John, I think, by the way, we might have met a few times over the years. I don't remember it myself, so you probably don't either. But I used to work at Emerald Sound Studios and Mathphonics Recording. And Greg Lawrence is a good pal of mine, and those guys I used to work over there. So.
Oh, for sure. We must have.
Great to be with you all today, though.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Well, I met John in September of 1998. I was out at the AES conference in San Francisco. What was that?
What a big mistake that was.
Well, I met John. I ended up going to a panel. There was a panel, producers panel, and that producers panel had Bob Rock, Bob Clearmountain, and Bruce Swedien on it, and all legends, all legendary engineers and producers. Mm-hmm. Bruce Swedien did Thriller, but when we got there, I knew I was 2 months away from moving to Nashville. I had just got my apartment in Nashville. I had super long hair down to my waist, and I was a super shy kid. And I sat down at the seat, and this individual sat down next to me, and his badge said Franklin, Tennessee. Franklin is a town just south of Nashville. That's where I got in my apartment. And for the next 5 minutes, I had my palms all sweaty, and I thought, how can I have a conversation with this guy from Franklin, Tennessee, because I'm moving there? And finally, I came up with the best line that I've ever thought of. Start a conversation after 5 minutes. And I got up the nerve and I said, so you live in Franklin, Tennessee? And he said, yes, do you live there? And I said, no.
And I
but
said, no, get out of here.
No. But I'm moving there. And he goes, oh, who do you know? And I said, I don't know anyone. And he said, well, let me give you his card, give you my card. And so he gave me his card. I went home. Flew back to Florida because I was in school at the time, and I pulled out his card. And when I actually saw his name, because his name is spelled Jasszcz, I owned records that he had done. I'd seen his name in the credits, and I always read it as John Jackas's. So when he introduced himself as John Yash, and I remember when I pulled out that card, I put it on my coffee table, which at that time was just 2 guitar cases stacked on top of each other. And I freaked out. Oh my gosh, I have this guy. He's worked on records I own. So I moved to Nashville, And again, I dialed like six numbers a bunch of times until I finally got the nerve to hit the seventh number, got him on the phone. And he was the individual who gave me my very first opportunity and got me started in this industry. And he is a legend and an unbelievable human being. And we are so honored to have him here with us.
Well, thank you. And that's how you met John Lowry, right?
I met John Lowry that first day with you and Randy.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Awesome. So we've been talking about the process from songwriting, right? Then we talked about producing music out of your home studio. Most of us are working out of our home studio, right? Once we've produced the song, we have everything put together, all the instruments put together. What's the next phase that we actually have to go through? Taking all those individual tracks and mixing them into a listenable recording, professional quality recording. So we're going to be talking today about mixing and how to get the most out of your DAW and your system, and various strategies and simple approaches to start mixing your songs so that your songs stand a chance and can compete with other professional broadcast quality songs in order to land those placements. So thanks guys for being here. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
So John, your mixes are known for their distinctive qualities. How do you go about developing a sonic signature in your mixes? And how can aspiring mix engineers carve out their own unique sound?
Wow.
You can keep it simple to start.
Okay.
Real light.
Well, you know, obviously I'm always striving for excellence in the mix, and, you know, a signature, I don't know what my signature is. Maybe it's a combination of getting really great drum sounds and getting a great vocal sound to go with it, and all the other stuff that goes with it. But the vocal becomes paramount ultimately. You can have the greatest drum sound in the world, and that's not going to sell the song. The vocal's got to sell the song, or whatever the main instrument is. If it's an instrumental, you know, and it's a saxophone, whatever, that's got to be the most important thing in the mix. So I mean, I feel my signature over time has been like really good drum sounds and a vocal sound that is distinctive and stays up above the track all the time, without crushing the track, you know, being able to hear all the other parts, but that vocal still every single word, every syllable has to be heard, so that you can sell the song, whether it's to licensing or for a hit record. You know, you have to sell the song, and you sell it through in my experience, it's through the vocal, you know. That's all I can say about that. And now how do we get there? Well, we'll leave that to someone else.
Well, I'd love to go down that road a little bit, and we're gonna get into the nuts and bolts, if that's okay.
Yeah,
we might get super nerdy for some folks who are here for the next half hour, but the recording and production aspect is so crucial. So, you know, from my perspective, hearing a lot of independent musician songs, one of the problems that I hear all the time, and it's instant. The second you hit play, it's instant. They just took the audio and they turned it into a 2x4. Just crushed it.
Oh yeah.
Because it's this misuse of compression to make things louder, which in the process just removes all the dynamic range and makes it sound mushy. I'd love to hear your perspective of how you utilize compression, and even if we can go a little further, how do you actually use automations when you're actually mixing the songs? I don't think a lot of people actively use automation.
Yeah, well, I probably rely on automation more than anything, more than compression. I mean, I use compressors, but I use them in a limited way, you know, where you don't hear it. You know, if you're going for a sound where you want to crush the drums for a special effect or whatever, then you do that. But you don't ever want to make a vocal or the whole mix just sound super loud just to be super loud. So I try to be careful about how I compress things in individual tracks. I compress them lightly, and then I actually sit there and go through the whole song and automate the parts. When I want to hear things louder, I work my way through the song, and
and I find most important things at that moment that should come out, and I automate those parts, and hopefully it never interferes with the vocal, and obviously you have to ride the vocals, because as a song gets more dynamic at the end, or or actually less dynamics at the end of the song, you really got to start getting that vocal up over the track. If a song's building building up to a crescendo, you can definitely lose the vocal without automating the tracks, and compression won't do anything for that. I mean, you can over compress something and then it just sounds loud and nasty, like you said.
Derek, what's your approach to mixing when it comes to compression?
I have to agree with a lot of what John said. It's a tool we use, and I think we want it to sound tasteful as much as possible, or transparent as much as possible, unless it's an effect we want to throw into like the equation, like drum rooms or a boosting section. I tend to find a number of years ago I started mixing through my whole limiting and master bus chain as well. So effectively, because I had to make records that sounded like other records, let's say, and get them as loud as possible, I had to have that basically on the whole path. So, I started to kind of figure out pretty quick, as I've always really loved mixing drums and vocals first. They're like the two most important things. Again, John's on the nail with that. Once I get that relationship going, everything kind of comes up to becoming like, it's like filling up different pails of water.
Yeah.
Like I want to slowly kind of like bring all this stuff up to sort of tuck just under and be in the right place. And compression can help me bring up the low level stuff, and it can help me kind of control some things. But automation is such a huge part of mixing that I think early on in my career I was less aware of. But I used to, for instance, watch Chuck Hanley sit at the mix room at Masterphonics, and he'd sit there with the spacebar set up in such a way that he'd hit play, and he'd hit the spacebar like twice, and it would double back like a few bars, and he would just keep working his way through the song, writing his vocals, writing his backgrounds, and he would spend a majority of the time, I would say, in some ways, just on the automation of the mix, really. And I find myself, and like I'm sure John as well, doing the same thing, where it's really about, as you said, when you're getting that vocal over the whole into that track, at times I'm pushing that thing what feels like on my fader 7 or 8 dB, but I know that I'm also going into the limiting, which is actually pushing other things down, not necessarily bringing the vocal up. So it's a balancing act, like a teeter-totter, and you really have to find those really fine points to sort of find the fulcrum.
And then sometimes you have to sit back and go, "How did I overdo it? Let's go back, let's go backwards," but you try not to do that, and especially you mentioned your 2 mix, you mixing through your bus compressors and stuff. You have to be really careful especially when you're starting out. People who are just,
if I can interrupt, because I think what you're about to say, I could be wrong, is when you're starting out, you have no reference point of where anything's supposed to be in a way.
Exactly.
And like, at least when I started with a limiter, I was making things way too loud or crushing stuff, or I couldn't figure out the balance. And so for a long time, I didn't mix with limiter on at all. So I built an understanding of my workflow and my gain staging, where I'd eventually figure it's going to land. And then from there, putting in a limiter was a very subtle thing in a way, actually.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
And I mean, it helped for me, being as old as I am, that we really didn't have
experience.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
When back in the day, I mean, when I worked on an MCI console or an API console back in the 80s or whatever, we didn't even have a compressor to put on the 2 mix. So you were automating all the time, or you were mixing in sections, because back then, by the way, the automation was not like it is today in Pro Tools. There are certain factors where actually there would be delays that would happen with automation as you were going back and forth in automation back then. It's a whole nother story. But anyways, so we would actually mix in sections. We'd mix the intro, and we get the optimum part of the intro and print that, and then mix the verse and get the optimum stuff happening in the verse. You could actually ride it for just 8 bars or whatever, and then print that, and then splice the whole thing back together. But now we can do that in Pro Tools, because we can work just like you said, Chuck worked, and I work the same way. You work in sections, and you get the optimum out of it, but it's all done in automation now. And then you work the next section. Once you get the overall feel of the song, though, you always got to get the overall feel of the song first. Then you start automating. And that's really...
And to add to what you're saying, John, I think as well, with the overall feel, like the emotion, because I think every song, whether it's a good or bad song, somewhere there's emotion in it, hopefully. And the first thing is to try to figure out what's getting in the way of the emotion for me. And a lot of times it is carving and EQing to create a really good static mix where everything sits clearly, but I'm starting to feel things that are touching me in certain ways. And yeah,
And,
something else
and
I
it's
wanted to
important
point.
to get that emotion. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but get it early on. The emotion,
For sure.
you have to do it in
For
the
sure.
first hour sometimes. I mean, it has to happen. If it doesn't, then you're just hating the whole song. Maybe there's a reason why there's no emotion. Maybe it's
100%.
there. But you try to do that early on. Get that feel, that rhythm feel, and that vocal feel early, so to make you feel good, because you have to feel good about it and have an impact on you, and then that'll make the listeners feel good about it. And then you start tweaking from that point on.
So early on, when I was first working with John back in the day, and Cliff, I'm sure you can relate to this. John just said a bunch of things, and he probably doesn't remember this, but I remember, like, it just stuck with me so much when he explained kind of the theory of mixing. And I'm positive, I don't know, maybe you do remember this, John, but I remember at that time you explained to me mixing and how a mix should have like a 3-dimensional feel, right?
Yeah.
And to where you have like the height, which is obviously going to be the level.
Mm-hmm.
You have the width, which of course is going to be the panning. And then you
Yeah.
have the depth in the mix, which is what you get when you start utilizing, EQ and various effects appropriately to create that depth.
Yeah.
Volume too, I think, is a big where it sits in that range as well.
True. Yeah. I'd love for you guys to talk about how you use effects to create that depth in that 3-dimensional space. And even just the mindset when people are getting into their home studio to start thinking about mixing in a 3-dimensional method, even though we're just using speakers, but how do you approach creating a 3-dimensional aspect to your mix?
Do you want to go?
The first thing I start with is creativity. Like, I kind of close my mind, close my eyes, and I think to myself, if I'm standing in a space, I'm listening to this music, what am I envisioning in front of me? Or am I in the space? Can it be an intergalactic battlefield? Does it be a hotel room or a bathroom? Just it's all relevant to the song and to the story. So I first start there with just kind of envisioning that element of things, and then I kind of start to build the walls in of what it's going to be. And for me, that can be starting with getting the levels where I want them, so to speak, as I talked about. Because to me, the vocal being up front or how close it is can be reverb, but a lot of times I find it's even just pushing the volume and drying it up. So you figure out the textures that you might want to use depending on the storyline or the song, for instance, and kind of go with it from there. But the first thing I do is just literally I just free my mind to it. Instead of thinking about the mix and what am I going to use in the EQ, I just imagine myself being in the environment with the music and figure out how to be part of it, if that makes any sense, which is a very 3-dimensional way of looking, which I'm glad you brought up, John, earlier about the 3-dimensional thing, because that's certainly how I see sound. It's like putting VR goggles on in a way for your ears.
Yeah, it's always like a painting to me when I'm when I'm working. I'm trying to, whether it's a live record or whether it's a studio record, it's still a painting. Your live record, you're painting, trying to portray what happened that night, and in a studio record, you're just trying to figure out what the producer was trying to envision in the first place and how much depth it should have. So with that said about depth, so I'll have several tools that are in my, or on my palette for depth. I'll have, so for the guys that are mixing at home, you'll have some reverb setup that are really short rooms, medium rooms, long rooms, super long rooms, and then sets of different kinds of delays that you can, when you decide to start creating this depth, you go, oh, does the snare, how big do I want this snare to be? Not just with samples, just the original snare. Does it need to be in a short room, or does it need to be in a long room, or is it a combination of all those things that make the snare grow or the drums grow overall? So you have these different templates that you can go to, and then sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. And and if you have to create new things, then you go in and create new reverbs that'll work for that particular song or that particular genre of music that you're working on. And I know there's some other I know there's some other questions here about effects, which we could mention. I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Let's just dive right into it. Let's just go. Just
you know, there's, whether it's drums or vocals, the song grows from the beginning to the end. And so the vocals, you do these subtle changes with vocals where the vocals are actually getting bigger, and you don't, the listener doesn't really realize it until they, unless somebody's really nerdy and actually notices it. But the vocals should grow and get bigger as the song goes on. Or when a track gets super busy around it, you might have to do something to enhance the vocal so that it'll pop through more in certain sections, which you can do with EQ and or growing it with verbs or delays. And the same thing with drums. Drums can start out really small in the beginning of a song, and then later on, when there's 9 guitar parts and 50 keyboards with 12 pads and whatever, you may have to figure out a way to make the drums sound bigger to cut through all that crap, as I call it. That's not nice, but
which brings me to a great effect I like to use a lot of times, which is the mute button and the mute send button. So like, exactly, it's where can we create like space and time for something to happen and start taking things away in moments, or like even effects, like drawing up effects so the vocal becomes very direct and immediately.
Obviously, like in a breakdown section, you want the vocal right in your face, or you can affect it differently and make it telephonic or whatever, or distorted. You know, you have all these little tricks that you can pull out. The way, and I know I've said this before to Michael, except for auto-tune, every single effect, every single gimmick that was ever done was done by the Beatles. And everything we get came from that era, basically. I mean, there's a few new techniques, obviously, but generally speaking, everything that was ever done was done between 1963 and 1969 or 70 by the Beatles. So if I've been in situations mixing a record where someone goes, well, I don't know if I can have a delay on a vocal right there. And I'm like, well, okay, well, we'll take it off, but do you really think that's over the top? And
it's a fake agreement.
Has it ever been done before? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure, John Lennon did it in 1966. Don't worry about it. It's okay. But if you don't like it, I'll take it off. Like, it's easier to hear it without it than to argue about it, and which is one of my philosophies. If a producer asks for something that's weird or out there, I'd rather just try it than argue about it. Let's just try it and let's see if it works. It'll be apparent within 5 minutes whether it works or not. And so
I'm the same way with that as well. I tell people when I'm working with them that my name's not the biggest one on the package. So at the end of the day,
it is about the vision of the producer and the artist. Always, you have to keep that in mind, that you're just enabling their creation. You're just trying to help them with their creation.
Like a good therapist might do.
That translates perfectly to what we do in the sync space, because even if we are the artist and it is our creation, it's not the final product.
Right.
We're handing that over to a production company. Basically, it's a production company who's telling a story, right? And so it now becomes the story of the screenwriter or the director or the producer, right? So we are ultimately serving them with our music, and the reality is they're going to manipulate it so that it sits in the scene and helps them tell their story. So it's the exact same.
And that's why you have to give so many different versions, right? Because
stems,
all the stems to fit it into the scene, right?
Yeah, sometimes the vocal's just too loud, or there's too much of it, or the drums are too loud, and they need to remix it on the fly against picture, because they have their own timeline with the video. You've got to move things around. So,
100%. And not to skip too far ahead, but you have a question about incorporating analog techniques into the digital age. Which
let's
remind
talk
me.
about that.
I was going to touch on when doing sync. It's pretty difficult. I have found, and especially even on some of the most recent work I've been doing, that it's so difficult to do much analog outside of the tracking or input process, because you have to have quick recall. I mean, you have to be able to almost instantly pull up a session in a 5-minute lunch break between projects and print a new thing, send it to the sync company, And so that to answer that question, I try to stay away from it as much as possible.
Well, so another way to look at that though is as far as analog. When you're producing these records for sync, or when you're recording, you want to try to get as much analog in as possible. So if you can own some great, like Neve mic pre's or whatever, things that are analog sounding that actually have color in them. You want to be able to track your stuff and get as much analog into Pro Tools or whatever you're using before you ever even mix or even think about it. Just try to get the sounds good and use great pre's and great analog EQs if you can get them. You don't need that many. You can just buy a couple of these things and process your instruments before it ever gets to the mix. Then today we have some pretty cool analog tools inside the digital world now. There's the tape machines and different types of tape machines. You got all sorts of choices now that can make things feel a little more analog. And I guess for a lot of people, they wouldn't even know what analog really means unless they've worked in that field. Fortunately, I'm old enough and experienced enough that I've heard a little bit of that analog stuff before.
Speaking of that, John, you obviously come from a long lineage of the Nashville music industry, and having got to assist and work for guys like you for a long time, it always fascinated me how much Nashville's about committing sound to tape. Like, it was so much about EQ, compress. I mean, I'd see stuff going to tape when I first started. I was like, oh my God, I'd be afraid to mess it all up. And you can if you're not careful. But I've watched people really put a lot of time and energy in getting the sound right going down so that it's clear for the next guy or for.
Well, and I grew up in Detroit. That's where I started before Nashville, and so I learned from the Motown guys. They were my mentors, and we were. Excuse me. No, hang on. My wife just popped in for a second. She thought we wanted lunch. Anyways, so then we only had, basically whether it was 16 tracks or 24 track, whatever, and we had to commit. We had to get the best sounds at that time and print them because we didn't have a lot to work with when we were mixing. I mean, we had 2 echo plates and a tape delay. We had the first digital delay ever made. We had a loft flanger and 2 compressors. So as we were recording, we were doing what we thought should, we were trying to get the best sounds we could possibly get, so that when we mixed, we just pushed up the faders and there was the mix and we just added the color to it.
And how many tracks did you start on?
Well, I started on 4 in my house.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. I was the same. I was on 2 track. I started. I grew up in Tokyo. My dad loved hi-fi stuff, and so he had a little stereo DAT recorder, and I was going straight through a mixer the 3rd floor of my parents' house with some bad RCA microphones.
Okay.
Radio Shack microphones into a stereo 2 mix, and so that's
you get 2 tracks. Well, I had
the Beatles did it.
Yeah, the Beatles did it. I had 2 4-track recorders and would bounce back and forth just like the Beatles did in my house before I was in a real recording studio.
That's amazing.
Then the first recording studio I worked at in Detroit, they actually had a 24 track and a 16 track. And that's where at that time I was working with George Clinton and Bootsy Collins and doing all the R&B stuff. So that kind of helped me with figuring out the low end in mixes.
That segues to a question someone had. Can John and Derek give us a couple of their examples of supremely mixed songs in a few genres? That would be great. Anything you've mixed, you've worked on that you're extremely proud of how it turned out?
One of the more recent ones I've been working on these Taylor Swift, and I got the fortunate ability to mix one of them for a song called Safe and Sound with John Paul White and blanking on her name for some reason. They were the Civil Wars previously. Anyway, it was really cool.
Joy.
Yeah, thank you so much. Joy Williams. My apologies. Lovely people. But that song is a very delicate song, starting out with the acoustic element and then building into a band kind of vibe to it. And so it was a real I find, I don't know if John, you run into this as well, when you're working with stuff that's really organic and dynamic, not like a full drum rock, full, in your face sound. It's like sometimes just to get things reined in and right, but to feel like everything's heard, it was an interesting, it's an interesting process to me to like have to really work on it. But that was one I was really proud of. Safe and Sound. And now, is this also just stuff we listen to, or is this specifically stuff we've also worked on?
They were asking stuff that of yours that you've worked on, but if there's some that you've listened to that you think, like AB, maybe you listen to their mix sometimes, and
I used to. I was a Donald Fagen, Morph the Cat. This is a great track. I saw Gary Pachosa used to use as a reference, and I'd go over there with Brandon Bell, his assistant at the time, and him. He'd be playing in the studio subwoofer. There's a funny story about that. My mastering guy for a long time was a guy named Joe Palmaccio, who passed away, unfortunately, several years ago, and one of my dearest friends. But the first time I met him, I go into his studio to listen to some records and get a feel for his room and talk about a project. And I put on Donald Fagen, Morph the Cat, and I'm sitting there playing it. And as soon as I'm done, he goes, "Did you know I'd mastered that before you came in here?" And I said, "I actually didn't know you mastered that." And I opened up back in the day of CD booklets. I opened it up, and sure as it was day, it was his name. And so he got my business for a long time until he unfortunately passed away. Now my business partner Josh at Nashville Mastering here under our umbrella is doing my mastering. But I would say that's a great sounding record. I worked on another one called Meteor for a band called The Winter Sounds. You can Google that on YouTube. It's a really cool music video they did with a lot of AI. But sonically, I'm really proud of that one. It's just dynamic and big and huge and kind of ethereal, epic kind of a vibe. Very cinematic, I'd say.
You're not that. There's one other person that told me, Donald Fagen, Steely Dan, right? From Steely Dan. Yeah, Clint Black said the same thing. He mixed, Steely Dan was his like go-to for mixes. He told me that once.
Yeah.
How about you, John?
Same here. Obviously, listen to Steely Dan. Whenever you want to feel good, the mixes are stellar. As far as the things that I did, there's a new record, but I don't even know if it's out yet. It's by an artist named Anna Saylor, and produced by Israel Houghton. That's sonically really sounding good. I don't know when it'll be out, but Anna Saylor, and then if you want to hear some like old Kirk Franklin. There's an album, what's it called? Hero is a great sounding record I worked on. I mean, I honestly, I can't think of a lot of
I would say every record.
By the way, I don't even like listening to half the stuff I work on. I would say everyone. I go, oh man, I don't even want to hear this one anymore. I've heard it so, and then I listened to it 5 years, like, oh, it's pretty good,
with nowadays, so many artists are working out of their home studio, right? And they're tracking things themselves, and then they, of course, will hand it over to a mixer. On your
same for session players as well too. Now a lot of session guys are working remotely as opposed to being in live in rooms anymore. But
100%. So they're now taking on the role of not only being the performer, but now they're also taking on the role of being the engineer, right? Which really is its own art in and of itself. Understanding how to capture audio at the highest quality, and it's truly an art.
They do like 2 or 3 times the work for the same pay.
Right. So what are the biggest challenges that you encounter when you receive tracks like that are done in people's homes? And what would be your fixes? What would be the most common fixes that you would have, pieces of advice that you have to independent musicians working out of their home to fix that audio before it gets to you?
Pocket and feel.
Yeah.
I know it's not such an audio related question, but I find that, obviously it's a producer choice too, making these calls, but a lot of times when I'm working on a track, I'm fixing time alignment issues and pocketing things to kind of get it to feel good. And that makes such a big difference in how the clarity of the mix ultimately comes together. You can mix something really clearly, but if the pocket and the feel are still kind of fluffy sounding, the whole thing's kind of landing on itself a bit here and there. Kind of giving it a bit of, like a 3-dimensionality effect of like those 2D glasses or whatever. But I would say that and filtering low end and things like that out that are just environmental.
I've found there's a lot of drummers and stuff that are doing their own recordings, obviously, and they're sending in the files, and I found that the ones who set up their studios with an engineer in the first place, like actually brought someone in and dialed in the sounds the first time, those particular musicians come out with the best sounding stuff. There are some people that have just bought a bunch of gear and then they record it, and they have no experience, and they usually give you the worst stuff, and then you have to try to figure out how to fix it. So long as the cymbals are recorded halfway decent, I can usually fix the drums. If they destroy the cymbals, then I'm in trouble. Then I've got then you can usually fix the kicks and the snares and others in the toms. If you have to use samples or whatever, you can fix them. But if they ruin the cymbals, then I actually have to say, maybe you should re-record this. But that doesn't happen very often. Usually you can fix most of the stuff. But seriously, I found that there are a lot of musicians who actually took the time to go and set up their studio with an engineer who's made records before, and then they can just press record, and they can make subtle changes after the engineer's gone. But in general, they have a decent sound right away, and then when they send the files to you, they sound pretty good. But there's a lot of bad recordings going on these days too. People don't get the sounds. They don't know how to actually get the sounds to in the first place.
Yeah, I could say that, like, working on tracks that come in from some places where it's drums in a bedroom or a garage or an environment like that versus me cutting at Blackbird and mixing tracks from there, it's like night and day how fast the drum sound comes together.
Exactly.
As John's pointing out, a lot of it's just, it gets into doing the work to fix it,
Yeah, when we record the drums, it's usually pretty easy to mix it after the fact.
For sure.
And that's just experience. I understand when we're starting out, they make bad recordings. I made plenty of bad and I got paid for them. I got paid for making bad recordings.
There's someone asked a question which is related to one of ours too. Theirs is a bit simpler. What is the difference in mixing for sync versus mixing for radio hits?
I think you're more of an expert at this.
Personally, I don't ever look at anything that way. I look at mixing as mixing, and I want to make it the best it can be for the song. And I think John probably would agree with that as far as not mixing for a certain output or format, really, ultimately. Again, going back to what's important about sync is being able to get the sync or get revisions done quickly in a timely manner and back to the people who need it as soon as possible, and be able to do that quick and fast in an effective way, and sending stems that are clear and really labeled well and have the right stuff. You didn't bleed something on another track by accident, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I think there's a question about different genres of mixing. I think you want to ask that question?
We can talk about it. So yeah, how do you apply mixing to mixing cross genres?
So when I listen, it doesn't matter which genre I'm working in, really. I'm always going for the best high fidelity. Doesn't matter whether I'm doing country, gospel, jazz, rock, whatever. You're always trying to get the highest fidelity and the most depth out of your mix. If while you're mixing that, you're not sure about placement of a certain instrument, and because maybe you worked on that particular genre in a year or two or whatever, then you could go and find a reference, and this is what the people that are doing placements, whatever, or mixing for the first time, you should always go and reference material that you're working. It's similar to the material that you're working on, obviously. And so if I haven't worked in that genre, I'll get the basic mix together, and then I'll go listen to something in that genre and go, oh, that's what they're doing these days. And then, okay, I'll do that too.
I'll even ask to take it further, the client or the producer, if they'll send me some tracks specifically they like sonically.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just to go, oh yeah, like this is where their head is or how their room sounds. Because again, every engineer's room's different. And you might play something from your room in someone else's room that to them it's boomy or to them it's bright. And so I really want to hear what they're hearing as best I can. For them, what's a great drum sound? What's a good, and those references against what I'm working on. I'm sure, as you said too, like references are such a huge and important part of it. When I started mixing, I didn't know what I was doing. So I would just kept popping my mix A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B back and forth until I got it to the place where I thought it was in the same weight class or like genre-ish or like, it was kind of like, it wouldn't drop out if they were back on the playlist or the radio, for instance.
Yeah.
So references were a huge educational tool for me. And even to this day, I still do it consistently. I'm popping my mix between some other stuff. I've got a playlist set up and a good plugin, and yeah, it's super helpful for sure. Because it gives you a reference point. I mean, especially if you're starting out and you don't know how the low end in your room is. Well, if it sounds really, really boomy on everyone else's mix and it sounds really thin on yours, you probably aren't doing something right, So it's figuring out those little things. And to take that one step further, if any nerds are out there who care about plugins, I use SonarWorks Reference. It's their version of a room correction software. And there's a lot of speakers now that have this built in, but going from a, Kenna Shittahidley room at Master Font, my bedroom, and working for a number of years, to other studios, to this place now at Prime. It's just been something that helps me kind of take out some of those bumps and things in the room that are happening that like you may not even be aware of, and it just creates a much more decisive nature for you, or a decisive environment for you to be able to make decisions and quickly, oh, this is what I'm doing, I feel good about it. I go into the car and check it every mix at one point after a while, which was reassuring.
Yeah, that's good. When I first moved to Nashville, and well, really for the first 15 years that I lived in Nashville, each producer, each artist, record company, whatever, would have their preference for a studio. It wasn't like you had the preference for the studio. It was whatever rate they were getting, or they liked some studio, or a producer liked, and so you had to go from one studio every 2 weeks. You'd change studios, and the hardest thing was referencing that studio. Like when you walked in, the first thing you did before you set up any gear was you started playing music through the speakers, whether you're using your own speakers or, like you said, the Hidley speakers, whatever, at Masterphonic, and you figured out what that room sounded like. And now the reality is all people here all have home studios that are working, and they can go to Spotify or whatever, and they can reference stuff like that fast. Whereas we couldn't back in the day. We had to have way back we had a record player, but we had CDs. We would play CDs and we called it burning our ears in the studio to figure out what that room sounded like. And then once we knew what the room felt like, then we could start mixing and emulate what we were hearing.
To add to that too, John, you obviously have a lot of experience, I'm sure, with this, but a lot of guys would always take their speakers to the studio too. It was like, kind of like you bring your headphones to a session. You would roll in with road cases with, Chuck would bring his KRK or, his VA.
I did that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And your speakers, in a different room will sound different still, and
right. So that's why that was the first thing is I put up my speakers and listen to those speakers. It would start playing right away while we were setting up we brought in racks of gear back then. This is before plugins. So I had a rack of, 3 racks of gear. And the more racks you had, the more you got paid. No, I have a little story about that. So I only had 3 racks. They were only like, you remember that.
I remember them. I set them up.
I have 1 tall rack and 2 small ones, right? So when I first started working with Kirk Franklin, we were in LA. And so all I had was my 3 little racks. And this is LA, right? Where everything is big. And we were in the studio and I was working on this song, and he presses play and he's listening to it. And halfway through, first of all, he started looking around the room like this. And he just stopped and he goes, "How can you make it sound this big? There's no gear in this room except for those 3 little racks and that stuff over there." and then there was a guy named Bobby Sparks. He was a keyboard player for Kirk Franklin. He goes, "Because he doesn't need all that stuff. That's what I've been trying to tell you." Because the engineers in LA back then, and this is in the early 2000s, and it goes back to the 90s, they would walk in and they'd have like 6 racks of gear, and he was used to, and they would charge $2,000 a day just for their gear. This is back in the 90s. But I figured out how to do it with a minimal approach, because if the tracks were recorded halfway decent, it wasn't hard to mix. But these guys were into show, and they were into actually paying for their gear. And that's why they would, besides their regular rate, they charge $1,800 to $2,000 just for their gear. And Kirk was used to that. And then he realized, oh, wow, it's not about the gear. It's about knowing what knowing how to mix. So
to add to that, if I'm not interrupting you, I apologize.
No. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I work very eclectically genre-wise. I work from Hungarian folk music to pop records to country to rock to jazz. I love a lot of jazz, and I've even had to go to other countries and work. Obviously, like I went to Budapest to work with this Hungarian artist I work with quite a bit, because for them, they initially came to Nashville and we did a record here at Prime, and they wanted to know how the Nashville sound was and what it was. And the Nashville sound, I say, well, I can save you a whole lot of money and tell you it's really just about the guys, what we do and who we are as people, and the level we have to work at, and efficiency and speed and all those things that play into just being professionals. Of course, I go over there and make a record, and the record sounds great because they had the guy in the room, and I think, even as I've talked to my partner over the years about our studio, it's like, it's the person in the room more so than the studio's name or the brand, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And so,
been that way for a while. I know I had the same experience with Germans. They came to Nashville and recorded, and then we went over there and mixed,
Yeah, exactly. And I brought that reference software with me that helped me greatly adapt very quickly to a new room I had never worked in. Although I shot that room out and it literally was fine. I was like, it's better than my room at home. What's going on? So, but yeah.
Next question.
Awesome.
No, this has been awesome, guys. We have to wrap up because we have another one joining us. I know it goes by quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We have a good time.
We're having a good time with you guys.
So we'll have to do one that we'll have to do like a mixing panel for 3 hours.
There you go. There you go.
And then we might tell you a couple of the plugins that we use.
Well, actually, what would be with 1 minute left for each of you? What are your top 5 plugins? Top 5 plugins.
John, you go first.
I use PSP Vintage Warmer. I use a lot of PSP plugins. The standard wave plugins, the Abbey Road, their tape and their console. I use that, and I those are really good plugins to work with. Overall. But that's
for me. It'd be number one, SonarWorks reference, the room correction software, so I know what I'm hearing. Then I would want God Particle as my main 2-bus finishing kind of tool, and then FabFilter 3 quite a bit for getting digital clarity. It's like my GMLEQ in a way. It gives me a lot of clarity and focus.
FabFilter for sure.
Yeah, and I love the Plugin Alliance. Their SSL channel strip, just because I came up on SSLs at Masterphonics and Emerald, and it just is I go and it does the things I want it to, and I almost can do an entire mix literally if I want. The SSL channel strip alone with FabFilter and Valhalla's verbs, something like that. So.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
John Yosh, Derek Garton was here for him. Fantastic information.
Yeah.
So excited you guys were able to join us. Thank you so much for sharing your information and experiences.
And if anybody has any questions, they can email. How's that?
That was great. John Yosh.
Derek, was great talking to you.
You too, John. Let's get lunch soon. Y'all take care.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye, guys. Have fun.
Bye. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes. Such good information. Everybody still with us? DJ Sync in the house? Awesome. Yeah. Man, we've talked about songwriting, composing, and we could stop today right now and it's just
call it a day, but we're not gonna.
No, we're not gonna. There's a lot more coming. So we're going to stretch our legs a little bit. Everybody, bathroom break, grab some water if you want. If you weren't here earlier, we're going to roll some videos about an announcement we made earlier about the Elite Music Coaching app, which is available now in the App Store. And I saw a few people asking about that. It will be coming to Android. If you download it and you do not own any products of ours or our community, if you're not a member, you won't be able to log in because you don't have any products. But once you do, you'll be able to access everything in there. So you can download that, check out the video, and then we'll also watch the Sing Titan Award video again. And coming up is Rick Barker. He's going to be joining us. We're going to talk about smart strategies for indie artists, save time with money, and proven systems.
We will be with Rick in 5 minutes. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
All right.
Awesome. Well, we have a complete game changer for those of you who are already on your sync success path. And I'm so excited to share this with you. And if you're at all like me, you probably sign up for various online programs and courses, and you get so excited to dive in and expand your knowledge and your skill set. You probably even think, well, I'm going to be able to have time to go through this program on my drive to work, or I'll be able to get through this while I'm waiting at the airport. But then, of course, reality sets in, and you find yourself having to juggle multiple websites, multiple platforms, and multiple logins. And what ultimately happens is you soon find yourself lost in a sea of devices, on social media, on YouTube, battling a sea of distractions and feeling frustrated that you started strong, but then you struggle to finish. And we've all been there. And that's the problem that Jody and I set out to solve. And today we want to share with you the release of our new Elite Music Coaching app. And this app seamlessly blends all of our various online programs like Sync Placement Academy and Sync Titan together in one place. There's no more toggling between websites or logins, no more missing out on valuable insights and opportunities. You can now focus 100% on what matters most to you in your sync journey, and that's absorbing knowledge and connecting with a vibrant community of sync professionals and who are all dedicated to one another's growth and success. And so before I keep talking, Jody's going to take over and he's going to take you through that app right now.
We are so excited to have the Elite Music Coaching app in the App Store. So open up your phone, search for Elite Music Coaching in the App Store, download the app and install it. Open it up, log in with your email and password, and then make sure you accept allow when it comes to sending you notifications. You want to do this so you don't miss out on any projects that are open for submissions or any lives or anything like that. You can choose any product you want, but we're going to choose Sync Titan. So now you're inside Sync Titan, and what you can do at the bottom, you see there's discussion, there's meetups where you can see the upcoming meetups that are happening. You can also see recordings of past meetups at the top where you can watch replays, listening sessions, collaboration cafes, upcoming meetups with guests, our live coaching call, all the info you need where you can RSVP, add it to your calendar, and all of that is here inside the app. You can also go to challenges, you can join challenges, you can complete challenges. We have a holiday challenge we just finished, and a lot of really exciting stuff going on inside the app itself. Now, if you go to the top left here and you click those three lines, this sidebar will open. And if you click discussion, you'll go to the discussion circle, and it's sorted by the most recent discussion. So anything that's happening with your community members, this is where you can reach out to them, ask them for feedback on songs, connect with other producers, other songwriters, other composers, whomever you want to collaborate with and have a discussion about anything. That's where you want to do that. There's also a chat room where you can tag people just like Facebook. You can tag them, you can message them, and the chat room is really fun for people who are online at that time. Oh, also you can go here to find other Titans and message them directly in this database here. You can also check the leaderboard to see who's in the lead with the most points. That's based on how active you are in the community. And then the most exciting part, you can submit to briefs here. This is where we post the briefs and the deadlines and the submissions. There's no discussion in this section. It's solely for submitting to briefs. All comments are deleted, so you don't want to start a discussion here. If there's a question about a brief, you bring it over to the discussion tab or the chat. And lastly, share your wins. This is where you share your wins. Any wins that you have of the day, of the week, no matter how big, no matter how small, share them here. It's so encouraging to see what other people are up to in the community, and to share your wins. It's a wonderful thing to be positive and stay in that circle of positive thought. It's so important to your success. So that is Sync Titan. Inside the app, you'll be able to access all of your courses. Anything you've signed up for, any program you've taken from us or you take in the future will load into this app. So you can access Sync Placement Academy right here. You can load your modules, you can watch the lessons right inside the app from your phone. You can plug it into your car when you're on the go and listen to the audio if you want. It's pretty amazing. It's a powerful, powerful app. We're so excited about it and can't wait for you to dive in.
So if you're a member of Elite Music Coaching in any way, Take a moment to download the app right now and log into your portal so that you can take back control over your experience with our courses, our coaching, and our community. We've crafted this app in a way that allows you to level up your knowledge, enhance your skills, grow your network, and if you're already a member of Sync Titan, submit to those briefs that we post each week.
Awesome. All
Right
right.
on.
GJ Sync, you here? Yes. You still with us? You guys still with us? Awesome. All right. Got to keep it fun, right, Rick? You got to keep it fun. Here we go. Let's add Rick on over here. Rick Barker is here with us. Put it together for Rick.
Every time I'm around you guys, I almost want to start learning how to create music. You know, it's like, it's just so inspiring. Now, who created that music while you guys were talking? Because Michael, you were
He's
kind of
here.
jamming to it.
Yeah, he's here. He was here earlier. Tajai Moore. He was actually here
Okay.
with us earlier. He was in the chat. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. So first off, let me just say I'm impressed as heck that you guys are on schedule.
We are
I've been-
too.
I've been to so many of these events. Well, I just went and shaved for you guys. I did my hair. There might be like some blood coming out over here, but I wanted to be fresh for this. You know, it was super important that I give you my best. So super excited that you guys are doing this. Was very excited to be able to share it with my community. One of the things that I found interesting is that in the chat, how many of you are self-published? How many of you are your own publisher? How many of you are doing this on your own? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's where you have to ask yourself a very important question. Would you be fired if you were the head of your publishing company because you did everything in your power to give your music the best chance of being heard? I asked that question in my own group. I use the term manager. I tell them, you are your own manager. You are the president of your record company. You have one artist that you're solely focused on. Would you hire, promote, or fire yourself? And many came back and said, I would be fired. That's how I think about my own business. You know, it's like, just because we have the best intentions for our own business, sometimes we get in our own way. And for me, for example, I've just recently invested out of pocket at the beginning of this year, $15,000. Now, I did this to be able to better serve my community. One is I hired an Instagram coach. And everybody's like, but wait, Rick, you're the social media guy. I see you on Instagram all the time. Yes, but I was making a massive mistake. I was just showing up to promote. I was showing up and teaching without any call to action. So I said, I need a coach. I need someone who that is their area of expertise to help me out. I need to be able to better serve my community, which I'm the owner of my own business, and I have a lot of courses and a lot of things that I want to provide to people, but the right people weren't getting to see this because I was making some simple mistakes. So the next person I hired was someone to coach me on how to properly do email. Now, my emails consisted, and many of you are on my email list, of, hey, I've got this great training that I'm going to invite you to. Here's a link, come to the training. When you come to the trainings, I pride myself in over-delivering on those trainings, but I was posting a lot of really cool material on my Instagram that my list had no idea was there. So I wasn't serving both parts of my community. Now, the reason that I bring this up is because I made a post and I said, hey, if you're interested in coming to learn from Michael and Jody and their guest, comment the word sync. And I had a lady who is a manager of an artist reach out to me, and she said, listen, I don't know that I need to spend all afternoon with them. I just need a big list of people who I can submit my music to. And I said, if you were my manager, I would fire you. And this opened up this line of conversation. She goes, what do you mean you would fire me? I said, because I can give you a Ferrari, but if you don't know how to drive a stick, you're screwed. The Ferrari's considered one of the best cars in the world, but if you're not qualified, if you don't understand what that person's looking for, if you don't already have a relationship with that person, it doesn't matter, because one, your email is probably not going to be opened. Even if I gave you their name, gave you their email address, they're going to start asking you questions that most of you, myself included, someone who's in the industry, I don't know how to answer those questions. And that's just going to give them a reason to say, you know what, let me just kind of push this person off, because now I have to do all the work. I have to educate them. I don't have time to educate them. I have a film that needs a song. I need to go hunt for music. I don't have time to educate people. They could have the best artists in the world with the best songs in the world, but their job is not to educate you. Your job as the head of your publishing company is, if you choose this route of sync, which by the way is not for everyone. If you've only written one song, this is not the right I love that you're here learning to build towards being able to have a career in sync, but you're not ready for a career in sync if you've only written one song. If it takes you 6 months in between songs because you live in the middle of nowhere and you're on your own and you can't turn over music as fast, it doesn't matter how many briefs that Jody and Michael submit to you. If you can't submit back, you've wasted this opportunity. That's what's great about being involved in community, because you could be an amazing lyricist. You may be great at melodies, but you don't have the ability to turn over production. Guess what? I can almost guarantee you there's someone inside of Sync Titans who's great at producing, who can turn things around real fast, that may get stuck with lyrics or may get stuck with melodies. So it's important for all of you, whether it be this or whatever, you've got to get in touch with the community. But more importantly, you need to get in with a community that's being led by people that are actually doing this for a living each and every day. Not only are Michael and Jody presenting to you, but I can almost guarantee you, if they're smart, they're also looking into their own catalog. Now, here's what's cool about Sync Titans, in my opinion. They've just grown their catalog without having to physically produce every single type of music and concept that's available, because now they can go into their community. And when they go into their community and present these opportunities to you, it's now giving you an opportunity to already have an established relationship with that library, with that pub, with that music supervisor, because Michael and Jody have the relationship. That's the coolest part about this. That's why I was so excited when they came together on this, because of the fact that they were able to open more doors for more people. And the more that they can submit qualified candidates for these briefs, the more often those people are going to go directly to them to say, what have you got? What have you got? What have you got? And the reason, if you notice, there's not just one picture of Michael and one picture of Jody holding those Sync Titans plaques. There's lots of people holding those Sync Titan plaques. That's what's great about this, is they have a majority of people that they can choose. But if you're not in the system, they're not going to be able to help you. If you're not in the system, if you don't understand what it is that needs to be done, Michael could build a massive email list by offering a list of music supervisors and music libraries, and he could sell it, and most of you would buy it. And then most of you would come back and go, well, shit, that list doesn't work. I haven't gotten any placements yet. It's not the list's fault. It's the person on the other end who's submitting for these opportunities. So I just want to honor all of you that are here, getting the information that you need to give you and your music the best chance possible to succeed. Because when you invest in something like this, you're investing in speed. You're investing in their 30 plus, probably more, combined years, because they're both old, combined years of being in this business. They already have the relationships. They already understand what these people are looking for. All you're doing is giving them a bigger basket of apples to present to the person that's in need of apples. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm just here trying to help you look at it from a different frame, because too often we think, Rick, just take me into the record company. Okay, here's what the record company is going to ask. Blank, 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 and blank. If you cannot answer yes to those questions, they're going to come to me and go, why the hell did you even send this person to me? Why did you waste my time? You know how busy I am. So all we're trying to do is give you the best opportunity to win, to succeed. Because let me say this, if you keep presenting music and it's not able to be pitched, you got to fix some things. Most of you don't know what it is that you need to fix. There's a lot of other programs out there that are going to charge you 100 times more than what you're being charged here, just to say that you're part of a community, and they won't even help you fix what's broke. I know the passion behind these two guys. That's why this is the only, let me state, only program that I'm recommending. Now, I could go make a lot of money by referring people to higher price sync things, and a lot of you would jump into it because I recommended it, but it's not about the money to me. Yes, I need to pay bills. Yes, I have kids in college. Yes, I need to make a living, but not at the expense of your eagerness, not at the expense of you trying to chase your dream. So when they came to me with what it is that they were offering, the first question I asked is, why so inexpensive? And they are a lot like me. People come to me and say, Rick, but you charge $5,000 to work with people one-on-one. Now you're only charging $97 a month. Yes. Why? Because I've created a cool little hybrid opportunity for people to get direct access to me. A lot of those people are here where they can ask me specific questions to their business, but you also get the community, because I have not experienced every single thing that you've experienced, but I know there's probably someone in the community that has. And there's probably someone in the community that can guide you better than I can. But because you're in my world, I'm able to serve that person up to you to say, you know what? I can't help you there, but Stephen could. I can't help you there, but I know Michelle's been through that. Let me connect you with them. And when they decided to create community, that was the game changer for me. So you guys need to get back to hearing from experts. I just popped in to show my support because I'm a big fan of what it is that they do. I don't always shave and shower for just anyone. So these two guys, I mean, I did this for you, but I'm just excited to be able to introduce you, all of you that are here because of me, to an opportunity that might or might not be the right thing for you, but you're going to make that decision yourself. And some of you I know well enough, and because we work closely, I know your music well enough. Just send me an email and say, hey, is this for me? I told someone this morning, no, this probably isn't for you. And you'll have a, go love on your audience this Saturday instead of spending it here because you're not quite ready for it yet, was the word that I used. And then it's up to him to get himself ready for the next time, because this opportunity isn't going anywhere. That's the cool part. It's like they didn't put the time, the energy, the money, the effort working with developers to create this amazing app just so they could open it up once a year and then close it. Because I told them I won't work with you if it's just going to be offered for a short period of time. I get new people into my world every day that get excited. I hate dangling a carrot and then taking the carrot from them. So to not only themselves, but they've also made a commitment to you and their community. And because of that, that's why I was willing to come on board.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Rick
Awesome.
Parker. Woo-woo.
You
Rick,
like
thank
my,
you.
you like my
I was actually going to say Rick Parker takes the award for the best background.
Well, so here's the thing. It's just a virtual image. I did order this sign, and it's going to be about yay big, and it's going to fit over here in the corner, and then I'll have the Taylor plaques on the other side. But in the meantime, I just took a picture and dropped it in behind, and I can make stuff, it works really good. I love it.
It's awesome, dude. Fantastic. Well, Rick, thank you for coming and joining us, everyone. If you, John Yash, at the end of the previous session, he said, if you have any questions, contact me. For those of you, you should have all gotten, along with the link to join in those emails, you should have gotten a brochure, which has, the list schedule for today, but then little bios for every single person who is joining us. And we haven't spent any time doing the whole bio thing. A lot of people do that because we wanted to get right into the meat and potatoes of each session. So if there's someone you're intrigued by, If Rick Barker is new to you and you don't know Rick, look him up, Google him. But again, everyone is listed in that sheet, so you can learn all about them. And then, of course, Google is your friend. You can Google Rick. His website will show up right at the top of.
So here's the thing about that too. Don't go to like the last page of Google because it's probably my arrest record and all that other stuff. Just go to the most current stuff. Nothing from back in the 80s or the 90s. Come to what's most current and you'll be okay. Also, too, Instagram is my jam, at Rick Barker Music. You guys can find me on Instagram. All right, now back to the cool stuff.
Awesome.
Guys, give it up for Rick.
I'm going to jump out of here and go watch a football game. All right, you
All
guys
right,
be
buddy.
good.
Yes.
All right.
Go Browns. Thank you, Rick.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey, I want to address something real quick. We have Joy Basu and Sarah Scarlotta joining us with two things to hit on real quick. Have not been checking out the chat most of the time, but I did see that people were talking about a spreadsheet. Someone else posted a spreadsheet with the contact your info, and other people are saying like I can't log in and stuff like that. That's looks like it's Dave or someone else who started that. That's not on us. But I also really want to encourage you to not get caught up in the chat. There's a lot of Brian Fuller brought out that little thing. He goes, I think this went over people's head. You know, when Jim was talking about like out of the fact that he doesn't even listen to people's music when he hires them.
That's
just
amazing.
these little nuggets. It's the little nuggets that you're gonna miss when you're in the chat, you know, complaining about like, oh, I can't open up the spreadsheet. Who cares? It's a spreadsheet. We're here to learn. There's good stuff. Today we have Jody. I'm sorry, we have Jody. Jody's here with us, but along with Jody, we have Joy Basu.
Yeah.
And joining Joy Basu.
Let's give it up for Joy. Yeah.
Is Sarah Scarlotta.
Yes.
And we initially had Sarah was so kind to come in last minute and join us. Sarah's from 8 p.m. Music. Some of you guys remember her. We had a virtual meetup with Sarah in Titan about a month ago, I believe, right? About a month ago.
Yeah.
And,
December.
And our guest that we had scheduled for this panel, Carrie Kimmel, unfortunately had emergency surgery. She's okay, everything's good, but she's not able to join us today. So Sarah came in, is filling the space, and so we are so thankful for Sarah to be able to come in last minute and join us for this panel. So thank you, Sarah.
Great to be here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is going to be a good conversation because you both have diverse backgrounds. Joy runs his own library. Sarah, you come from like working for the bigger companies with your experience with 5 Alarm and I believe 411 and now APM Music. So it'll be really cool to see both sides of it. So let's talk about, let's talk about representation and having representation and how important that is and your perspective on that for why that's so important.
Well, yeah, it's a great question. I think, big companies have staffs that are specialized in different sales markets and also in tracking usage and getting all the royalties you can. And they have more money behind them. So things like TuneSat are very, very expensive, but a large company will have TuneSat, which will detect any TV usage that may have slipped through the cracks. And then they have a sales team that can follow up on those leads and find that money for you. So there's a lot of different reasons. Also just the years of experience, the legal teams, the indemnity. For those that don't know what indemnity is like if there's any copyright infringement, even claims, like people say, oh, well, you ripped that melody off from me. And, they have legal teams that will research it and defend it and cover it. So let's just say accidentally you, basically did a melody that was too similar to a copywritten song. They will pay for the legal fees. They will defend it and cover it for the client, for the person who's actually licensing the music. So like big ad agencies will only use like companies that have indemnity. So you'll get your music in like so many different productions. I mean, it's just endless. I mean, going with a big company, it pays dividends. You can keep being creative and keep to your production schedule while other people work your material. I think that's probably the biggest one, honestly.
Awesome.
Yeah, everything she said. I mean, the amount of time that goes on with pitching and taking care of admin stuff, and my wife takes care of our admin stuff, and just watch her sometimes going, what is she doing over there? I mean, there's just like thousands and thousands of lines. And I'm going, man, I am so glad I don't have to do that. So having somebody else pitch stuff for you is, very few musicians can actually do both, constantly be pitching and looking up what's coming up and taking care of all the business and write music. Okay, I will say Carrie, that was supposed to be on here. She definitely can. So there are exceptions, but it's very, very rare. I know probably like a handful of people that can really handle all that. And then the international distribution that you get with large companies or small companies is something that, is very hard to do on your own.
Yeah.
And supervisors a lot of times won't take your track, especially instrumentals. That has to be involved in a blanket, or you just got to know the supervisor or the production team that's putting together everything.
A lot of, as you guys know, a lot of musicians are fully focused. I even saw earlier in like our first session, it was all about like supervisors. When do we get to meet the supervisors? I saw it quickly go by in a chat someone posted. And I remember when I first started teaching online in 2018, from the beginning, I was all about representation, all about find a sync agent. I represented my songs on my own and Joy knows, because we've known each other since 2003. I represented my songs on my own up until around 2008, 2009. And then the industry changed dramatically, and I went all in on libraries. And then my trailer music company signed to 5 Alarm. A large reason we signed to 5 Alarm was because at that time Sarah was with 5 Alarm, and she was crushing it, and she's awesome. But from then, like from the early 2000s, mid 2000s on, 2010, 11, 12, whenever I was sharing this with my friends, I was always like, you got to go to a library. You have to find a sync agent. The supervisor would have time to hang out with me, and I was doing good at that time with them. And so I see now a lot of musicians are like, oh, I want to go meet supervisors. That was 10 years ago, it was 15 years ago. And when I went online and I started teaching through Master Music Licensing in 2018, there were a number of other people in the online space who were reaching out saying, you need to do some stuff with supervisors. You need to do some stuff with supervisors. And I always said, no, no. I understand that's what people want. It's like saying I have back pain, so I need Tylenol. I need Tylenol to get out of back pain. Well, a bad doctor is going to go, here's the Tylenol. And you're like, oh, okay, I feel good. And then you're like, oh, my back pain, here's another Tylenol. And all you're doing is you're putting poison in your body, and you never fix the issue. A good doctor is going to say, you have inflammation. You need to stop eating bread and pasta, and you need to get out of bed, and you need to walk. You need to go move your body, and you need to eat leafy green vegetables and stuff. And in 30 days, your back's going to be perfectly fine. You're going to live pain-free for the rest of your life, right? And that's the difference, in my opinion, between the supervisor route that everyone's so focused on, which will never get you there, as opposed to the reality of representation. And Callie J touched on it earlier, and Sarah, I would love for you to talk about this. And Jody and I saw when Callie said it, I saw Jody's eyes light up and my eyes lit up, because Callie mentioned, she was in a previous session, I know you guys weren't there, she had mentioned E&O insurance. And this is something that never comes up because people don't know about it. But the reason why, one of the main reasons why supervisors will not work with you as an independent artist, and it is an absolute waste of time, aside from building the network, but is an absolute waste of time, is because you don't have E&O insurance. And I'll tell you, as someone who has had E&O insurance, it costs just as much as the insurance you would have on a house right on the ocean in a hurricane zone. It's not cheap. And I guarantee you, none of you will ever pay for it. That's the reason why going directly to supervisors.
Air horn.
Absolutely. Now, I would love for you guys to weigh in on my opinion.
Yeah, it goes back to indemnity, E&O insurance. Yes, errors and omissions, right? That's what it stands for. So, yeah, I mean, look, there have been so many melodies written. I mean, you can write anything, and it might infringe on pretty much everything. So, and people are very litigious these days, and you have to be so careful. But you can't prevent someone from making a claim on you. I mean, you know, big companies get claims all the time. It doesn't mean they have merit, but you have to defend it, you know? But yeah, I mean, supervisors, and especially, like I said, the ad agencies, you have to have 1 million plus. I mean, at least a million with to like all the Madison Avenue companies, all the advertising agencies, they won't touch even a boutique catalog with the no insurance, because that's not enough. Because if you're doing like a Coca-Cola commercial, I mean, think about the millions that would happen if someone did a claim and were successful. I mean, and that could ruin the brand, etc. So E&O insurance is where it's at. And you're right, Michael. Oh my God, I don't even want to think about how much like a company like APM pays for that. You know, even if I knew, I wouldn't say it. But I don't know. I mean, I can't even imagine. It's incredible how expensive it is. But that is probably the biggest reason, yeah, where you wouldn't just trust a rando that hit you up, right? I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah, we have the same insurance, and it does cost a pretty good chunk. And going back to the supervisor thing, when I was actually hitting up production companies myself as a musician, I hit the same people up, and the people that ignored me before, after we started our company, when it came from the company and I wasn't associated right away, we got the deal. You know, same songs, same batch of things. So representation does help in many ways.
Yeah, same can be said for becoming your own publisher as a songwriter, becoming your own publisher, and even just pitching stuff from your publishing company. Even though it's still you, that's still that it's a company. So you establish yourself and establish that authority. Let's talk about what you look for. What qualities do you believe make a music catalog particularly marketable? You know, there's a lot of changes in trends. You both work with big catalogs. So how do you go about selecting the music for the catalogs and keeping it diverse enough, but providing value for your clients at the same time?
Joey, do you want to take that one first, or?
No, go ahead. I'd love to hear what you say, because it's just so cool for me, because I'm very familiar with your company. I know a lot of the people that work there, and it's great to hear from a large company. So,
oh, right on. Yeah. Well, you know, it's funny. We wouldn't sign a catalog if we didn't feel we could ensure its success, right? So when you have a lot of music, you want to make sure that the catalog will stand out and be useful, right? So the days of yore, there was like, you know, all-purpose catalogs. A good example of that is like KPM, which is one of our flagship and half owner of our company, right? KPM is a music library. It's been around forever. Anyway, they do all different styles of music. They do jazz, they do pop, they do sports, they do everything. But I feel in this day and age, it's very important to choose a lane, right? Which doesn't mean you only need to have one catalog, but choose a lane. For example, I love Jody's catalog, Stacks of Tracks, because, you know, he has a lot of really good world music, for example, with vocals, right? He chose a lane on that catalog, and I know exactly where to go. It's like, I go to Jody's catalog for that, right? So point being, find a lane that's a specialty, and have it be a specialty that's maybe not as common. Like, I don't know, like international vocals is a very hard to find thing. And so when Jody gives that to us, I'm like, thank God for Jody Friedman, right? So I know where to go. And like sports is a big market for an APM, you know, so do your research. So for APM, it's like if you have a sports catalog and it's hip hop and it's rock and it's heavy stuff, I'm like, great, I'll go there for this, right? You do pop vocals, do a pop vocal catalog, right? So what I'm saying is like, be very specific, you know? And again, if say you do two things well, have one catalog that's pop vocals, then have another sports catalog, for example. So choose a lane, make it specific, make sure that it's relevant to the company that you want to work with. And I think that's a good recipe for success.
So that's awesome. Like, so our situation is totally different because we don't take on other catalogs. So whereas APM is signing on full catalogs, it would be like them signing us on or one of our labels on to APM. Okay, so I'm signing on composers and artists. Okay, so it is the whole first, let's say, 5 or 6 years, pretty much till the pandemic, our catalog was built upon requests that we were getting. So it was this kind of like a rush job of constantly, okay, we got this we got to pop these tracks out over this weekend. Okay, they asked for it Friday, but we have to have it Monday. So a huge percentage of our catalog was built on what's needed right then and there on the spot. Whereas after the pandemic or during the pandemic, we started to diversify more, which kind of goes like what Sarah just said. It's not always the best idea, but for us, it's worked out pretty good because we're not representing other people's catalog. Everything's coming from us. Now we are splitting things off now because same reason that Sarah just mentioned, that people want really specific things. But for composers hitting us up, I would recommend, or any other library for that matter, if you're doing it separately as a composer, not as a full massive catalog, then I would say work like 80 to 90% on what you're really good at to get the quantity there, because you're not going to be able to have the quantity APM does, or we do, and we're very small as far as number goes. I think like around 15,000 or something like that in tracks total, right? So I'd say 80 to 90% work on what you're really good at.
Let's say that one more time. I just want to make sure everybody got that. 15,000 tracks is small.
That's including alts and all that.
And that's a lot of tracks.
So
that's a lot. Yeah.
And that's a very small catalog if you compare it to, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands you guys got, but it is a small independent label in that sense. But I'd keep going back to that, I'd keep the last 10 to 20% of your time, depending on your schedule, on learning other genres. Okay, even if it's just like doing homework, like you got whatever your major is, you're mostly spending time on that, but you're kind of on the side doing something else too to learn in case you can incorporate that. If somebody just ever asks you, hey, do you have this? You can confidently say yes, and you can improve your skills on that other genre. Now, this is, again, as a composer or an artist. Well, artist is a little different because then you're really branding yourself. So let's just put that in the composer-producer catalog.
But you should also always be learning other genres, I think, as an artist, as a creator, like just, create your niche, find your niche, create that, but also take in other genres because it'll add color to what you do. I think it's great advice, Joy and Sarah. Global placement strategies. All right, here's a good one. Placements around the world can significantly impact an artist's reach. Can you elaborate on the strategies you employ to secure global placements and ensure that the music resonates with diverse audiences?
Yeah, well, what's interesting about APM is we only represent the territory of the US and Canada, but I have had to do this at previous jobs, and this is very important. What we used to do, like in production at, say, 5 Alarm, you research where your earnings are, for example, and what you do is you devote that percentage of your time and effort to that market. Let's just say the UK is 20% of your earnings overall, right? So it's very important to do the research as to what's working in UK sync, right? Not just American sync, but UK sync. The tastes are always slightly different. Like I remember back in the day, and I'm sure this has changed, but back in the day, American country music and hip hop, this was in like 2010, 2011, was not doing well in the UK. I'm sure it is now, but it wasn't then. And so I knew that if I were doing American country or American hip hop, right, it would only do well in that market, right? So then I'd have to do an album for the UK market and see what's doing well there. And there's different ways to research that. But I think that the important takeaway is that you spend that percentage of time where your earnings are. If their earnings are down in a country, well, why is that? Have we produced content that is hitting that market, or are we not? So you have to really start doing the research and start like listening to what is being placed in that region, and then produce more of that.
Absolutely. And I've noticed hip hop not doing that well outside of the US. Still, at least for us, that a lot lighter music does better, out of the way. And we've actually been turned down by sub-publishers in the past saying it's just way overkill of, upbeat, club or whatever. So now we have a lot more out of the way stuff. And everything Sarah said about keeping track of which areas are paying more and then analyzing what tracks are doing well. And I can usually hear too, like, I've said to so many of our composers, honestly, this isn't going to work good for our clientele in the US. Okay. But I can see this working really well in Australia, so I believe one of our sub publishers even have like their algorithm set to, it's going to play the light version first, or underscore or bed, however you want to, whatever you want to call it. So though I'm only pitching to US clients, we do have like 65 or 70, somewhere around their countries covered by sub publishers. We had more, and then we noticed some territories were just not paying at all, or very little, and the 50% we'd be better off collecting on our own. So now we went with pretty much worldwide collection, but the number of countries are a little bit less.
Yeah, I think the US market is by far the biggest market. I think we could all agree about that. But having that other coverage is important, and finding what you do well, and is important too, like you guys just stated. But I'd like to point out that Joy and Sarah and Michael and myself, we're all musicians, we're all songwriters, we're all creators, and we've stepped into that entrepreneurial mindset. So what you're hearing about checking your percentages and your numbers, we've all become musical entrepreneurs, and that goes back to what Adam Ivy was talking about and Rick Barker was talking about. So Michael, please.
Yeah, I have a question for both of you guys. Great point. I'm glad you pointed that out. We all are musicians. I met Joy when I first moved to LA because he was playing guitar for Jessica Simpson, and I was looking to play guitar for a big artist. And what better way to connect with people who were in that scene than to just randomly email them, like I did with Joy, and we became great friends. But this is a question for both of you, because you're both looking at it from slightly different perspectives. Sarah, with APM, you guys are representing catalogs, and Joy, you're more or less in contact with the composers that are signed under the company. How do you communicate, in this case, say APM, how does APM communicate with their libraries that they represent to let them know what they're looking for and what's happening in the market? And Joy, how do you communicate with the composers that are signed under Lab Hits to let them know what you're looking for and what the needs are in the market? Okay,
well, I basically just email or call last night. There was like an urgent thing, so I just called the composer. If you're already signed on to us, the communication is very open. I ask that the composer or artist actually read the email I send, even though I might be in a hurry and there might be some typos here and there. But that's something that anyone that's not like has their own catalog and it's fairly large or whatever, if you're coming at it from an artist or composer standpoint, read the email to the T, and really follow the directions, because you got to think, and don't text them nonstop, hey, I just sent you 2 tracks. That's not the best way to go, because what if I get 50 other tracks that day, or 100, or even if I get 10 other ones, the text is just going crazy. I will check the email. But basically just read it like you got it as a homework. Like if you were in college and you got assigned a homework. I do the same with Supervisors. I just got this one brief, and it said, I will know if you read this brief or not, because I'm the one that wrote it, So follow it to the T. And that's what we did last season. And so we got the brief again this season.
And I know who that is, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, it's communication with me. If you're signed on to us, is really simple. If you're not, it's not as easy as it used to be. So, at one point I made a joke, you just got to buy me a burger at a conference. And then I had like all this food coming at me. But in all reality, it is impossible to write everybody back if you're not already working with them. And for supervisors, I'm sure it's way worse, with that aspect of it. And I just can't, because if you write somebody back instantly, you're opening up that communication line of, well, what did you not like about it? Why won't you sign it? This and that. And meanwhile, somebody else that I am already working with I'm trying to pitch their song or telling them, hey, we just need this one change and we're good to go. So that's where more of the time spent.
Yeah, I mean, great thing that was all great stuff, Joy, and definitely things I can relate to. And this is a little off topic, but to something that he said about a supervisor, it is about earning respect and knowing that you did read exactly what they said, and you're not delivering something off point, because then they'll stop contacting you, right? But but back to the original question of communication, I feel that communication is very important, and it's a tough, and to be honest with you, it's tough to balance, because my job, for example, I do tons and tons of pitching all day long, and then I do a lot of marketing, and it's hard to balance it. But I feel that we do have somebody on our team named Edwina Travis Chin. He's been in the business for over 30 years. Who her job mainly is the point of contact. But what we do at APM is that we outline every year what music we need, and that can be determined by events. Like we have the Parisian Olympics coming up, so that was something that we mentioned to our libraries. And then we also have the election cycle, which we're all, no one really enjoys, but it's here, right? So, and especially for APM, like we have the contracts with Joy mentioned blanket licensing. We have blanket licenses with, say, like Warner Media that does like CNN, and we also have blanket licenses with NBC. So that's MSNBC, NBC News, right? So for our market and our clients, we will outline things that are, say, we call those tentpole events, So it's like tentpole event is the Olympics. So we're going to be using more Parisian music probably in 2024 than we have in the last, 3 or 4 years, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is, if something's trending and doing well, we'll tell them, we'll say to the libraries, these 2 albums did really well, so do a follow-up to those and let's keep that going. Let's ride that wave, right? So that's another thing, right? And then the third thing is, we're missing X, Y, and Z, and it's really trending. We're hearing it in every promo and trailer. A good example of this that happened in 2023 were like trailers that were like for thrillers, and they had like the female vocalies, like the oohs and ahs and the horror vocals, right? That was a new trend that, you can't really always predict those. But when that was happening, we told all of our, especially trailer libraries, hey, this is a trend. Can we get some albums that are like that use these elements, right? So it's like based on need, it's based on tentpole events, it's based on things that you've done well and we want more of. And that's about it. I mean, those are the 3 biggies for us.
So if I can just summarize something real quick, this is the power of having representation, right? Again, people come into our world, into Jody's and my world, and the question is, how do I know? How do I know what people are looking for? How do I know? Well, if you don't have a connection or a network, I have no idea how you find out. The way we find out is because we are connected to our representatives. And you just heard it here, from the library, right? The library hears from their clients what their clients want. The library then tells, in this case, APM tells their production companies. Jody has a production company. Joy has a production company. I have a production company. We hear that from the company that's distributing that, right? Because APM is really a distributor, right? And then what happens there? Well, then we those libraries then let their composers know, hey, this is what we're looking for. They just got told what's trending and what's working. So then, of course, they funnel that down to their content creators, the composers, and say, this is what we're looking for. This is what our needs are. So when you're out of that circle, when you don't have that representation, I have no idea how you find out what's trending. There's probably not a website that you can go to. But when you're in the circle and you have that representation, you find out all the time. As Joy said, he sends out an email to his composers. He lets them know what they're looking for because he found out from his clients what they're looking for. That's the power of getting connected with representation. That's why it's so important. That is, in my opinion, it's the only way you're going to crush it with placements moving forward. You have to have that representation.
Yeah, you've got to see the briefs. You got to at least, that's one of the things that we point out about Sync Titan. Everyone gets excited to see the briefs, and going back to that cycle, that Thrive cycle, right? If you don't get the placement, that's not a loss. You just learned a piece of the market. You learned what's happening in the market, and that's how all of us got started pitching, is just like seeing what the requirements were. What does the market need? And We'd pitch, we wouldn't get it. We'd pitch, we wouldn't get it. And we'd start signing new content that are creating new content that would fit the market. And ultimately, it's inevitable when you do that, you're going to get a placement. It's just a matter of time if you keep in that cycle. So I really like this question because I think there's a lot of artists here. Let's talk about maximizing sync placements in other ways. How can independent musicians, independent artists who maybe they have a public release on Spotify or something, how can they maximize sync placements to serve their musical career, their other musical endeavors?
Joy, I'll let you answer
Okay.
that one first.
Marketing versus collecting. Collecting, I know, if you have representation, it makes it much easier because otherwise you're going to have to figure out how to collect UGC and whatever else, which is actually a pretty good source of income now. So to me, it's more of the collecting and then distributing to the artist. So the question was actually marketing it for more.
What are like other ways that they can capitalize off of the sync placements when they do get them, when they do land a placement?
Well, then if you're playing live or something, as recently heard on whatever, show, same with all like artist type promos, you can definitely mention that. I think, and I'm not sure if it was you, did you do some releases even as heard on
Are you asking
whatever?
me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've done, usually I'll have songs in my catalog or songs that I've created or produced, and I won't release it. I sit on my releases. Some people release it. I tend to sit on them until there's a placement. And then when it's placed, especially if it's in a big trailer or something or in a big project, I'll release it as song title, parentheses, as featured in the, Star
Right.
Wars trailer or whatever it might be.
Right. So that was sort of that's I was asking is if you do the as featured on. So anything like that. I mean, if the artist thing is your main goal and brand, then use the TV shows because even if you're still doing flyers, for shows and all that, use those TV shows, list them. So you can definitely gain more clout and it looks more glamorous than sitting on this end of the desk for sure.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to that, I think that you should always make sure that your IMDb is current too, with the additional music placements that you have. If it's on statement, then you could claim additional music on the show and the program. I think that that's important, making sure that, people do know the things that you've got placements on. It's like a snowball rolling down the hill. Like once you get a lot of placements, you can get more placements, which is really powerful.
Yeah, someone has a question. Do your panelists, I think we could specifically speak about you guys, prefer exclusive or non-exclusive deals with artists?
We only do exclusive.
Us too. There's a good reason for that too. Like, we were talking about blanket licenses. All the big networks, all the biggest contracts there are, which includes pretty much everything you watch on TV. They require exclusive licensing or exclusive contracts. And the reason why is because say I write a song and then I have it at APM and then let's just say, this wouldn't happen, but let's just pretend it was non-exclusive. And then I had Enjoy's catalog. And let's just say APM and Joy's catalog, we were competing for the same production. And let's just say, maybe Joy was $100 cheaper, right? And they went with Joy. And then APM can come back and be like, hey, that's our license. We pitched it for the same thing. And then there's a fight and no one wants to deal with this. No one. And especially if you're NBC, no one's got time for that. It's like, so like if we pitch at APM, it's only at APM and you can't go shopping for the same thing for a different price. You know what I mean? But it's a legal thing. It's a time thing. It's a hassle thing. So if you want to be in the biggest productions there are, I suggest going exclusive.
Yeah. I mean, we just had last week or still part of this week, whatever, 5 songs cleared. The supervisor asked us, hey, is this, can you speak for these? Even though my original email always goes out as, there are no retitles, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, yep, I can speak for them right now. And instantly we cleared 5 songs with no issues. If I had to then go back to, who owns the actual master and this and that, it would have been such a mess, or if there was an argument like Sarah just mentioned, like, well, we're getting the same track from APM or whoever else. And then pretty much everything she mentioned, the legal side of it, I can't even imagine dealing with that. I'm already like out of time by the end of the day. And then to add on, well, he said that they got it from this library instead, and it's just another headache.
Yeah, I think the struggle that most musicians face at some point, and I faced it myself, is, oh, these are my songs. I can't sign them exclusively to someone. What if that nothing happens? Like, you get very precious about your creations. And what we've all learned, and what you learn over doing it over time, is not to be precious. Because if you wrote a great song, you can write a great song again, right? You can do it again and again and again and again. And once you start thinking like that and you start churning out songs, churning out records, you're no longer precious about it because you can just do it again. And the people who find the most success, I think, with libraries, the composers and the songwriters, are the ones that can churn it out and find the right partners, sign it exclusively to them, and then do it again and again and again. So the biggest challenge is trying not to feel so precious about your songs. I get it. You create it. They're kind of your babies, right? But at some point you got to let them free and let them live their lives and have more babies.
Well, and also to that point, that's very good. I agree 1,000% with that. There are also like artist deals you can do with catalogs that are maybe for a term, maybe for 5 years, you know what I mean? Or 3 years is the shortest I've seen. But, like say you have a commercial venture and it is your baby, came from the heart, you may want to look into an exclusive catalog that has a term on it. But the caveat to that, and things that I wish someone would have told me too early on, is that even if you get a placement, it takes about up to a year to get paid. So that's why there's no such thing as a 1-year contract, because even if you get a license on day 2, it could take that whole year to get the money. You know what I mean? And that's no one's fault except for the amount of volume that these big companies do. So like. I won't name names, but there's some networks that just take longer than others and up to a year. So just brace yourself for that. Even if you get the placement, it can take a long time to get the money.
Another year for international too, right? I mean,
oh God,
yeah.
Yes, good point. So that's 2 years if you got a license on day 1, right? So, but yeah, there are term things that you can look into for artist material, especially not so much for library, but for artist material, things that came from the heart that are your album, so that's something to look into as well.
If you create, go ahead, Joyce. Sorry
about that. I did. And I believe Mike knows this story very well, like, with Ferrari, who was one of the biggest, the godfather of music licensing
Mark
here.
Ferrari.
Yeah. So with him, when he gave me the contract, so I was like, my album's already with a label in Japan. I can't go with this at all. And so I just did new stuff, and it was a lot harder recording back then than it is now. It was now, I mean, especially instrumentals. If you're going for the volume, you should be able to get one done in a day. Unless you're looking at trailers. I mean, if you're doing cues 1 to 2 tracks, by the time you get, rolling, you should be able to at least get that done a day. And I'm including, alts and everything. But it will take time before you get to that point. But it's easier now to do it. And I tell our artists, especially vocal songs, that this song's my baby. I'll just say, don't give it to us. If it's your baby, then do something else with it. Find a sync agent that works differently.
Yes.
And that's it. If you wrote it about your mom, your daughter, whatever, keep it. I don't, I literally don't want it because I don't want that responsibility. Think of this as something different.
Yeah, Mustafa has a great question. We've talked about the importance of representation, but what are some strategies to get representation?
That's a good question. Yeah, it's a great question. Strategy to get representation. Well, again, do your research on whoever you're reaching out to, because every company has a specialty, or a lane or a focus, So let's just say you want to get representation from someone, a company that specializes in TV and film placement. Well, then your music should really lean itself into that market. You know what I mean? And like I said, with like APM, APM has a large sports presence, right? So someone who pitched like really great sports material would have a better chance at APM than say someone who focused only on TV and film. So I think that doing your research and finding a good fit for both parties, I think, is the best way to go.
Great advice. Joy.
Pretty much said it all. You know, and keep track of it, you know. There's, I mean, we use Insightly. There's stuff that's cheaper, whether it be HubSpot or what, Airtable. I know that's getting popular. And if you can't afford any of that, Google Sheets, you know, keep track of who you sent what to when. Any other, you know, reminders, use the reminders to, you know, contact them again. Talk to the composers of the libraries that you want to work with. And what you guys are doing, join communities like this, you know, like what you're, you know, I heard one placement, literally one placement. So
Something
learn from Michael and Jody and talk to other people that are part of this group. And, you know, just, you'll get information. It's so easy. Like Mike had to send me an email and then we met in person. Okay. Back in the 1900s, kids. So that, you know, that's how we did it. You know, Mark Ferrari, I met him at a club. It wasn't just sitting behind the desk. Yeah, I'll just drop this guy an email. You guys have, and by guys and women, everybody here, you all have so much access. Just what he said about Google, use, you know, Facebook, Instagram, all that, and build your own community with that, but keep track of everything you're doing as far as, you know, and I'm not saying this about me, but if you meet a library owner, find out what they have done before. And when you approach them, maybe mention that, have that in your notes, keep a file on them separately, you know, or this could be a supervisor as well. But if you're going just for representation, keep a file on the person you're dealing with. They're going to have different, and this is once you get a little more into it, have different specs on how they like files delivered than somebody else you're working with. Okay, keep that on hand, you know. So just like any other business, and that was the hardest part for me, was figuring out the business end of it and how the business world works, that you got to actually know people inside out and the amount of people you have to know to get anything done. I think I kind of went off topic maybe.
No, I think the magic number is 10. You need to know 10 people.
Okay, there you go.
I have a question for you, Joy. Just because, you know, you had a career touring the world and doing, you were the rock star. And then you transitioned into the entrepreneur, the compose. You obviously compose in the Snap, but you also run a library. You run lab hits with your wife. My question to you is, transitioning from the performing musician to now the library owner, living at home. You have a couple kids, you know, family man. My question to you is, how fulfilling was that transition? I might not phrase that properly, but for example, for me, you know, people in some of the previous sessions were talking about how they're homebodies. I'm definitely a homebody. You know, I love being at home, and if I never leave the property, I'm good, right? I love being at my house. I used to love traveling. I lived for it. That was my mission, right? I would never go back to it. So that's kind of my question to you is, now that you look at what you have now versus previous, what has been the biggest transition for you?
You know, that is an awesome question, and people a lot of times misinterpret how I answer this. So the most clear way I can say is I love what I did before. Okay, and I started the library while I was still performing, but not as much. The performing was going down and the library was coming up. And at this point of my life, you know, I can look back on that and I'll be the grandpa with all the stories that the kids are going to be like, shut up already. It's a different era, right? But, you know, what I got to do, it's irreplaceable. I couldn't do it now. I wouldn't want to do it now. I don't want that 4 a.m. flight. I don't, you know, this is it. I absolutely love it. People ask me, do I miss it? Yeah. You know, do you miss being single and in a club? Yeah, in a way, but no, I really don't, you know. I'd rather be at home with the kids playing on my off time and whatnot. So it's not a sad transition whatsoever. It's pretty awesome, honestly. I'm just glad I can still be in music and still apply the knowledge from all the musical training. And by training, I don't mean just musical, you know, music school, which I believe Sarah and I both have Berkeley.
Berkeley in the
Yeah.
house. That's
So,
right.
and then,
Yeah.
but by training, I mean like the actual performing over and over out on stage and just being in the industry. So I'm glad I can still apply it.
It's awesome. I love it. Well, guys, this has been awesome. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
How about an
Thank
applause? Sarah and Joy. We can't see you guys, but give them a round of applause. Look at all those fans.
Thanks everybody for coming
Yeah.
out, and thank you guys for inviting me. I've actually followed your career for a while, Sarah. So,
Oh,
and
awesome,
I'm a fan
man.
of Michael and Jody. So this has like been an honor for me. I love it.
Yeah, same. Yeah, and it's great to meet you. I'm going to really research out like what you've been doing. It's great. Sounds like, you have a great thing going. I'm excited to hear it. Thank you guys, Jody and Michael. It's always a pleasure, and it's great to meet all you guys in the audience informally. And I've been watching the chat and the Q&A. And yeah, thanks for having me. It's been fun.
Thank you, Sarah.
much.
Thank you, Joy. Bye-bye.
Awesome, guys. Take care.
All right. Well, we have a very special guest who's joining us next. Joy and I had the pleasure to, I believe it was I think it was September. I'm a little screwed,
Sounds
but
about right. Yeah.
right. Joy, myself, Angela, who works with us at Elite Music Coaching. We all had the honor of being able to attend the Hollywood Independent Music Awards.
Yes.
And our next guest is Brent Harvey, and Brent runs both the Hollywood Music and Media Awards, which is a phenomenal award ceremony for people who are in the visual media, music and visual media world, like synchronization. And now last year was the very first Hollywood Independent Music Awards, which is it was phenomenal, guys. It was unbelievable. Amazing award organization that recognizes independent musicians throughout the world. Brent, tell us a little bit about it and all the countries that were represented there. This was such an awesome event.
Sorry about that. I just dropped a little notebook here. Hi, everybody. Give me just a moment because while I'm watching the show, I was making copious notes.
Smart man.
Yes. Okay. So the award, the reason why I'm on here and the reason why Michael and Jody asked me to come on is to talk about what I call the 3 C's, which is something that everybody that I want in my universe needs to have. Those 3 C's are character, class, and credibility. Jody and Michael have that. Okay. Rick Barker has that. There are others on this panel that have that. And there are others on this panel that are part of the HIMA Pro team, which is part of the Hollywood Independent Music Awards organization, because it's more than just an award show. I like to call it an opportunity disguised as an award show. Just in brief, I started the Hollywood Music and Media Awards in 2009. And because there was a hole in the award space that needed to be filled, because I recognized way back then because I was involved with some licensing and whatnot, there is no award show that recognizes specifically the music of all visual mediums: film, TV, documentaries, commercial advertisements, trailers, so on, everything. So I started in 2009, and I also included independent music categories in that as well. And since 2009, especially in the last 4 years, the HMMA blew up. And I mean that in a good way. The Hollywood Music and Media Awards, through a lot of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, is now considered the credible organization that predictors of the Oscars and Golden Globes and Grammy nominees base a lot of their where much of the influence of building those nominations for those award shows that happen months later. Anyway, it got to the point where I could, and I knew this day would come, got to the point where I couldn't cram everything into one show. So knowing that the time would come, I secured everything I needed to launch the Hollywood Independent Music Awards, because the independent categories by themselves was so massively successful in the HMMA. So I hope I'm making sense here. I do, but that doesn't mean that other people do. So the Hollywood Independent Music Awards was launched last August, Michael.
Okay.
August 17th. And this year it will be in July. The reason why it's going to be in July is because at the first Hollywood Independent Music Awards, a member of Canada's Parliament was there, and I gave him 2 minutes of podium time. Basically, Canada wants me to go up there and produce a Hollywood Independent Music Awards in Toronto, Canada, specifically for Canadian artists. Because the award shows that I produce are done right. It's funny, I have other organizations and guilds and whatnot, members of those people saying, you know what, our guild or our organization, you should produce the award shows that they do, which is a compliment, great. The feasibility, not sure. But we're looking at September doing the first Hollywood Independent Music Awards Canadian version in September. So I have the HIMA Hollywood in July, the HIMA Toronto in September, and then the HMMA in its normal spot in November. So the second half of my year is going to be crazy. So, but the reason why I'm here is to talk about character, class, and credibility. Everybody is born with their character. Character is something that cannot be taught. It can evolve. Skills can be taught. For example, this is how I find people to be in my production team, is if there's somebody that I see that has the character and class and the potential of having great credibility, I would rather have that person in my organization rather than another one whose character is questionable that knows a lot more. Right? I mean, it's pretty basic. And how, you know, I know I only have 15 minutes, but I was making notes here, and Brian Fuller touched on this quite a bit. Showing you character. Are you dependable? Are you on time? Do you do what you say? Instead of talk to you actually walk the walk, those kinds of things. Class is how you carry yourself, how you interact with others, and your motivation. Speaking strictly for me, my motivation in this business, and I've been in this business since, well, the very first show I produced was the Woodstock version of Anchorage, Alaska, in 1972, and I was 15. So I've been in the business for a little while. And over that time, in this business can be cutthroat. There are a lot of vultures out there that are preying upon and counting on the desperation of music artists out there. And they will do, and they have various means in sucking the blood out of these desperate and vulnerable music artists out there. My businesses and award shows are based on a very simple motivation, and that's how can I be of service and how can I make you successful? All right, that's number one. And that's not even taking into account how much money I can make. Okay, I'm basically a doorman. I crack the door open. It's up to you to walk through. And I've been very fortunate in this business that through the time that I've been doing what I've been doing, I've done almost every aspect of the business, from being a touring performer in a band to entertainment director for 17 nightclubs, and doing a bunch of award shows. I've been management, I've done agent work. The city of LA hired me as their preferred talent booker for their music festivals and street scenes and all that other stuff. During my time in the entertainment industry, I've made sure that whatever relationships that I have or the contacts that I make are evolve over time. Relationships are the most important aspect that any artist can have in this business. And I say that with an underline. And a good example, Michael can probably back this up. Any music supervisor has, let's say they're working on a project, they have 100 songs that are perfect for this placement. The one that they're going to choose is going to be, you know what? I met this guy or this girl was really great. I met them at the whatever it was, the conference or whatever situation is. Because of your relationship, that's why they're going to choose your song. All right. That's just one example, but the importance of relationships cannot be stressed enough. And you know, there's so many things to do that builds that character and class and credibility. Like, for example, here's something. If you as a music artist are dealing with a music library or even a music supervisor, and you get a call or you get a communication that somebody needs this type of song, are you as a music artist, knowing that you don't have exactly what this person needs, are you willing to refer them to another music artist that has the music that fits the bill? Are you willing to do that? So you're helping another music artist, number one. Number two, the person that is requesting or looking for this song is going to go, wow, I can come back to this person, and even if they don't have the music, they'll probably point me in the right direction to somebody that does. So in the short term, it's not going to be, quote, a win. In the long term, it's going to be a win, because what you're doing is you're helping others. Okay. So by helping others, you're going to help yourself. And it's very, very simple psychology. I mean, and practically, for example, in my contacts address book, I keep all my contacts obviously in their phone number, email, URLs, blah, blah, blah. But in the notes section, I keep copious notes. And here's a perfect example of why copious notes are important. I'm booking a show at a place called The Mint here in Los Angeles. It's a great live club. And this person contacts me and they want to bring in 100 people. They want to be accommodated and all that. And I see the name that contacts me about this. And I recognize the name. I go, wait a minute. I looked her up in my contacts and I gave her a call and I said, Kelly, hi, it's Brent Harvey. You know, you and I met in 2005 when I booked you in a gig at the Monsoon Cafe in Santa Monica, and you were a singer-songwriter then. And it blew her away that I would even acknowledge something that's almost 20 some odd years ago, right? It's because I kept copious notes. And immediately that sparked not only the connection, but her talking to me about doing my merch, because she does merch for big names and stuff. But we're meeting on the 22nd to talk about merch for the HMMA and HIMA. So immediately I cut all just by keeping those copious notes, it immediately impressed her to go, wow, this guy is on top of it, and he remembers me from 2005. Oh my God. All right. That's just one little practical example. Another example is my LinkedIn account. Everybody wants, I get these requests to be connected on LinkedIn and so on. And what I do is I respond after I accept, because I look at their profile and it's the people in the business that I want in my LinkedIn as contacts. So once I confirm that they are somebody that I want in my contacts, I click accept and I send them immediately a direct message saying, and I'll read it to you just real quick. Every time I accept a new contact, I send a short note like this to see if the person is paying attention. If I do not receive a response within a reasonable amount of time, I'll delete the contact. Nothing personal, just my routine. Tag, you're it. So what this does is immediately tells the person, this guy's paying attention. Number two, he wants it to be a meaningful contact. And so I'm going to respond in kind and tell him, oh my God, you're actually vetting the contacts that are trying to be in contact with you. I'm not looking for numbers. I'm not looking for how many followers I have or anything. It's the quality. So I know that 99% of my LinkedIn contacts are in the music business or entertainment business. That's just one little thing, but I'm sure I'm going over my allotted time.
Good. It's good stuff.
Ask me anything, guys, that I can help with. What?
Hollywood Independent Music Awards. That's it. I would say anyone who's an independent musician. I saw some of the people in the chat who were there. We saw that. We saw some winners. People in the chat. We saw some nominees. So Brent's reach just with the first HMMA is far. I remember I went to the first. I'm sorry, the HIMA is far. I went to the very first HMMA Awards, and our very first presenter earlier today, Adam Gaynor, was the host of that award show. So yep. Brent's been doing some amazing awards shows for a long time. And as an independent musician, if you are interested in learning more about the Hollywood Independent Music Awards, it's good to know that you guys are doing it now in the summer, not August. Definitely go check out the HIMA Hollywood Independent Music Awards. It's an amazing show. I saw a bunch of people posting that too. It's just unbelievable. And all of Brent's events are amazing. But Brent, myself, and Jody, we're all in the mindset of, rewarding folks like you guys. Like we have our St. Titan Award. He has his HIMA Award. Yeah. There's nothing more fun and motivating. I know when I was starting, I was motivated to get those awards hanging on my wall when I started, my career. But now, as things have changed, it's extremely motivating to get awards, to know you're working towards something, and these are some great opportunities to do that. So check out the HIMA Awards.
If you don't mind, may I place like a ad in the chat so people can see?
Sure.
That pretty much explains.
Yeah.
My motivation for doing what I do.
Fantastic.
Please, yeah. Well, guys, give it up for Brent Harvey for spending time with us on
Harvey.
Saturday. Brent, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for coming.
Awesome.
Really appreciate it, man.
Okay, anytime, I'm here to be of service, and you guys know that, okay?
Awesome, buddy.
Thanks,
All right.
buddy.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Woo-hoo! All right.
Cool. Well, we've got a fun panel coming up with, well, right now, let's go. Yvette Matoyer is here. Michelle Johnson is here. I'm going to bring them up to the stage. Hey, Yvette.
Hi.
Hey, Michelle. Good to see you both. So we're going to have a fun conversations with these awesome music supervisors who have agreed to spend their Saturday with us. If you don't know Michelle Johnson or Yvette Matoyer, just Google them or look in the brochure that we sent out before the event. But let's dive right in. What do you say, Mike?
Yeah. No need to waste any time.
Yeah. So we've been talking a lot today about how everybody wants to meet supervisors, right? And it's good to meet supervisors, but it's important, if not more important, to have representation. Could we speak a little bit about that and your perspective on working directly with the artists versus going through a rep, an agent, or a library?
I'll jump in. Yes. Sorry.
It's okay. It's Saturday.
It's Saturday. I apologize. So ready for this. Yeah,
I'm the one with COVID brain.
Oh no.
I would certainly recommend working with a sync agent at this point in time. I mean, Jody, we've worked with you for a number of years, and as
Over
well
a
as a lot
decade.
of other colleagues. Yeah, for sure. And one of the benefits for music supervisors working with sync agents is that, they really take the time to research and research the artists that are approaching them. They already are pretty familiar with the work that music supervisors do, and they can determine whether or not who would be a good fit for a different production or a different music supervisor. It could be someone who specializes in alt country. And in that regard, they may not necessarily get pitched for, a TV series that uses metal rock. Sometimes, that can be a big challenge. For music supervisors, we get emails daily, probably hundreds every day, from people who just randomly reach out, in addition to emails that we receive from production or from studios and from labels and sync agents that are feeding us music that we're specifically asking for. And we still have to devote time to go through that music. And so, I think, at least I'll speak for myself, I tend to prioritize music that comes to me from a sync agent because we have working relationships. They know the music that, I'm looking for. And likewise with Michelle, they're familiar with our projects. I think one of the things that that shows a really great sync agent is that they're familiar with the projects that music supervisors are working on, and they know what to pitch and are very accurate in the music that they present. Michelle, why don't you piggyback on that?
Yeah, for me, it's also, I absolutely agree with everything you said. There's another additional component that is basically about how high speed our work turnover can be and how fast we have to deliver options that are not only creatively in the pocket, but also have all of their financial stuff sorted out. So the pub stuff is squared away, the master stuff is squared away. And it's not that we distrust independent artists, because I certainly do communicate with independent artists directly, but in a time crunch, and if it's somebody I don't know well, that I really depend on the sync agent to have vetted the people that they're presenting to us beforehand. And that's something that we just don't have time to do often, more often than not. Whereas it's a part of like educating people about getting all of their shares signed off, all of the sort of businessy stuff that is not sexy or glamorous, but it will result in us losing our job if we don't do it right. Jody, you're muted.
Sorry. sometimes I find, and Michael, two people in our world, they say, well, I compose in this genre. I know it's not really popular. Is there room for me in sync? You guys speak a little bit about that. How important is it to create music that is popular or following a trend versus just doing what you do as far as getting placements?
I mean, there's certainly plenty of artists out there who have a wonderful, creative, and financially beneficial career making music just for sync, especially in the commercial related world for ads and such. But I think it just depends on what your heart is. I think you can set out to do that, but if that's not natural to you and something that is important to you and makes you feel satisfied at the end of the day, you just got to write the music that comes from you.
Yeah, I agree. I think for the ad space and the trailer space, there's definitely room for folks to create music specifically for a certain type of product or media. And ads and trailers seem to corner the market in that regard. I think for me personally, I would always recommend, for an artist or a writer to really speak from the heart and what is inspiring you in that moment. Um, because we'll definitely hear that and we'll respond. And I think if it speaks to you, it'll likely speak to us. And if we don't find a moment where we have a slam dunk right then and there, I mean, generally we're hanging on to music in our database, and we can reference back to that particular song for another spot. Just for me, I feel like there's certain nuances, when folks write, from inspiration or from the heart. There's certain nuances that are included in the music that you might not necessarily get for someone who's just trying to hit certain focal points in a song that the elements are trending or what's popular in the moment. So I think depending on what media, folks are going after for sync placements, I think there's space for everyone. So if your forte is, writing, for placements and it specifically, then, go that route. But there's also, potential for placements for, songs that just, come from the heart.
As we're moving into 2024, obviously things are picking up. Last year we had the strike and a lot of stuff shut down for a long time. As we move into 2024, what are the unique opportunities that you see available to independent musicians, and how can independent musicians tap into those opportunities?
Well, it's honestly, even though the strike was over last year, things are really just starting to ramp back up. So for myself, I focus mostly on film and television. So it's going to be basically the same kind of opportunities that I'm seeing. I'm not necessarily seeing a trend focused opportunity specifically, but I will think about that. Maybe Yvette has.
Yeah, I think in the world that we're in with film and television, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what the right answer would be to that question at this point in time. I think, especially since we're right off to the start of a new year after, having been down for a number of months, for most of productions and studios, there's just a little bit of challenge pinpointing an answer for that.
There seems to be overall trends throughout the years in popular music that certain shows, certain projects, I would say, try to, certain projects want to capture the latest trend, but that doesn't mean there's always like an evergreen need for timeless music to fill a void in a certain scene that needs a certain style. I mean, from anything from Anatolian Turkish funk music to hip hop to pop to rock to jazz to world, like everything. They're really, I've seen it, and you two have as well. Like throughout the years, there's a need for all of it. So I think that it's I think it's fair to say that. As far as trends, though, let's talk about TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and things like that. How can independent musicians strategically use these platforms to enhance their visibility and increase their chances of landing placements?
I think, for TikTok, just having your music out there and giving it that chance to go viral is really a no-brainer these days, especially, Um, so I think that that is a huge, there's no reason at all any artist should not be on TikTok and pushing their music. The same with Instagram, especially for contact world, like if we, and keeping yourself on Spotify too, because we find music on Spotify. I find music on Spotify, and then I'm trying to find that person. And I will usually go to their Instagram first because I find that's the fastest way to get in touch with people. But not always, but it should be because that should be the fastest route to an independent artist. And I would urge everybody to, not everybody wants to pay for a website and have the time to get all that, but you can, in the interim, have your Instagram page up and and have your contact information there. And it looks good, when we can find you, because sometimes we need to find you that day.
Yeah, I can't say it any better than that. I totally agree. And I think like if you're on Spotify or some of the other platforms, just, make sure that there is some way that you can be contacted, because that is a challenge for us. When we've landed on something, a song that we like, and we're trying to find information, from an artist, or they have a web page, if they're going old school, and the email link is broken, or they don't respond, to messages.
There's a web
Again,
form that you have to fill out and wait.
yeah, it's
Oh
a
yeah, the info at, yeah.
yeah, it takes a month, to respond. Well, we've already moved on by that point. So as Michelle mentioned, like we're generally in time crunches, as we progress.
A
But
good
indeed,
example. I'll give her give an example of what happened to us on Varsity. We had
yes.
we had the Bengals Hazy Shade of Winter on Gen V. Sorry, we're still using the code name. um, and we had the Bengals Hazy Shade of Winter, and we had it cleared, and suddenly there was just a problem with the ownership of the master out of Australia, and we couldn't license it, and we had it been sitting in there forever, and the energy, the vibe, all that stuff was key, and we didn't have time to try and get another cover made. So I was on Spotify. We were both on Spotify, the web, everywhere, and I found this cover of it that was female vocals, and it was a local band out of somewhere in Pennsylvania. I reached out to them on Instagram and Facebook. The woman who happened to be the lead vocalist got right back to me. She had all her shit together. She's like, here you go. I've never licensed anything before. What do I need to know? And and she was great, and they got to sync. So that's a case that we needed something really fast and specific, and she just happened to be on her social media too, being aware of it, and got back to us quickly.
Well, let's talk about some more challenging stories, some big challenges that you faced on certain projects. Is there any ones you can think of just to share as this is something that a challenge we encounter, and here's how you might be able to avoid or help us should that ever come up again?
I think I don't know how in context it is in regards to this conversation, but we actually found a few instances on Gen V where we were clearing songs that had splits issues, and this is again ownership splits of the writing / publishing aspect of the song, and they took months to try to unravel. In a few cases, there was one writer who was claiming a higher percentage than what some of the counterparts were agreeing to. And at least one song was in litigation at the time.
Wow.
And
went into litigation while we were trying to get it
yes.
unraveled.
The song had previously been synced, so there really wasn't an indication that we would have an issue. But things had changed, and it was a big red flag for the studio. They were, there was no way around it. And I guess just to tie that back into this conversation, it's just being mindful of how important it is if you're, if you have writing partners, if you're a couple who happen to be performing and writing together, it is very important to figure out ownership right when you're working on it. Just get it out of the way and get it sorted. Just, because you never know how things will look between you all, a few months, from then, or a year from then. And it really will hang up any chance of placements or syncs. The studios will not, they do, there's no flexibility on situations like that.
Yeah, they don't want to run the risk. And just have those uncomfortable but necessary conversations. If it's uncomfortable, it should be like, this is what we own, and this is how we're going to split things, especially because sync is a really big moneymaker for bands right now and artists. So have all that business sorted before you go out, because it can cause a world of problem. And then if you have a problem with an artist with splits issues, boy, you're gun shy with them the next time, so.
Yeah, I prefer the Nashville model. When you go there and you write, if there's two people in the room, it's a 50-50 split. If there's three people, it's a three-way split. Even if the guy contributes a guitar lick and that's it, or a melody idea and that's it, or a lyric, it's still just an even split. But I mean, to your point too, it can go a step further because you have a three-way split. Okay, well, is it 33, 33, 34? 33.33, 33.33, and 36 or 34, 33.34. So, that can actually throw things off when it comes time to negotiate and say, okay, what do you control? If all three people are saying 33.34%, now we're in an awkward position. We've got to say, okay, well, it's a little off. So who actually has 33.33? So it's good just to get in there and do that, have that discussion right when
we encounter that all the time with big professional song. I'm like, really? Has no one thought about this by now? I guess it's a different matter when you're coming in the writing room with a star attached, I think that those splits, that mass changes, but yeah.
100%.
I have a question for you guys real quick. A lot of people who come into our world as songwriters and composers, and not necessarily doing the artist thing, but more or less just the songwriter, composer. I use that word loosely, composer, just producing music. I should use the word producer instead. With a fairly diverse catalog, singer-songwriter, followed by some rock band stuff, followed by whatever. When it comes to you working one-on-one with an independent artist, does that versatility benefit them, or does it act more as confusing on your end, where you can't really pinpoint exactly what they do? So my question basically is versatility from your perspective beneficial, or is it more or less kind of confusing, and you would recommend someone niche down in their songwriting when they're presenting their songs and their catalog to you?
For me, it's totally beneficial. They're diverse, and I can look to them for a lot of different styles. Yeah, that's a plus for me.
Yeah, I would say as long as I'm connected to their ability and to the music, then yeah, for sure. If they can knock out, a bunch of different genres, then that's a bonus for us. On the flip side of that, if there's someone who hasn't quite mastered any one of those, but tries to do everything, then it sort of, I think, waters down the possibilities. So I think it's like, if you're struggling with one genre, it may be better to just focus on what you're really good at. But if it's someone who's starting out and they really want to just get, cut their teeth on it, try it out and work on it and making it really strong, then I would say like go for it. But I don't think, someone who does, multiple genres, I don't see it as a hindrance unless, it's really, again, just how do I get the most bang for my buck as far as placements go? And I'm just going to try to do whatever, is necessary to make that happen. In that case, then I'd probably shy away. And for us, I think we kind of learn who reps those types of catalogs, or if there is an artist that we are connected with on a personal level, we do kind of get the sense of what their abilities are, and that will guide us to who we reach out to on a particular project.
From a songwriter's perspective, when Jody and I are teaching this to our audience, and that's one of the things that I always lean into. That's one of the biggest benefits of the sync path versus the traditional music industry path. In the traditional music industry path, the more diverse you are, you can't really release a record that's got jazz, unless your Queen has jazz and then rock and then singer-songwriter and all that. That works against you in the traditional music industry path. But to me, one of the most freeing things as a creative on the sync side is the ability that we can lean into that diversity of writing and that it is widely accepted. That's one of to me, that is the most artistically freeing aspect of leaning into the sync side of the music industry.
I'm gonna
I like the horns.
Yeah, I think, and again, just to piggyback on that, for, folks like Michelle and myself, again, when we're in situations where we're in a time crunch and we're looking for, song, like someone to maybe create something, relatively quickly, we know who we can reach out to for situations such as this. And if it's something that we know is in their repertoire, I mean, then, it's like a no-brainer who to reach out to.
Another reason to work with agents and libraries, right? Because you get diversity there. I found in my time doing this, very few composer producers have come my way and said, I create, I can do anything you want, pop, rock, jazz, world, whatever you want. And then I listen to their playlists and then I find that it's all really great. That's very rare. I have found it, but it's very rare. Usually there's, if there's 10 playlists, there's maybe 1 or 2 that are really great and the rest are just okay. So I think it's hard if you are gonna diversify and you want to put your best foot forward, make sure you are putting your best foot forward. And that comes from what Yvette said earlier, which is it coming from a place of something you're passionate about creating and keeping it, putting the emotion into it. And as long as you do that, and it's of course well recorded, well produced, I think it'll go over well. Someone had a question earlier. It was where was it? I think I lost it. It was about, there it is. Do you ever use Disco Discovery to search or source songs? And where else do you discover new music? I know you mentioned Spotify. Anywhere else you look for new music?
I use Disco Discovery from time to time. I'm trying to get more into it. But I definitely have used it. Spotify is my main place that I'll go to discover new music.
Then Michelle, you and I will have to sidebar at some point. I have yet to use Disco Discovery. I love the idea of it, and I'm looking forward to diving in. I would say Spotify is primarily my go-to. I still from time to time go to Bandcamp if I'm looking for indie stuff, and SoundCloud from time to time. My issue with Spotify, and Michelle, again, maybe we can sidebar at some point. My issue is that because of the algorithm, I'm finding myself as a passive listener, like based upon what I like. Yes, I am presented with, a playlist of 50 songs, let's say, but it's usually songs from the artists that I already like, as opposed to really new finds. so I feel like there's a little bit to be desired with Spotify. And again, like with a lot of the streaming platforms, when you're inundated with so much, if you're looking for something new, like what pathway do you take to really explore something that's completely different from what you've listened to, in generally speaking. And so maybe disco helps in that regard. I really am curious what they've put together. I mean, on the flip side, obviously, having the conversations about our sync agents, a lot of exploration is with what we get pitched,
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, them sort of being aware of the productions that we work on, us knowing their tastes based upon what they've pitched, there is a level of trust that's built, between us, so that when they are sending something to us that they're excited about, it makes us want to go and open that email right away, or just make sure we prioritize listening. And again, that does eat up a good time spent for me, listening to music. I have to put Spotify in a corner right now. It sort of is overwhelming for me sometimes.
How about live shows? Do you go to live shows still to discover new music, or is it less important to the job?
For me, not to discover new music. Usually, I go because there's some artists that I want to see, and if there's another artist opening that catches my attention or that I'm really interested in, yeah, but it's not. I like to be in bed by 10 o'clock, Jody.
I'm with you.
I think if we were in another city, like being in LA makes it so difficult because there's so many hurdles to get through, whether it's traffic, parking, way across town. And I know I'm being a baby about that, but I have to second what Michelle says. Like if there's an artist that I'm already familiar with that I know, I will sort of go out of my way to go ahead and catch those shows. But certainly within the last couple of years, I think with COVID having, come into play a couple of years ago, it sort of turned the tide a little bit, at least for now, for me, with going to see live shows for discovery, I would say. Yeah.
What about anyone who's on here that they heard the comments earlier about, well, you need an Instagram, you need a this and that, and like, I really don't want to do social media. Have there ever been instances where you license someone who's they just have a web page, they put their music out there, maybe it's just on their web page, somehow you find them, or do they need to have that social media presence? Is that required?
For me, they just need to have a contact, I do think it's important to have your music well produced and out there on iTunes or Spotify on iTunes, because sometimes, we're still sending music to editors and things. So we're still sending MP3s, so we need that. We need to be able to have that. So if you don't have it up there, I need to be able to listen to it somehow. And if you have your website or an email contact, you can then that's all we need,
Yeah, and I think to the point, this is kind of a flip side to the point of social media. Generally, like I'm not necessarily looking for how many likes or thumbs up a person has on social media. That doesn't really dictate whether or not I would pitch their music. I think down the line, if we're trying to make a case with a producer, that conversation might come up. But again, it comes down to the music, and if the music is compelling, and if it just, and I'm all for it. And just like what Michelle said, as long as we have a way to contact you, that's really all that we need.
Yeah. Fantastic. Mike, you have any questions?
I'm actually just going to look into the into the Q&A section right now for a moment.
I think we've gone through all the questions. So let's
we've covered a lot.
Let's talk about, let's go through let's see what people are asking here in the chat here.
Seems like all these have been covered to a degree.
What about SoundCloud? Michelle and Yvette, you ever go to SoundCloud?
I personally don't like SoundCloud.
I have from time to time. It's another resource for me. again, I think it takes a little bit of time to navigate, or just sort of to pull some music, but I think it at least gives me an active approach on searching for music, while I'm looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you have a question, Mike?
I was gonna say, when it comes to securing a placement with an independent artist, do you expect them to send you a contract, or do you send them a contract?
Good question.
Oh, for us, well, we'll send a quote request and we'll handle that. But the licensing would then only take place after we know 100% that we're using the song, and that will generally come from the studio or the producers, depending on what kind of project it is.
Jill, you were asked why you don't like SoundCloud. So what's your reasoning?
I hate that when you come onto the website, it just starts playing music. That irritates me, number one. I just don't like the format and the layout of it. And I feel like it's more geared for me towards electronic music and dance music, which is fine. And the only times that I go on there really for that is when I'm looking to find some bootleg disco remix of something, so that's just my experience with it. And when people send me SoundCloud links to download, it's so cumbersome to download because you gotta go to each little one, do that, and then you're like, wait, I don't want to wait. And so you like it's a whole, so I just avoid SoundCloud.
Anybody still using MySpace?
Now MySpace is that's my secret weapon. No, I'm joking.
How about some favorite syncs that you have put together for some of your favorite placements and projects you've worked on, or maybe your top, if we get it there, your top placement, a project that came together miraculously, everything lined up, all the stars aligned, and you just were really proud when it all came together and you saw, you're like, wow, that really worked well. All that hard work was worth it.
Go, Yvette. It's yours. I'm curious.
I don't know if I'll say it's my favorite. Because there's, that question I'm not prepared for, but I'll give you one it's one of a recent one that I just did. I worked on a film called Candy Cane Lane, which starred Eddie Murphy and Tracy Ellis Ross. Came out this Christmas. And there was a scene that took quite a bit of time to conquer, and it was really just a Christmas tree reveal. That's really all it was. But this reveal had to do with there's a competition amongst the neighbors in this neighborhood who has the best Christmas decorations, and there's a whole parade that's going down this neighborhood, and Santa's out there, and he's involved with pointing out each house, and it sort of ramps up each house that we come to. And we have a Matrix house, we have the arch nemesis to Eddie's character. He does Run Run Rudolph by the Foo Fighters, and obviously the pinnacle of Christmas music would be Mariah Carey, which we absolutely could not afford, nor was it right for our character anyway. And I happened to be looking up some choir music for another scene, and came across a gospel track. Oh shoot. Oh, you guys, I'm so sorry. I'm totally blanking on the name. But came across a gospel track that I wanted to clear. I just thought it was amazing when I heard it. And it's a staple, it's a staple for a lot of Baptists and Christians. And we couldn't clear it. We had some issues. Publishing was fine, but the master that we wanted to use, we couldn't do it. They were taking forever to get back to us. Then when they got back to us, it just felt a little bit shady, like we were probably going to have some problems down the line. So we ended up clearing publishing, but we created a version to picture for ourselves. So it was a little bit of both with the clearance, but we actually created a song around it, which was really cool.
Awesome.
Cool. Yeah, for me, I mean, let's see. I did this Netflix show called Obliterated that's out now. And it's a bananas crazy show. There's a lot of music in it. And and we had in the first episode a big shoot 'em up scene. And we had in there, I told the editors, do not put AC/DC because we cannot afford AC/DC. Well, they put AC/DC in there and it stuck and it stuck and it stuck. And I cleared it. And of course, it was too much money that we didn't have. And so then, of course, it's like what music supervisors get in the position of more often than we like, which is replacing something that is irreplaceable, in the eyes of the producers, and especially when it's tailored to picture, that it's edited to work with that song that you're using because they've structured it that way, the editors. So I went through months of searching, while I was trying all kinds of things. I couldn't find anything. Nothing held up. And I finally found something, and the producers wrote right away. They were like, "We love that song. Can we afford it?" So I was like, "Oh God, thank God." And so it was less expensive for sure, and it was fun. So it was like we had AC/DC Shoot to Thrill, which makes sense, right? Then we had I replaced it with the Hives Tick Tick Boom. So it was kind of, and then it played a little more funny actually. So that was fun. So I really felt like I freaking nailed that, just because of how hard the spot was, and the creative and financial things that needed to happen.
I've seen replacing AC/DC come up so many times throughout the
Yeah,
year.
I did a search specifically for that, too. We've all done those, right? So, yeah.
Someone has a good question here. Mike Teague asked, going back to providing their contact information. With scammers and hackers so prevalent, how would one know an email or Instagram request is legit from you, especially if it goes to spam? If we're not, you're not connected, it might go to this certain folder, they don't find it.
I think it won't if you don't have a private account. I think it won't.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, when you get an email from somebody, Shell Johnson, Yvette Matoyer, Jody Friedman, whomever it might be, Google that person, look them up on IMDb. You'll see right away whether they're legit.
Because when I reach out via Instagram, I always give my email address, to respond, and if it's super urgent, I'll give my phone number, but yeah.
Same here. It's like I'll tell them I'm a music supervisor. So it's like, how many people are going to be trying to hack, telling them that they're a music
supervisor, trying to give you money. It's different if they're asking for money. You'll find out soon enough if you never get your license money.
Right.
But yeah, it seems like the reverse con. I don't see that being a problem.
I guess that makes sense because there have been times where I have not gotten a response, and I remember thinking I have money in my hand. I have money in this hand. I'm trying to
I know we should stop saying we're Prince from Africa looking to license your music. Maybe we should stop doing that.
Okay, noted.
I have a quick question. This will be my last question for this session. If you could, just a rough estimate, if you could guesstimate how many emails show up in your inbox every day from colleagues that you're working with, publishers, record labels, and independent musicians. Rough estimate in your inbox daily.
I mean, I would easily say 100.
Easy. Then it's tricky because we both have our personal account and then we have our music account, which is where we have this the bulk of submissions go to. So it's easily 250 combined, maybe more
Oh.
a
And that's
day.
the reason why we have a separate music email, right? Because like emails from production or studios would get lost in the midst of all of these music emails that we were getting. And those
Yeah.
some of those are specific emails, you know, based on a brief that we sent. And then they're general emails like, hey, here's who we just signed, or, you know, here's the new album. So yeah, it's quite a bit. So just imagine the time it takes to go and click on each one of those, read the description, you know, save it to disco or download. Like it's totally involved.
Right.
Yeah, there's whole days that I will spend just inputting music and I don't even find I have time to listen to it what I'm inputting at that particular time, you know. It's it's definitely a different way you think about and process music, you know, on our end of the scope. And I'm certainly not complaining, but it is different, you know. It's a different way.
Elise is wondering, where did you find that Hives track? Was it through, I think you said it was through a search, or did you think, oh, the Hives is right, let me go see who owns it?
Spotify recommendations. As I was like, I tried everything. I was listening to Pandora radio. I was listening anything. I knew it had to be something that's probably out there. And I was on a run and I would just listen to like rock mixes on Spotify. And sometimes if I found one song, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then I would go to the songs radio channel and it came on and I was like, no. And then I was like, okay. I took a screenshot and then I remembered it. And then that's how I found it.
How often would you say you're searching your internal library, whether it's your iTunes or SoundMiner or whatever you use, for songs and hoping that their metadata will turn into a result versus reaching out and doing the search? Like if you had to pick a percentage of time spent internally and successfully, I'll add successfully finding it versus going to doing a search.
Maybe 50% of the time.
Wow.
That's what I was gonna say, like 50%.
Yeah. I mean, late, you know, with disco, it's way better, you know, but it's mostly for who pitched it, you know. I don't just pull general submissions into my disco. I use it for targeted searches or things that we're considering pitching to productions. But yeah, I'll go to my Swinsian. I don't use iTunes anymore. I use Swinsian for that. And it's always interesting to see if sometimes, you know, you'll have that information, but sometimes it's old and the publishing's not changed from the, you know, gone another place, you know.
Yeah.
But it's probably 50%.
That's why it's so important to have your metadata in order so that the Michelles of the world and the Yvettes of the world can find your music. And if they search rock or uplifting or driving or AC/DC, if it's something that's similar to, and it shows up in their search results and your song is come up top. Right?
You'd be surprised. I think back to 10 years ago, Michelle, when that was like a whole thing. We would get, you know, someone who would send WAV files and you know, we get it and there would be something that was awesome, but we'd have no way of knowing because waves don't hold any of that information. It's a lot better now, but for a time, you know, we would get, or MP3s where people just weren't thinking, you know, and it's like, how in the world are we going to get in touch with you?
Yeah, I still encounter it with folks from time to time, and it's like some European businesses and stuff. So I do try to like, here's what this should look like, because it only don't send waves. They're too big and they don't hold information. And it's like we have so many songs. It's like I don't want to give disco more money than I already do.
Jay said this is the third time I've heard about Disco. What is Disco? So Disco was created by music supervisors to serve music supervisors, and it's a file sharing service, essentially. You can build playlists. In fact, we were speaking with Katrina, who heads up sales over at Disco, about coming into Sync Titan in our community. And we're going to do a training with her, and she's going to show everybody how to use Disco and build your playlists and optimize it for music supervisors. So when they get your Disco submission, and it really, I mean, they came onto the scene fast, and it has taken the industry by storm, because it really does serve everybody at a high level. So
New Zealand company, I think.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Dropbox and iTunes combined, which is really a game changer for us who, you know, we have to, if we can get submissions that go straight to Disco, it saves us that step of having to download it, put it again into our iTunes, only to then pick through it and upload it again to something else to send to our editors or producers. So, and it's good for working virtually, because when Yvette and I work together on The Boys or Gen V, we work virtually, so we can work in the same Disco account.
Yeah.
So that's cool. You can't do that on your iTunes, you know.
I mean, thinking back even like 10 years ago, maybe a little more, we were sending CDs out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You'd receive CDs, you'd have to pop it in, you'd have to import it, you'd have to not download it, but listen to it. Yet still the placements happened, the project got what they needed. Now there's so much more content, there's so much more being delivered. It seems, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the expectation is even higher, and the pressure's on a little more for the music supervisor to deliver because of all the quantity that's there.
There's a lot of music out there, that's for sure.
Well,
the pressure, do you think the pressure is different though? Different now than it was, let's say, 7 years ago? I feel like it's the same.
Pressure.
I don't know, it's the same generally speaking, I think.
You know, when it comes in, you know, when it happens is when you're on a project that has like a real youthful focus that want new music, and there's always these producers that are like, oh, we need the trending songs, your people that could send, you know, you're just like, what? But yeah, that's when because I think music is such a big, people are so aware that music is so big now, even if they're not on TikTok, or so, they just know how huge the music business is. So there's just little things like that. But other than that, no. I mean, the job demands are the same. The turnarounds are still the same expectations, you know.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, let's give it up for Yvette Matoyer and Michelle Johnson. Michelle, thank you for spending the day with us while you're sick. We really appreciate that.
I'm almost better, so we're good.
You guys enjoy your Saturday. Thank you so much.
You too.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
folks.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Awesome.
Well, you know what? We promised in some of the recent emails that we sent out promoting this that we were going to give you some updates to the NFL sports game. We are in the third quarter with 11 minutes and 27 seconds left, and the Texans are ahead of the Browns 24-14. All right.
There's time left.
There is time. Plenty of time. It's only 10 points.
Yeah.
Touchdown and a field goal. Good.
All right. If there was a wah wah button, I didn't have that. So I can't air horn that. But what I can do is welcome our next panelists. We're going to have a discussion now with a bunch of our Sync Titans who are here. And we've got Ashley and Isha and Adam and Charlanne and Dave. There might even be someone else still in the audience here. If we see that Luke is here, we could bring Luke up. And we're going to have a discussion with them about being a Sync Titan and that journey. And it's going to be awesome. So give them a round of applause. Let's get fired up. DJ Sync. DJ Sync, thank you. Thank you.
That's so funny.
Well, thank you guys. This is we appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. And this is the reason why we're having this panel. It's because, we took you on the journey from songwriting through home production, through mixing, right? Music libraries, music supervisors.
Sync agents. Yep.
Sync agents, yeah, sorry. Sync agents. These are just the regular folks like Jody and myself and everyone else who's crushing it with placements. These are their stories. These are the people who were viewers. Some of them just last year, some 2 years ago. In the case of Isha, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I shared Isha's story at the beginning, where Isha came to a webinar that I had done before I even had an online business. And and then that's what started his journey. Now he has over 800 placements. My dogs are going to start barking here in a second, but he has over 800 placements. Ashley,
Wow.
crushing it. She has over 70, close to 80 placements right now with a 4-song EP. She had I sent Jody one of Ashley's videos the other day. A great video that was directed by Johnny from the Karate Kid and Cobra Kai, and features Mr. Building in it. It's an awesome video.
And Michael Elsner co-wrote it and produced it.
Wow. Hey.
Adam Siren, amazing story. He's right at 500 placements. I mean, the stories and the journeys of all these folks is your story, and that's why we wanted to bring them in and end the day with a session like this, because you can see how they've taken the information, the strategies. For those of you who are here at the beginning, we went through this thing called the Thrive Cycle. If you missed it, oh my gosh, you missed some good stuff. But for those of you who did see this, hopefully this was confirmed and completed as you watched all of these panelists, right? There's consistency. They all stayed within the target, right? No one really went on their thought spirals and whatnot. You see what happens when people do those thought spirals. But pulling it all together for you so that you can see what it really takes to take the systems and strategies with the right mindset, the right attitude, how you can crush it yourself.
Let's talk a little bit about that. So success can mean different things to different individuals, right? How do each of you define sync success? And what goals did you set for yourselves? What promises did you make to yourselves on your path to becoming Sync Titans? Let's start with you, Ashley.
I've had many goals. Every year I write myself a check for $1 million. That one hasn't come true yet, but I have gotten so many more syncs than I even realized until I went into my ASCAP account and I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. So many songs had been synced. But success, is, it's different to every person, I think. For me, having a handful of songs synced, to me, I feel super successful. I mean, just in the sync world, we're now.
Yeah.
For my career, I'm a DJ, I'm a singer, all these things. So, sync licensing is just one facet of it, and it's awesome, and I feel very successful in it.
Tell them a little bit about your journey, because we didn't touch on that. Successful DJ, and she's played a lot of big gigs, with lots of big artists, and so sync is a portion of her business and her pursuit. But in a minute or less, Ashley, what is your story with your career and how you transitioned into DJing? Because I think it's fascinating.
Thanks. I've always been a singer-songwriter, and that was always the main goal. And then I released the song that Michael was just talking about, called "You Only Want Me When You're Wasted." And I guess the whole reason I transitioned into DJing was because the day of the release, my boyfriend at the time passed away. He didn't wake up that morning. So I took a little time off, and then it just, I wanted to figure out what life was about, and I started DJing, and I got inspired for music again. I fell in love with music again. And now, you know, several years later, now I'm back in the singing, songwriting, sync world. So it's kind of full circled back to where it started.
Awesome.
Hey, there is a little bit of an echo. One of us might have speakers up a little too loud. Pull it down a little bit, or throw some headphones on, and I think that'll help. Isha, how about you? Let's talk about your story and some of your goals along the way and your definition for sync success and how that's materialized for you.
Well, my story is that I came up as a recording engineer, producer, and then I transitioned when I moved out of Los Angeles and started a family. I wanted to keep making my own music, but find a way to monetize it. And that's when I saw Michael's seminar and started writing music for Sync. And it's interesting to try to define success, but I've gotten over 800 placements now, and my royalty.
Wow.
We just got our ASCAP payment. I'm with ASCAP and BMI, so it's a little confusing. But
by the way, I was wondering, that is a Grammy sitting behind Isha. So that is success.
Wow. Hey.
If I was going to talk about success, just as a musician, I would say being able to just pay my bills off of anything music related, like, to me, that is. But in particular with Sync, my royalties are going up and up and up. So that's wonderful news.
Isha talked about something fascinating. If any of you guys did not catch it, we have an interview with Isha on our YouTube channel. And he touched on something that a lot of people don't really touch on when we talk about licensing. Talked on about handing that income, building long-term wealth, generational wealth, and being able to hand that down to his family and his kids. And that was an amazing perspective of what licensing can do for you. Because the reality is that once you have your songs out there on shows and the show reruns and they're in syndication, your catalog lives. You have the potential for that catalog to live for years and years and years. Hopefully we all have very, very, very long lives. But even after our lives are over, we have the potential for that catalog to keep going and going and going and going and going. And you touched on a very interesting aspect of it, Isha, and I appreciate you talking about that during our interview that's up on the YouTube channel.
Awesome. Yeah. Adam Steeren.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it
Adam.
going? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we hear you.
yes,
Yeah.
Okay. You know, every time I do one of these things, like, I always have some weird audio thing, but I think I figured it out. So, anyway, thanks for having me. You know, I think that it's really important. For me, success is family. You know, it's being here to lead my kids to Jesus. You know, it's being here to teach them values. And honestly, you know, it really sucks when you're, you know, like, I started out, I was working at Verizon Wireless, and you know, I was dabbling in production a little bit back then, but my production wasn't very amazing back then. That was a long time ago. Wow, that was over 15 years ago. It's crazy to think that I'm going to be 40 next month, but anyway, I started there, but you know, it was really my relationships. I would say if there is a key word to the success of my career besides trusting God and, you know, moving that way, I think it's relationships. You know, Michael and I had a really good friendship back then, and I was this young guy, and you know, Mike and I sat down over at Edge Hill Cafe, and I'll never forget him looking across the table at me and going, like, basically, Michael said to me straight up, he's like, "Adam, you're an idiot. Like, what are you doing?" You know, like, and it was a hard conversation for me to listen to, you know, and I was tempted to go, yeah, I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know. But that one particular day, I just stopped. And when I left the meeting, you know, my life was changed because, you know, one of my friends loved me enough to look at me in the face and go like, "Hey, dude, you're an idiot. You're selling phones and you have all of these songs. And Jody, you touched on a good point earlier today. Like if you can write a great song once, you can do it a million times. And I think that that's really a big part of my story. And so, Mike was that friend that really connected those dots for me. So, long story short, I started taking meetings. I even started playing my demos for Verizon when I was selling phones. And you know what? I ended up getting a publishing deal, and I started out doing country music, which was really awkward and weird for everyone. But you know what? Like, it ended up becoming really successful for me. But my relationships to lead that publishing company and help lead them to sync and TV and film. And then I couldn't afford to pay anybody to produce stuff for me. So I just learned how to do everything that I couldn't afford to do myself. And I remember they used to say to me in the meetings, hey, when are your recordings going to sound good enough? When are they going to be like this person or that person? And then we went on this trip to LA to do this sync thing. And this producer, I'll never forget, I used a Bluetooth speaker in an old crappy Mac that was way outdated. Track before I went into this producer, worked toward this producer who was like really amazing. And he was blown away by the production style, and I couldn't believe it. And my publisher couldn't believe it. And from that day forward, I just kept doing it. And so I don't know. I think for me, it's just relationships, and success is being able to do it, provide for my kids, be here for my family. I don't know. I think that sums it up for me.
That is success, Adam. That's awesome.
So I hope there's something good in there for everyone. So thanks.
Cheryl Ann.
Hi.
Hey, hello.
I'm there. Okay, good. Hi, thanks for having me. Boy, I'm really honored to be among these wildly talented, successful, and caring individuals in this group. I think our community is just fabulous. Little tiny history about me. I was originally an in-house songwriter for Philadelphia International Records, which is the Gamble and Huff legacy, which was no small feat, and I was overjoyed to be part of it. Also way underfinanced, so I went on to this, and I was successful in that, which I'm very thankful for. But I woke up one day and said, I don't want my headstone to say she was a great loan officer. And at that point, I looked into what is it going to take for me to go from the kid who used a little cassette player and an upright piano in a little room at Philly International to all this brand new technology. And I spent a fortune. Sweetwater should probably send me some Christmas cards.
They send a lot of candy though, don't they?
Oh, they do. They do. And things that take your caps off your teeth. So I don't need that. But it was a challenge. So one of my success stories, I would say, was I did not want to wait on anybody else. I wanted to be able to do this myself. And I learned all the technology that I needed to. And I spent many long overnight hours trying to get it together, because without Broadcast Ready, I've got nothing. So I knew I could be a writer, but that first goal of Broadcast Ready was really tough, and took a lot of feedback and being iron heart. And then, so my success now, I would say, is that when people in this business respect my work enough to ask me for music directly, that's success to me. Money comes when the production is worth paying for. That's a given. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Dave. Yeah.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for having me. This is a great community. I just love getting stories, and everything everyone has said is 100% I agree with. You can define success I think in so many different ways. And while everyone else was talking, I was thinking about the fact that it's probably a good thing if your definition of success continues to change and adjust as you go, because I think for all of us as musicians, probably the first big definition of success is like, hey, I want to be able to just support myself as a musician, and then once that happens, it's going to keep growing from there. And so, like what Michael was saying, the idea of growing generational wealth is such a wonderful thing. And with Sync, to be able to provide for my family is a wonderful thing, and provide for my family doing what I love, and also getting to be home most of the time. So like I'm here out on the road, like, originally I was on tour all the time. So it's great to be able to kind of get a lot of the best of all the worlds all in one place. And on top of that, I would say, and I'm sure others can relate to this too, like wanting to go to professional music, I kind of just assumed I would have to do some style of music that was just whatever's popular and whatever people want, and that's the style I'm working in. I never expected that getting to do music that I really love and I really am passionate about would be the most profitable music. Like it sounds like, would I get to do like a Cuban hip hop album, or why would I get to do like, epic NFL themes or whatever? I mean, like these aren't things that I expected to be able to do and make money at it. And so, I think to define success would be, we're able to provide for our families and do music that's artistically fulfilling. It's just really a dream come true, so
Awesome.
that's my take on it.
We have did a nice interview with Dave. It's on our YouTube as well. It's called Sync Titan Secrets for Drummers. And Dave's a percussionist and has found a career in sync, with what he loves and what he specializes in, which is everything we've been talking about today with niching down. And that's just awesome. Let's talk about challenges and triumphs. Your biggest challenge. Think about some of the biggest challenges you face, but also maybe share a story about a personal triumph, something you overcame related to Sync. Ashley.
Here, start with someone else. Let me think.
Okay. Who's got one off the top of their mind? Isha.
I think the greatest challenge for me was the time period between writing music and getting the checks, because it's like, it takes like a year before you might get placements and another year after that before you get paid. So it's like a patience challenge, basically.
Yeah.
But like you said, Isha the other day sent me a text where he had actually like plotted out on a graph his quarterly statements, and it is hysterically going up. So that's the element of licensing. It takes a while. Gosh, I was trying to think of, I forgot who it was. I was watching something where they were talking about, like, I think it may have been an Elon Musk thing or whatever, but it was delayed gratification. I think it may have been Elon Musk, where he's talking about like it's delayed gratification. The biggest thing with success is being able to do something now that's going to end up paying off tremendously without the expectation that it's going to happen immediately, But at the same point, once you get that going, by the very nature of royalties being back-end royalties being paying you from the previous couple of years, once you get this going and you're 3 or 4 years down the road, you're getting placements now, you're getting those licensing fees now, you're getting paid for stuff you did 4 years ago in your royalties. And what happens is it becomes that snowball effect.
They're called royalties for a reason too.
Yeah.
We're essentially all treated like kings and queens. We get royalties paid for us for doing, for doing nothing. We create the music, we get paid for that license fee. Then we get royalties, right? So it comes from that, like it's passive income that just comes to you. Wait for that first one to come in, but then it just goes on and on forever every time something airs anywhere around the world. So it's a treat we all get from being creators. It's a way for the world to thank us for doing what we do.
Adam, what's a big challenge and a big triumph?
Man, I'm just going to be, anybody that's seen any of my interviews before, like I don't ever read the questions that you guys like send us. So like this is all off the cuff, just real. And I'm going to talk about something that well you'll never get over, that never goes away. Because there's one thing that you're going to face every day, that I face every day, and that's myself. That's my head. That's my brain. And one of the biggest challenges for me has always been, like, is this going to be good enough? When am I ever going to be good enough? When are my songs ever going to be good enough? And, it's really weird because a lot of people who know me and maybe don't know me, if you go and you look at my, Instagram and stuff, whatever, it's like, man, this guy's on panels. He's doing all this cool stuff. He's inventing looper pedals and everybody respects him so much. Well, you know what I mean? That only goes so far, because at the end of the day, how much praise you get, like you still have to face that temptation. And I still have to face that temptation to fall into that thought spiral, and for me, like that's always been the biggest thing. The best example I can think of for that actually is something that led to one of my biggest placements, which was one of two placements that were on Shameless. And I'll never forget, I was hanging out with my buddy Cyrus. Thank you. Yeah, okay, cool. I am McLovin. Anyway, I was hanging out with my buddy Cyrus, and it's really funny because a lot of people who took a liking to my music are actually out here in Atlanta, which I'm out in Georgia now. And I was hanging out with him, and we were hanging out with some crazy people, y'all. Like, I couldn't even believe the people I was hanging out with. And Cyrus looks over at me and he goes, man, you can rap, right? And I said, I can't rap. And he goes, yeah, you can, dude. Just go try it. And so I went back, and I went to this I went to this sync camp. It was a different sync camp that I was at in LA, and I did it. I went and I rapped, and I started singing like just really soulful stuff, and everybody looked at me like I was crazy, but it all got placed. So, it was overcoming that mental thing, because really honest, you can have all the praise, all the love, all the support, all the relationships and friends in the world that will push you forward, even all the supervisors that want to hear your shit. But if you can't beat that little voice inside your head, that's going to stop you right when you're about to walk through that door of opportunity and say, hey, I'm going through that door. I'm not stopping. You can't stop me. That little voice that says you can't do it, you're not good enough. Yeah. Remember, Bob Dylan is an artist. That's all I'm going to say.
Ashley, have you thought of an answer?
Yeah. I related to what you said, Adam, so much. Totally relate. I think everyone can relate to that, right? The voice in your head, doubting,
Imposter
stopping.
syndrome. Everyone's, yeah.
Totally. Currently, what I struggle with now is, well, I have 2 babies, and so it's finding the time and focus on that. Like, my mind is working on 20,000 different things every day. So that's what I have to struggle. What I go through is focusing the time to submit the syncs and follow throughs. Oh my goodness, that one's always been a struggle for me. But yeah, I mean, triumphs. I still getting placements, so that's a triumph.
Those are all huge triumphs. Yeah, you've had some good ones. Ashley's had some really good ones. Shirley Ann.
Yeah, so challenge. I think I already talked about that, going from old school songwriter to new tech babe. But I think challenge wise, just having to always remind myself that if I come from a mindset and not a scarcity mindset, abundance being, I believe in that I have the ability to do this. I'm going to trust that the money will always be there. I'm going to trust that I can do it. I mean, I have some proof that I can do this. So just coming from that instead of scarcity, I think scarcity makes you do stupid stuff sometimes, you know, trying
Yeah.
to hang on to things. And Jody had talked about, these are my babies. I don't really want to have to sign these over, you know, that kind of thing. Just trusting that there's enough talent there to recreate things, or maybe even better stuff. So the challenges, I think, are daily, and I think they come and go. You know, one day you think you're brilliant, the next day you're an idiot. I mean, it's part of the journey, I think, and also trusting that whatever bad day you're having is not the day. Like there's going to be another day after that. Triumphs, I mean, I'm kind of the baby in all of this. I have probably the least amount of placement so far, but boy, I'll tell you, I have 2 songs on end credits on the Amazon Prime series Great, and just to hear my music come out of that TV was, I mean, I'm like the Terminator now. You are never stopping. Like, you won't reason with me. I will not bargain with, like, I'm doing this. So, and I mean, what other industry doesn't care where you live, doesn't care what you look like, doesn't care how old you are? Can you write a tune that's broadcast ready and make that work for somebody's job, whatever project they need to do? I mean, this is an amazing industry. It's like, so if you're an artist or a writer and you really want to continue in the music business, this is where to be. This community especially.
Amen. Amen.
Yes.
Dave, challenges and triumphs.
Yeah, huge challenge. Like, one of the things that really got me into doing sync is I was trying to find, this is 5 years ago, I was trying to find something that I could just work on myself, where I didn't have to, like, you know, because I would go on tour and then they go on hiatus for 2 months. And then what are you going to do for 2 months, right? How are you going to pay your bills for 2 months? So you're trying to play random gigs, and it's a losing battle. And I was, at the time, you know, watch sports, watch baseball, whatever, and there'd be these little songs that would come on when they're showing stats. And I'm like, some schmuck out there is writing those little ditties and getting paid. And so I just started writing stuff like what I would hear on stats, sports, you know, whatever. And the first time I heard my music used on TV, I was watching the World Series, and I heard my music come on, and I thought it was coming from like the other room, like one of my kids on my computer or something, but it was coming out of the TV. And I, as soon as I started realizing like I could get my stuff used, so to me, another way to define success is like when I'm writing something for a certain purpose and it gets used for that exact purpose. It means that like my art, like my creative mindset is in the right spot and I'm targeting things the right way. I guess that would be more of like a nitty-gritty goal and challenge, is to like, I'm writing for this purpose, and it's, you know, it might get used for something else too, but it's really, really exciting. Like, you're writing for a specific thing and then it gets used for that specific thing. And so once I started getting those sports things, I just went like, I've really leaned into that. So basically I've gotten, you know, all the things, NFL and NCAA and any you can think of. And what's cool about that is with the people that I work with to get those placements, I've made those connections. Like Adam was saying, it's such a people business. So another huge challenge was meeting the right people where we're building a relationship together so that we're making others successful, right? So like, I'm making stuff that they can use, that's going to make them successful. That's going to make them want to come back to me for more projects. And so that was, building those bridges was a huge challenge because, you know, I don't live in LA. So, okay, so you book a flight to go out to LA and start meeting people. Like, it's, you know, just go do it and just start meeting people and building those relationships, show them that you've got the follow through and show them that you can deliver on a project, land the placements, and they're going to be back for more. And so, you know, it was a very cool week. Like I always get nervous around Christmas. Like probably one of my fears that I always deal with is that like the bottom is just going to fall out, the phone's going to stop ringing, and everything's just going to kind of peter out. And like I booked 7 albums this week, and I didn't have to make any demos. I didn't have to pitch anything. It was all people coming to me with custom requests.
Yeah.
And so to me, that's a new level that I've gotten to. Thank you, which was very exciting because, you know, like we spend so much time, like you get one sync and then you're like, how long is it going to be till I get my next sync? And you're pounding your head against the wall trying to find out where can I get an opportunity. And it's like once you start to get those opportunities, you just lean into what's working for you and just keep hammering it and building those relationships along the way, you know. And you know, when someone turns you down, it's never out of like, you know, it's usually just they either don't need it or it's just not right for their thing. Like it's not something to take personally. You just move on, and if it's good, somebody will want it for something, you know. But I would just say keep leaning into those little successes, and it just keeps growing and growing.
You know, you said something about leaning into like even writing for sports and you know, that's when you started getting, you know, was using your songs. But you know, so leaning into that because you know that was, you know, working, that's very important. The reality, even with all the placements that I've had and Jody's had and you guys have had, it doesn't get old. It's always exciting to hear your song on TV. Jody knows, some of you guys know this story if you guys are in our community. I've shared it a couple of times, but you know, I think it was August, my wife and I walked back home from a Mexican restaurant down the street and turned on the TV. We're going to watch some Heartland. And immediately this GMC Sierra commercial came on. And it was a track that I had written for back in 2010 or 2011. I was commissioned to write a series of commercials for Skechers. So I wrote 19 pieces of music for 2 commercials. And so I had 17 pieces remaining. And next thing you know, this GMC Sierra commercial is using one of those pieces of music that's 12 years old. It's been sitting there for 12 years, hasn't been doing anything. 12 years old. They used that commercial up. It ran from like August to December. And I heard it almost every night on TV, multiple times. And every single time came on.
That's my song.
It's like a little, every placement is a little miracle. It really is. It's like you think of all the people, and I'm sure Jody would know more about this than us, just on the supervisor side, all of the ears that your music has to get approved by to make it is like, it really is like a little miracle every time. So to me, I don't know why I would ever get, oh, wow, it's just a little, you know, thing, but it's like, it's exciting. Like, it's so exciting to hear your stuff get used, and it's fulfilling on so many levels. It really is.
I'm going to address, I want to address something because this will be a question here to ask you guys. Michael posted, where do we meet all these right people that I'm hearing about and shouldn't be sending emails to or approach people? Well, the right people that Jody and I teach is representative agents. And that requires research. It requires getting online and connecting with them, looking at their websites, doing the research, seeing where your music fits, if it fits into their catalog. It requires effort on your end. So let's talk real quick. That's going to be the question for everyone here when it comes to, because I know everyone is getting placements because you're all with libraries. And
show of hands if you guys all get placements with libraries or go direct to music supervisors.
Libraries.
Sync agents, a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Isha, let's go with you.
Yeah.
Start with you. How do you connect with the right people that are getting your placements for you, the representatives that you're working with?
I started researching lots of libraries and looking at the reviews on Music Library Report, where you can see other composers actually give some feedback. And then I got more of some of my best music. In a way, instead of pitching a particular album, I was more going, look at all the variety I could create for you. And then I reached out to maybe like 50 companies and heard back from like 10, and then maybe 4 or 6 of those into companies that I started working for, and I sort of cast a wide net, and then, you know, a year down the line, you're like, oh, these companies are really working for me. I'll focus more on writing songs for them.
Dave, let's go with Dave real quick, because I know Dave's writing for a major library.
I would say my cop-out answer is there's no one right answer for everybody, because different libraries have different specialties, and you know, what's right for me isn't going to necessarily be right for you, because we all write different music, right? So I didn't know at first. I didn't even know it. I knew nothing. Like, you guys are very fortunate. Everyone on this, in this part of this webinar, is very fortunate, because like I went into this totally blind, and I was just giving my music to whoever would pay any attention to me whatsoever. But I would say it comes back down, like Adam said, to personal connection. Who do you get along with, and who can you build a personal relationship with, so that when you email them, you're not just one of the, you know, some random email. And like, one of the libraries I write for is a major library, and the guy that I work with there told me he gets 30 at least pitches per day from people he's never heard of before, right? And so if you don't know these people at least a little bit, it's, you know, it's gonna be hard to get through. So I would say try to, whatever it takes to, you know, build a little bit of a relationship, and then go to them with a mindset of like, what can I do to make you more successful and make you money, rather than come help me out because I'm a poor musician. Like, you have to think about it like a business, and what can we do together to make some money, is, I think, more the right mindset of like, how can we be successful together? So yeah, I would say that. I don't know if that really answered the question, but
Oh, that's brilliant. In fact, that was even addressed earlier during the session with Brian Fuller and Callie J. It's exactly what Brian said. You know, when you're reaching out to people, you find how you can serve them. Find your way that you can serve them first. And that's a mistake that people make when they send out their emails and their contacts, is like, hey, here's my songs, license them and pay me money.
Yeah, and I would say too, like, these people, like, you know, well, Jody stepped out, like, they don't need your life story. Like, just, here's my music. Like, if your email is longer than like one and maybe 1.5 sentences, it probably is. Like, so I actually will spend,
It can
even
be
with
longer,
people,
but you got to keep it concise,
Yeah,
because
like,
chances are they're only going to read that top part and click a link.
especially if I don't know the person well, I will spend a good 10 minutes trying to make my email as short as possible while still saying everything that I want to say, just because, without sounding like a caveman, just because, like, you know, you just want to respect people's time. Like, they don't want to read like a 6-paragraph email about your, you know, hero's journey as a musician, you know. So yeah, I would say just be really professional, but also, you know, talk to everyone like they're your grandmother. You know, treat everyone really respectfully and sweetly, and that certainly goes a long way too.
Awesome. Ashley, Cheryl-Ann?
Yeah. Ash, are you
Sure. I think most of my songs have been with a licensing company. However, yeah, I've been in LA for 18 years, and I've tried connecting with people, and, you know, relationships help. But I will say, I think the sync license is definitely the way to go for just getting more syncs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean the libraries? You mean the libraries are the way to go?
Yes. Yeah,
Ashley, I've known Ashley for a long time. Ashley's you're connected with a lot of music supervisors as well. Like you said, you've been in the LA scene for a long time, but I know that a lot of your placements are coming through libraries and not necessarily through those direct friendships that you have with supervisors. And that's something that we see over and over and over. Jody and I have been in the industry a long time. We know a lot of supervisors as well. That's why we really emphasize over and over and over the aspect of finding representation. Because even with us, even with our friendships with supervisors, the vast majority of relationships that we have, because I moved to LA in 2003. I actually moved there 18 years ago. Jody, you moved there in 2006, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we've been there a long time. We have those connections, but still the reality is the majority of those placements do come through that representation.
100%.
And that's why we really lean into that when we teach this. We really lean into finding representation as much as you can, as opposed to just trying to blow up the supervisor's email. It might work, but as you heard in the last session, they have 250 emails a day that they got to get through. It's easy to get lost there.
Right.
We want you to have success, and that's why we really lean into the representation side as much as we can.
A good library will place your song over and over and over again too.
Right.
And then again with the relationship thing, a good library, they've got relationships with numerous production houses. So like you can just build a relationship with them, they're going to get it out to worldwide. You get placements everywhere with a good library. So I'm a big fan of the library.
Yeah, I already learned how to put together the broadcast already. I don't need to learn how to get to all the music supervisors.
Yeah.
For me, it was a little bit different. The very first class that I took from the SyncFest 2021 was with Jody. And one of the things he said right away was, don't forget this other leg of family and friends and colleagues, if you have a day job. It wasn't long before my bank loved a piece of music, and that became the on hold music, which was really cool. And I went back to all the songwriters that I knew from Philly International and got to write with them, and things started happening from there too. Knowing Jody and learning from him really made a big difference. So I tell friends and family what we do all the time. And sometimes I'll send them music. They even help with metadata because they can picture music in a scene that maybe I didn't think of. So we do that a lot. And then I keep my relationships with any of the libraries that I work with. So
I do see a lot of questions coming up. What is metadata, and asking this and that about it. We're going to talk more about that in a little bit. So hang tight for that. But, yeah.
But guys, this has been awesome. We are 6 hours into today's session. I had to stand up. My butt was getting sore.
Oh wait, Adam's got to answer. I don't think Adam answered.
Oh, well, okay. So I did it kind of the old-fashioned way a little bit, and but I can say this, again, like everything that everyone has shared is 100% correct. Somebody asked a question about, like, do all of you have publishing deals? Do all of you have representatives? I'm independent right now. I am my own publisher now. But when I got my first publishing deal, I actually got discovered through singing demos, which is kind of interesting. And the guy I was singing demos for was really happy. So he started a publishing company, and I was one of 2 writers that he started. And now if you look up Demolition Music Publishing, you can see like they're killing it. I mean, they've got all kinds of placements. And they're a great company. I kept my relationship with them really well. It's really good. And so I'm still getting placements through them, through Angry Mob, and through some of my relationships. But one of the things that I learned in that process is, you want to sell your music. No, don't tell your life story. Go to events. The Key West Songwriter Festival. You want to get to know some people. You're with BMI. You want to meet everybody. Go there. And you know what? Go there and hang out. Go and hang out. Go to events and hang out and meet people. Hang out with them. Talk to them about their life. Ask them about, somebody told me one time, everybody listens to one radio station. It's WIIFM. It's What's in It for Me radio. Okay? People love to talk about themselves.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So if you can crack that code, right?
Yeah.
If you can figure out how to go to places and find that balance between selling yourself and your craft and your music and all that stuff, and just being present and getting to know these supervisors and people in real life, I'll tell you what, when your song comes across their desk, when your song shows up in their email, they're going to go to your Instagram and they're going to go, oh my gosh, I remember that. What a cool dude. What a cool dude. And you know what? I'll tell you this.
Or
I got
dudette.
to play on, or do that. Sorry, my bad. It's 2024. Anyway, I'll never forget this in my entire life. Okay. Nobody knew who I was. I was not a BMI writer, and Demolition was like, we were nobody back then. And I will never forget going to the BMI Songwriter Festival one year and just becoming friends with everybody that worked there. And from then on, for probably about like 3 years straight, and it just kept getting better every time. They didn't even care that I wasn't with BMI. They booked me on so many stages. We got so much exposure just because I hung out by the pool with people. I talked to people. I was relatable. So I did it kind of the old school way. But I think even in this new school environment with like all the AI and the emails and the contacts and the libraries, I think it still matters, because that's a common thread that I've heard from guys like Jeff Cohen and people who are really just killing it, and Michael and Jody and everybody here on this panel, So that's it. That's my sense at the end.
Thank you so much for coming and hanging.
How about a round of applause for all our Sync Titans?
Thank you.
Guys, stick around. We've got something really exciting planned, and I think you're going to really love it. It's a great way to end the day. We've had an amazing day today. Thank you, Isha. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Adam, Sherlan.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging. Awesome.
Word.
Gosh, what have we covered?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, we have Jody has a phenomenal presentation. He showed me this 2 days ago, and I went upstairs and I told my wife, I said, man, Jody has this presentation that's just going to knock people's socks off. And I watched him. He's now done it twice for me. Those of you who stuck around, who are still with us, do not leave. This is unbelievable. This is going to really inspire you. And then we're going to share with you something that we have available this week. So Jody, crush it. I'm so excited.
All right. Let me get this. Let me get Zoom out of the way, because Zoom is always in the way when I do this share.
Yeah.
Hang with me one moment. So what have we covered today? We've covered songwriting. We've covered mixing.
Yeah, we covered mixing. We covered audio. We covered production, right? Songwriting, mixing, production. We covered obviously being an entrepreneurial musician with Adam Ivy, which was fantastic. We covered representation through music libraries and sync agents. We covered this music supervisor's role and exactly what music supervisors do and how to approach them. Obviously, you heard from them.
It's
amazing. We had sync agents. We covered. I mean, it's
all the comments like what is this? What is this ridiculous event? Why would I ever sign up for this? Like, whoever's here, good for you for sticking around, right? You can't get this stuff for free. You really can't. So all right, this guy's come up a lot today. And I love this quote, John Lennon. There's nothing you can do that can't be done. I think about sync when I read this, because day in, day out, it's all sync all the time. There's nothing you can sing that can't be sung. There's nothing you can say, but you can learn to play the game. It's easy. All you need is love. Well, that love starts with self-love, right? Loving yourself, love for others, love for what you do. Everybody you just heard from loves what they do. They have a strong passion for it. So let me ask you a question and drop it in the chat so we can see. How much do you want to create music full time? How much do you want to create music full time? Give me a fire emoji in the chat if you really want to create music full time, or you are. Let's see it. How excited are you to hear your songs in films, TV shows, and commercials?
Yeah, it's blowing up.
Nice.
It's blowing up. Look at
Awesome. I love it. Well, I've got a little secret I'm going to let you in on here. And maybe you picked up on it today, because I sure felt it. You have to want it as much as you want to breathe. You've got to want it as much as you want to breathe. Have you ever wanted anything that much? So we're going to do something now, and I can't hear you guys because your video is off, your audio is off, but you've got to play along. It's really important. We're going to say something out loud together. All right. So I want you to repeat after me, because words are very powerful. Words have the power to create change. That's why they call it spelling, because you're casting spells with your words. So saying it out loud is really important. So here we go. Do it with me. I am great.
I am great.
I can hear you guys. I can hear you. I can't really hear you, but I hear you in my head. Here we go. I was born great.
I was born great.
And today I'm looking to elevate. Today I am going to elevate. Give me a fire emoji if you're doing that. Let me see that. Fire emoji. Yes. Good, good. Awesome. All right, check this out. This is you. This guy was great. But you may not know this about him. He struggled as a kid. He grew up in Italy. He had very few friends. He played soccer. And then when he moved to the States, he struggled a bit. He was not the most athletic kid, but he made promises to himself and he would never break those promises. He committed to practicing daily, just like I made a promise to myself to never work a job where I was unfulfilled. Just like Michael and each one of our Sync Titans promised themselves to commit themselves to their promises. So like I said, this guy was great, but he struggled until he met this guy, his coach, who gave him a system. The same system that he used to coach Jordan, Pippen, and the Chicago Bulls and Rodman to 6 NBA championships and the Lakers to 5 more championships. His coach, Phil Jackson, changed his life. But that's not all it took. If you're serious and determined to be great and to succeed, you've got to surround yourself with the right team, right? You've got to have the right team. You find your coach, you find your mentor, you master their system, you put the right team in place, and you will crush it with your music. Now that team, they should all have the same values and the same goals and the same commitment as you. Don't do business with family. Don't be a nice guy. It should be about winning because you promised that to yourself, right? How about this guy? This guy was great, but he was never the biggest. He was never the fastest. He was never the strongest. This guy was the 199th pick in the 2000 NFL draft. He had the right coach. He had the right system. He had the right teammates, and he was unstoppable. Once you have the right system, you're unstoppable. If you already got some placements off of our system, let us know. Make some noise. Give me some fires in the chat. Let's see it. Now, if you're watching this and you want to learn our systems and how to make some money and get some placements, let me know. I want you to ask yourself some pretty big questions here. I didn't get here because someone paid me to be here, guys. I got here because I asked myself some big questions when I was younger. So ask yourself this: who am I not to be successful? Who am I not to be driven and take care of my family? Who am I to blame others for my lack of success? Now, this part's really important. Please pay close attention. It is okay to fail. Michael and I, we give you permission to fail. Why is that? You've got to fail over and over again to have the ability to rise up and be great. You have the ability to rise up and be great. Nobody talks about Tom's losses. Michael mentioned earlier, nobody talks about all the placements we didn't get. For every placement, there were hundreds that did not place. Tom Brady didn't win every game. In 2008, Super Bowl 42, he lost to the Giants, 17-14. Again, in Super Bowl 46, the Giants defeated the Patriots, 21-17. And again, Super Bowl 52, the Eagles defeated the Patriots, 41-33. Right? Then there's this game, Super Bowl 51 in 2017. He was down at halftime, 28-3 against the Falcons. But he didn't quit. He stayed in that thrive cycle. He stayed there with his positive thoughts. He didn't give up, and he came back and he answered with 25 points to win the championship. So you see, you have to try and you have to fail over and over and over again to find success. You're not going to succeed every time. You only fail when you quit or you stop trying. The great Thomas Edison said, "I didn't fail 1,000 times. The light bulb was an invention with 1,000 steps." You have the ability to rise up and be great. So I've got to ask the question, Michael and I both just want to know, why could this not be you? Anybody have an answer for that? Why could this not be you? Greatness is inside of each and every one of us. It's inside of you, and you have permission to be great. So today, make greatness part of your identity. It's who you are. We call our community of sync professionals Sync Titans for a reason. Being a Sync Titan is an identity that they take on. They choose to be great every single day. And don't just be in a room with greatness, leverage it. You don't have to be the most talented when you have the right systems, the right coach, the right team. But most importantly, you have to want it as much as you want to breathe. To elevate yourself to your true potential, your self-confidence has to catch up with your gifts so that you can be great. I found this quote the other day from Tom on Twitter, of all places. You don't need to be the next anybody. You just need to be the best version of you. The best version of you. Promise yourself that, and trust me, the rest falls into place. So let's make a promise today, just like Kobe did, just like Tom does, just like the Sync Titans up here do. Let's make a promise, an unbreakable promise to ourselves. All right, so again, I can't see you, but I'm going to put my hand over my heart because that's what we do. Do the same. Let's do it together. So say this after I do. Repeat after me. Today, I make a commitment to be great and to elevate. I will never accept for myself being average, below average, or even good. I am great, and I was born great, and now I am committed to elevate. And I will attract phenomenal systems, phenomenal teams, phenomenal coaches, phenomenal opportunities. And I will pass this down to my loved ones. Let's do that part again. And I will pass this down to my loved ones. And I will pass this down to my loved ones. Only you can do the work. Doing it alone is a choice that you make. Now, when you leave this event today, nobody can stop you. Only you making excuses can stop you. So here we go. One last time. I want you to let everybody in your home hear you, unless everyone's asleep, then you can keep it down. Let your neighbors hear you, because they need to know how passionate you are, and you need to know how committed you are. So say it loud with me. I can, I will, I must. I can, I will, I must. One more time. I can, I will, I must. I can because I have the ability to. I will because I'm strong. And I must because they are counting on me. We have the system. We'd love to be your coaches. Our community has hundreds of potential teammates that want to collaborate with you. Michael, will you kindly share with everyone what we have to offer them today?
Oh, yes. That I tell you, man, that is so awesome. That is so awesome. So, let me change my thing here real quick. Yes. So our theme for the whole day is elevate. It's been our whole theme. Basically, it's our theme for the year. For those of you guys who were with us at the beginning and you made it through first session into the second half of the day, during the first session, we shared with you the new app that we have that we just released for our community, for our members who are in our world, because we wanted to serve them at the highest level, make their experience consuming the education and the learning process, which to me, education is complete transformation, as well as the coaching and the community that you get in Sync Titan, as well as the education that we provide through our various programs. The main program that we have, of course, being Sync Placement Academy. We announced that was our way to elevate their experience this year. We also went over how we had the Sync Titan Award that we released a couple months back. That was our way to elevate the experience that people have in our year, gamify it as well, so that they can have something really cool to hang on our wall. A bunch of the people who were in our last session, you saw the Sync Titan Awards hanging on their back wall, right? We all want those recognition for our placements. So what we're doing is, for this year moving forward, our word is elevate. We shared earlier how we just signed on as producers for a new feature film, which gives us the opportunity to oversee the music and actually have ownership over that aspect of it, not just be hired as a supervisor, actually have decision rights, but then also have clip rights to that film, where we can actually then utilize that as intellectual property in various trainings moving forward, whether that's teaching composing courses, and specifically songwriting to picture and stuff like that. That's stuff we have planned down the road. Our goal is to elevate. So we wanted to start this year with what we call the Elevate Bundle. We have the course, which is Sync Placement Academy. Oh, by the way, before I get there, one of our goals with Elevate, one of the goals that Jody and I have this year, and one of the goals we had when we created Elite Music Coaching, was to make the education process and the community that we facilitate extremely affordable. That was such a driving force for us. So what we've done is we've taken the Elevate Bundle. The Elevate Bundle is combining Sync Placement Academy, which is our full framework music licensing course, as well as the community Sync Titan, which you guys have been hearing about, the Sync Titan community and our Sync Titan members. We are bundling all of that together. And by the way, Sync Titan will be a 12-month membership into that. There's so many cool things that are included in that bundle, in that community. We're bundling them together in what we are calling the Elevate Bundle. Hit the next slide, Jody, so I see what's coming next. Yes, Academy, keep going. That is the full framework course. This is where you learn literally every aspect of licensing from start to finish. How to create songs that are syncable, how to create mixes, the various mixes, how to deliver the mixes. People were asking earlier about metadata. Metadata is a 3-hour conversation. Think of metadata as the engine that moves the vehicle, right? Now, you can have a lawnmower engine, or you can have a 400 cubic inch engine, right? They're both engines. We teach you how to build that 400 cubic inch engine that's just going to annihilate anything else that's on the road, right? Metadata is what moves the being your song. There's a reason why the metadata module in and of itself is about 3 hours long. Our metadata process has 25 points to it. So if you were to just sit and watch us, let's say in this case, me, metadata, I believe is one of my strong suits. If I were to just open up a song and add metadata to it and not say a word, you'd be watching me in silence for the next 20 to 25 minutes. That's how involved that process is. So we take you through the entire process to create literally the most thorough metadata that's out there. This is the most thorough metadata process out on the market.
Michelle and Yvette just said 50% of the music they use is from metadata. They basically need that to be top notch.
We take you through the whole process. We have a 4-step process: building your catalog, which is the creation, of course, then the valuable content, which are your mixes. Metadata is step 3. Then the 4th part, which is connecting with the decision makers, your music supervisors, music libraries, sync agents. But then it doesn't end there. That's one thing you got to keep in mind when it comes to licensing. During the last session, Michelle was talking about how they first send the quote request. If I were to send you a quote request right now, would you know what to do with it? And I'm going to assume that maybe the answer is no. So in Sync Placement Academy, not only do we take you through that entire process of getting your songs to the right people with the right deliverables, we then take you through the entire contract process. Yeah. So it is the full sync licensing framework from start to finish, from song creation into production, all the way through to your final contracts. Next slide, Mr. Yeah. Keep going. We can just keep going. Yeah, we can go through the different parts of it. Part one is the music licensing fundamentals. Jody, I'll let you take this.
Yeah, it starts with the fundamentals. So we take you on a journey. There's actually 11 modules in this program, and we've classified it here in the presentation to part 1 through 6. In part 1, we're going to talk about the fundamentals of licensing. So when you're licensing your songs, you're working in the TV, film, commercial, and video game industry. You're no longer in the music business. The music is the commodity, but you're in the entertainment business. You have to understand the fundamentals of the business so that you can confidently communicate with other professionals. It starts there. So you'll learn copyright law as it pertains to music licensing, including a case study. You'll learn what to expect when it comes to negotiating your master fees and your sync fees. Those are the upfront fees that you get paid for your music to be used in projects. You'll learn how to work with your PRO to collect your royalty income like a publisher does. You'll learn what information must be supplied so your cue sheets, the most important thing, your cue sheets are accurately accounted for. Michael, you want to take this one?
And this is where we start getting into the actual process of building that catalog. Step one of the process is to actually build the catalog. I look at it as the ABCs of licensing. Always be creating, always build catalog. So we go through the process, and in here we actually do dive into a DAW. I take you through the process of creating edit points that editors love to have in songs. No one ever talks about this when it comes to licensing. Everyone's always talking about just getting your songs heard to the supervisors, but you got to keep in mind that we are serving music editors and re-recording mixers. The supervisor's role is to clear the rights. Yeah. They hand that then down to the music editor, who then hands it down to the re-recording mixer. So in these next parts, we're actually serving the music editor and the re-recording mixer, while at the same point learning how to write songs that are easily licensable. We talked about that a little earlier about, you know, some songs, if you're telling the story in the song, it's hard to license them because it would have to match up with the actual particular scene that's taking place, right? So you're going to learn avenues that are available to license your music so that every song you write has an opportunity to generate placements for years to come. I was just sharing with you a story how I had that GMC commercial. That was a track that was written 12 years ago for a Skechers campaign. 12 years later, a dozen years later, landing another national commercial. You're going to learn all about instant arrangements, writing lyrics that are ideal for sync placements, and you're going to be able to learn how to leap into action with that confidence. That to me is such an important aspect of being able to dive into licensing with confidence, confidently knowing the value that you're bringing and supplying to the end users of your. You can hit the next slide, Jody.
Yeah. Oh.
And then that leads to step 2 of what we call the sync licensing formula. This is multiplying your opportunities for placements. This is where you're going to learn. Part 2 is what we call the valuable content, creating the valuable content. This is how you can take one song and create 6 or 8 licensable tracks from it, right? You can literally multiply your catalog exponentially using this process. Okay, you're going to learn how to extract all the valuable mixes that exponentially increase your opportunities for consistent placements. You're going to learn how these mixes provide extraordinary value to music supervisors and music editors. And then, of course, you're going to be able to separate yourself into that top small 1% of music providers that are able to quickly build a reputation as a go-to.
You must learn how to do this if you want to be represented by a library or a sync agent. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no way around this. You have to learn this, or they won't take you on.
10 years ago, you didn't need to know it. Nowadays, it's expected. And you see this when you go and you look at the catalogs and libraries, you will see all the various alternate mixes that are delivered. And that's what gets to part 4 of the program, which covers step 3 of our process, which is mastering metadata. And like I said earlier, our our metadata process is second to none. I stake my entire name and reputation on that. You will never find a program that goes into metadata more thoroughly and more complete than this. I believe that my songs are okay. My production is a little better than okay. My metadata process, second to none. I learned a lot from Sarah Scarlatta, who spoke earlier. And of course, then with Jody's perspective as well. On top of that, it's just absolutely the most comprehensive metadata process that you will learn. And metadata is your golden ticket to licensing success. You can hit the next slide, Mr. Friedman.
Yeah, the next part is part 5. That's really the final step, the 4th step in the process, which is at the end, right? Who do I send my music to? And this part answers that question. This is all about building relationships and marketing your music to everyone who's responsible for licensing your songs, not just music supervisors, music coordinators, sync agents, libraries, music editors. We'll talk about how you can easily find who needs your music right now and how to deliver it to them properly so that you can confidently and eagerly connect with those individuals whose job it is to choose and license music. We'll also share with you a bulletproof approach that will allow you to successfully contact and deliver your music to these individuals. You know, there's an art to pitching. I've been doing it for a long time and it takes practice. This is going to get you going with that. It's going to get you started and really rethinking how you approach the industry professionals once you have that confidence. Part 6, getting the best sync deals. This module is worth its weight in gold. So the licensing world, it works very quickly. And you often won't have weeks to set up appointments with high-priced attorneys to look over your deals. Like Michael said earlier, you know, if I sent you a contract right now, I have a project right now, I have a few projects right now. If I sent you a contract and said, hey, I want to license your song, here's a contract, would you know what to do? Or would you be hopping on the phone asking family members, hey, I need an entertainment attorney, and then finding out who costs what? A majority of you are going to say the latter. So in part 6, we're going to take you through licensing contracts. You'll learn the different types of sync contracts and payment structures that are out there. You'll learn the key components to look for in every contract so you can negotiate the best deal for yourself without the need for a high-priced lawyer, and you will avoid getting screwed over. You'll learn what to do when someone is actually interested in licensing your song, and we'll cover the entire licensing process top to bottom. Plus, you'll get contract templates to keep. These are the same templates that I paid my attorney $4,000 years ago to draft for me. They're yours with Sync Placement Academy. So check out what a couple others that have taken our program have to say. Amira says, I got my first placement of the year today on All American. I wanted to thank you for talking about being persistent. It is truly about that. We do this for you guys, so we love hearing from you. Those who do go through the program, please share your successes with us. We love hearing that. Chuck says, I got my first placement. I wrote and recorded an instrumental rock track today that got purchased as part of a package. I think he meant licensed. As part of a package through a sync agent I've been working with by CBS Sports for their upcoming season. Thank you for helping me turn my dreams into a reality. And Jamal says, I just want to say that I am so grateful for the course. Not only am I working like a professional, but I've been able to connect with a few music supervisors and have my music accepted into their directories. Once again, thank you. And Bruce says, wow, all of these modules up to this point have been some of the most valuable information that I've ever heard. Love all the detailed info. This has been well worth the investment, in my opinion. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. How about the bonuses, Mike? You want to take them through the bonuses?
Well, let's see what that next. Oh, yes. Yes. Along with this, we have the valuable content cheat sheet. This is step 2 of the process is what we call the valuable content. And this is where you create all your alternate mixes and whatnot. And the question that comes up is, well, you know, what kind of mixes should I create? So the valuable content cheat sheet answers that. It has a list of various alternate mixes that music editors love to have. And keep in mind that when we are supplying the valuable content, we are serving, in this case, the music editor and the re-recording mixer. Yes, the supervisor is responsible for securing the license for the intellectual property, but it is the music editor and the re-recording who are responsible for taking that song in the various alternate mixes and applying it to the scene either cutting it up and making the edit, or taking the stems and taking what is normally a stereo mix and throwing it into the surround field. And now as things like Dolby Atmos is really taking over the entertainment industry, it's so crucial to be able to deliver valuable content, or what we call the valuable content.
Don't worry, you don't need to go out and learn how to do Dolby Atmos.
No. You're not going to be responsible for that. But the re-recording mixers, they will need your content so that they can actually apply it and utilize it in the stereo field. The metadata cheat sheet. This is a cheat sheet with over 750 words and adjectives that you can use to describe your song. So when you're doing your metadata, you're not just sitting there racking your brain trying to figure out, how you can describe it. The cheat sheet literally guides you through it. So you literally just read your way through the cheat sheet. You're going to get all the adjectives, and we show you how to utilize it. When you're adding specific metadata on one specific column to the metadata spreadsheet, which, as I said earlier, has 25 different elements to it. Metadata spreadsheet it's the most comprehensive metadata system you're going to learn. That's all I can say about it. You're not going to learn anything more comprehensive.
Yeah, when I go to hire someone to help me with building my catalog, I go to Michael and say, who has done the training and really knows metadata, because it's so important.
Yeah. And then when it comes to, we were talking in the last session about like emails, and Dave was saying like, you don't need to send them your, bio, your life story. Well, we have bulletproof email scripts. I live by the philosophy of you should never send an email with more than 5 sentences to someone like who you're trying to get your music out to and whatnot, whether you're trying to connect with a library or if you're still choosing to go down that supervisor route. Either way, it doesn't matter. But the bulletproof email scripts literally are scripts that you can use. You just fill in the blank, so to speak, and you can say everything you need to say in 5 sentences or less, and that is so crucial. So that's bonus number 1.
Yeah.
Bonus number 2 are the contract templates that Jody was telling you about.
Yeah. Bonus number 3.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Bonus number 3 are downloadable guides and cue sheets. So when done correctly, pitching your music can be a very enjoyable process. And instead of looking at pitching with trepidation, which a lot of musicians do, especially as you're first getting going with it, you realize that pitching is how you serve the licensing community at large, and it's a very noble process. The ultimate goal that you're working on towards with licensing your music is getting your songs on that cue sheet. Now, at this point, you can be assured your song will start generating royalties because it's on the cue sheet. That's only the beginning of the value that cue sheets offer. So you're going to see firsthand how to leverage your cue sheets to connect with other successful writers and composers, as well as publishers and music libraries, and build that team, that dream team that we were talking about. The cue sheets really are the secret sauce to scaling up your connections in the sync industry. And then bonus number 4 for Sync Placement Academy, we're going to go behind the scenes and go through all the contracts that you just learned in the previous module. You're going to see them in process on a film that I music supervise called Won't You Be My Neighbor. If you haven't seen the film, lovely film, bring your Kleenex. And we're going to take you through that process, and you'll see really how a music supervisor works with those when they're securing the rights to the tracks, how that we go through those contracts in real action there. So the total value is well over $10,000. But again, we wanted to make this very affordable. But wait a minute, there's more. Like Michael said earlier, we're also going to give you Sync Titan, 12 months membership into Sync Titan, our community of sync professionals where our Sync Titans await. They're in there. We're in there. We do monthly live coaching calls, and we post briefs you can submit to. We do challenges. Dave is in there doing listening sessions for us, and we're able to level up your songs. And we designed this in a way, we really put a lot of thought and spoke to a lot of people about how can we serve the licensing community at large with this program. And Sync Titan is that community. Michael and I had a community, and we still do. It's such an important part of what you do and your career is to have a supportive community. And the great part about Sync Titan is you don't need to move to Los Angeles. You can do it from anywhere. If you want to go quickly, go alone. Michael and I were going quickly, separately. We're going alone. And since we've come together, we're going far. And our Sync Titans, separately, they were going fast. Now that they came together, they're starting to go far. So there's a great proverb here that we love to love to mention. In Sync Titan, you can build your team, right? That dream team. So you'll join a community of sync professionals who share similar goals, similar challenges, and similar passions. You can build your network. You'll connect with music supervisors, sync agents, library owners, composers, and producers through our virtual networking events where we bring them in, we get to hang out with them in private rooms. We do breakout rooms. Everyone gets to say hi to them and talk to them a little bit and ask questions. We are bringing our relationships over the past 20 years to you. You will have the opportunity to connect with the industry's elite. Here's a sample of some of our past guests. And you can also go in there, if you were to get in today, you can go back and watch all the replays and soak in all this knowledge that all these professionals have shared. Coming up, we've got Jonathan Lane. He's going to be joining us, I think, in a week or two here.
Yeah.
Jonathan worked on Creed 3 and Bosch, and we had Justin Camps not long ago, and Mike Turner and Stacy Coleman. We have a lot of fun guests, not just supervisors. You're seeing the supervisors and sync agents. We bring in professional composers, professional producers. Adam Gaynor's been a guest. So a lot of the people you heard from today, they've been our guests. So if you like what you've got today, there's a lot more of that in Sync Titan. You'll also build your confidence. You'll get all those questions answered during our live monthly coaching calls. Every single month, we show up, Michael and I show up for you. You can ask your questions live. You can build your catalog through carefully designed challenges. These happen sometimes monthly, sometimes every other month, to keep your career moving forward. We just had a holiday songwriting challenge. We like to do this around the holidays. There's no better time to write a holiday song than during the holidays. All of our challenges start with some sort of training surrounding that. So for that challenge, we talked about holiday public domain songs and covers and originals and all that goes into licensing holiday songs. And then the assignment is to go write a great holiday song. You'll hone your craft through live listening sessions. You'll learn exactly what works and what needs improvement so that you can keep leveling up. And then the most exciting part, submit to real projects. There's no additional cost per submission. You get weekly opportunities to submit your music to films, TV shows, trailers, and ads. There's literally no better way to study the market and get licensed. If this existed when I was starting as a sync agent or Michael was getting into this as a composer, producer, 110%, we would have been all over it. This is a fantastic opportunity. Every time I get a brief, such as that $500,000 one that we just posted last week, we post it in the community and everybody gets an opportunity to submit to it. Yesterday, we got a brief for a big Netflix show, and it's due Tuesday night. So I'm not sure if we posted it yet. It might be going up tonight. So
Jody,
yeah.
Can you go back one slide? I'd like to tell a story.
Yeah, go for it.
Craft through live listening sessions. I'm not throwing shade at anyone by any means, but I'm very proud of what we've built here for everyone. On December 22nd or 23rd, an email came into our community from a woman who's not, an email came into our email address and it was forwarded to me. And it was from a woman who's not in our community. It's from a woman who's in someone else's community spending a lot of money for that community. And she was voicing some frustration. She was saying, in this community for 3 years, I spend $5,000 a year. I get to meet these supervisors. They all like my songs, but I've not gotten a placement. When my time is up with them, I want to come over and I want to join, Sync Titan. So that was forwarded to me, and then from our assistant said, Michael, you should, take a look at this. So that kind of goes back to the Thrive cycle, right? For those of you who were here earlier during the Thrive cycle, when people are taking action, if you're taking those positive actions, even if it's not getting you the results you want, experts are going to want to help you out. And my heart went out to her. So I sent her an email back and I said, hey, send me 3 of your songs, because it's really weird if supervisors are telling you that they like your songs and you've been in this community for 3 years and you've spent a lot of money on this, but you're not getting any placements. There's something missing. Send me your songs. About 15 minutes later, an email popped in with a link to 3 of her songs. I gave them a quick listen. It took about 10 seconds each to know instantly what was wrong with them. So I messaged her back. I said, this is my last day in my studio this year. I'm taking the rest of the year off. Here's my cell phone. Shoot me a text. If you're around, we'll hop on a quick Zoom call. 2 minutes later, I get a text from her. 3 minutes after that, we're on Zoom. I spent the next hour and a half on a call with her, going through her mixes, like not just going through like, oh, I would do this, but literally going through like call up a delay, set the right side to this timing, set the left side to this timing, set your feedback to this. And we were getting into it with each of her songs because her songs were good. She just needed a couple little quick mix tweaks. They were mix tweaks that would take 45 minutes at the most.
Music
right?
supervisors won't know that. They won't know to tell you.
They're not going to know that. But to me, I was more or less, I got off the call with her and I called Jody immediately and I was like, you're not going to believe this. She's spending $5,000 in a community and she's not getting any feedback on her songs other than it's good. All she needed was literally a couple minutes to tweak some simple mix settings because her songs were freaking good. But her mixes weren't there. But her mixes were so close to being good that had she have been in this community and been able to take it to one of the listening sessions and gotten a little bit of feedback, she wouldn't have spent $15,000 for 3 years, not landing any investments.
Yeah.
So we've built in live listening sessions into our community, so you do get that feedback, so you can actually level up your songs, so that they're ready to go. It's so important. Why be in a community if you can't get feedback on your songs? Now, granted, that being said, during the listening sessions, they're limited. I think we get about 20 songs in a session.
Mhm.
So if there's 400 people there, we can't listen to 400 songs. But even being there and listening to the feedback on those other 20 songs, if you're paying attention, you can apply all that feedback to your songs as well. And your songs will get that opportunity with the sessions. So anyway, I wanted to hit on that.
No, it's an interesting point and a great point to make too. You know, music supervisors, we're conditioned to not say negative things if we can avoid it, because we've learned throughout the years, when you start saying too many negative things, you can get a very angry artist or someone who gets a bit defensive. So it's very common. I've been on listening sessions with supervisors and the song we're hearing is just god awful in so many ways. And I hear the supervisor, who's a very respected supervisor, say, wow, this is really good. I could see this in this project. And I'm thinking, there is no flipping way you're being honest right now. So they're not coaches. Supervisors are not coaches. So that's something just to bear in mind there. So when you're in Sync Titan, you are eligible to receive a Sync Titan award. That's a big perk that comes with Sync Titan. We talked about earlier how you can access Sync Titan and Sync Placement Academy from anywhere in the world with the Elite Music Coaching mobile app. If you weren't here earlier, I know this slide says get it on Google Play. It's not there yet. We're working on that. Hopefully in the next couple weeks here, it will be up on Google Play, but it is available on the App Store. So if you own any Elite Music Coaching products, you can download this and you can access your courses. You can access the community. You can get notifications when we go live. There is a live room in the community as well. So anybody can message someone and say, hey, you know, Jill, I want to do like a co-write. What do you think? Yeah, let's do it. When do you want to do it? Let's do it Monday at 5. Okay, I'll meet you in the live room. They could show up, use the live room, our own little private Zoom room, and they could do a co-write right there. All right, everybody has the ability to do this. So you get instant access to the program. Now together, Michael's program, this is for Sync Placement Academy, right? It's the best of Michael's program, Master Music Licensing, with my Platinum Masterclass. We merged them into together. They were valuing $3,994. This is usually where guys say, this is going to cost $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. You can get started today for just $197.
Holy crap! You forgot a number. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally joking.
Did I leave a zero off?
I'm totally joking.
No, yeah.
100, yeah. So again, we wanted to make this a big mission that Jody and I had when we kind of basically, I don't want to say shut down our previous businesses, but we just kind of stopped in them, but merged them. I should say merged them into Elite Music Coaching. Is that we really wanted to create something that is affordable. And when you are running an online business, there are expenses, and especially when you're doing something alone, those expenses can get pretty high, right? When you start when we were able to merge, by merging, we were actually able to lower our own inherent costs. Which then, of course, allows us to lower the cost in general for you. So that was a big thing that we focused on heavily when we built this. So yeah, very proud of this bonus. I'm sorry, very proud of this bundle, because there's 3 elements that go into this bundle. There's the course, which is the education. I think of education as transformation. You get transformation through that process, and that's in Sync Placement Academy. And then you have the coaching, and connection, The coaching and connection is what you get through Sync Titan. And then you also have community. So you have course, coaching and connection, and community. Those three elements are built into this bundle through these two programs. And it really is the full circle of licensing, from the educational aspect to the networking and connection aspect. And I'm just very proud to be able to make this available for you.
Yeah, you can also get in for one payment of $19.97. You save nearly $400 there if you do that. We are so excited to offer this to you guys. It's been an incredible day. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. EliteMusicCoaching.com/elevate. Oh, there's another thing. The first 50 people who jump in today only, the first 50 people who jump in will get a private live coaching call with Michael and I. So the question is, will you be the next Sync Titan?
Yeah, it's available. It is available for every single person who is hanging out with us. And you know what? If you're hanging out with us, then you want to be a Sync Titan. You wouldn't be hanging out here if you didn't want to be a Sync Titan. You know, one of the things, by the way, when it comes to the community aspect, so I want to hang there for a second. Every guest that we brought in today to speak to you is a person that's in our community. Some of them are people who are in Jody's community and close friends with him. Some of them are people who obviously have been in my community, my network and Jody's network. And you heard us tell various stories of our interactions with and our journeys with them through our career. And that is so crucial. Having a network is so crucial. Now, for us, building that network meant that we had to move to music industry towns. I had to move to Nashville. Yeah. Then I had to move to Los Angeles, and Jody had to move to California as well. But what we've built into the community aspect of Sync Titan is something to where you don't have to pick up your family and pack everything up and move to an industry town. We are literally bringing our connections to you so that you have the opportunity to leverage our 30 plus years of building our own network and learn from those people and connect with those people, just like you have today at Sync Titan Live. So that is something that we're so proud of, that we've built into the community aspect alone. And like I said, with Sync Placement Academy, it is the full framework of licensing. Yeah. I put everything I have on this. If you will not find a more comprehensive program on the market than what we have in Sync Placement Academy.
If you haven't had any training before, gone through any sort of training, it will take you from where you are now up here. It's not just a little small step up. It's not just you're going to move forward a little bit in your career. It will take you to the next level. That we guarantee. There's also, speaking of guarantee, there's also a 14-day risk-free guarantee. So there's no risk. We've alleviated all the risk, and at $197, you can start today. So we hope to see you guys in there. The first 50 people in, get that live coaching call with us. Thank you guys. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
One last thought.
Yeah.
Jody was saying we have a brief, we had the brief that came in on Wednesday that we shared. That was 500,000. Those don't come in all the time, but it's exciting when it does. Yeah. But Jody was just sharing how he has a brief that comes in on what was the film? What was the show
it's a Netflix show, a big Netflix show. Yeah, I can't say which show here, but the Sync Titans will find out.
Yeah. So, and you said that's due on Tuesday.
End of day Tuesday. Yeah.
So you jump in right now. This is what's so cool about the Sync Titan community. Granted, the education is important because you have to understand the game. Yeah. But in the community, if you were to join today, and let's say that is posted tomorrow morning, you can pitch to that Netflix opportunity. It's literally that fast. Every member of Sync Titan can pitch to the briefs when they come in. So I don't know. I'm very proud of both of them. I think we've literally done everything we can to create as many opportunities for musicians like you who are focused, who are serious, to succeed when you take the knowledge and the education and you apply it. And then, of course, you are active in the community, you build your connections, you build your collaborators, and of course, you show up for the coaching calls and have any questions that you have answered. So that's it. That's our offer.
You guys have a great night. Don't break that promise to yourself, whether it's through us or someone else. get the training you need, get the confidence you need, have fun. It's a fantastic industry to be a part of. As you've seen today, every single person today, what awesome, cool people. There's nowhere I would rather be than spending the day with you guys here today. So thank you so much for allowing us to coach you today. It's been our honor, and we hope to see you inside of Sync Titan. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
Bye.